I'm a doctor who only treats hungry ghosts. My way of treating them is by reaching directly into the corpses eaten by female ghosts. I even gouge out my own eyes to transplant them into pig demons. For every patient, I do my job with full responsibility. If I can't cure them, I won't let them leave alive. And as a compassionate doctor, if a patient can't pay their bill, if they're good looking, I'll taste their flesh. If they taste good, I'll still taste their flesh. Because this is an extremely dangerous and horrifying world. Here, you have to stay on guard every moment. Because if you're not careful, you'll be devoured by predators lurking in the dark. As an apprentice at a potion shop in this world, I must not show the slightest fear. Lin En, it's time. Hang the soul lamp. Let's open the doors for the feast. The voice came from my master. I obeyed his command without hesitation. Otherwise, I would surely die. When I opened the door, I saw my master carrying a dead corpse. He walked into the room like he was carrying groceries. This fierce master saved me 2 years ago. He taught me medical skills and how to survive in this world. I lit the soul lamp with a drop of my own blood and hung it by the door. The moment the soul lamp lit up, the surrounding filth was instantly driven away. Soon, our first customer arrived. A skin scavenger from the shadows. The system prompted that if I gave the scavenger something, I'd gain his favor and receive items like a skeleton arm. So I picked some lively little cuties and gave them to him. As thanks, the scavenger gouged out one of his eyes and handed it to me. The system prompted, you can choose to accept or reject. If you reject, your favorability will drop by 50. So I quickly accepted it. System. You've received resources from the scavenger. These 2 eyeballs didn't even belong to him. One was from the tailor shop owner across the street, and the other from the butcher next door. I knew I had to keep completing tasks to level up and survive in this world. Then, Master said he had to go out. He warned me to never step outside the soul lamp's light, and to feed the little cuties in the backyard regularly. He also said if someone couldn't pay for treatment, they could offer their body as payment. And if someone tried to skip the bill, use this to carve them. The moment he said that, a bloody bone carving knife landed in my hand. Watching his figure fade into the distance, I had a bad feeling about the days ahead. Soon, the first patient came knocking. An evil puppet wanting to save a lamb doll. The blood puppet didn't enter right away, because under the soul lamp's light, without my invitation, creatures like her generally couldn't enter freely. Of course, there are exceptions. As long as I don't approach them physically, there usually won't be any danger. After sitting down, the blood puppet described the doll's condition. The lamb doll had lost an arm. If it couldn't be treated in time, she would die. You can save her, right, big brother? She asked, then suddenly opened her bloody mouth wide. I couldn't tell if she was pleading or threatening. I gulped in fear. The system began analyzing the patient's condition. There were bite marks on the doll's wound, and they matched the blood puppet's teeth. Diagnosis. The blood puppet ate the doll's arm. To avoid angering her, I gently asked, have you been eating anything strange lately, little girl? Nope. I haven't eaten in ages. I even dreamed about eating last night. Meat, hair, ears. All my favorites, she said while grinning with her huge mouth wide open. I avoided her wicked gaze and continued. Initial diagnosis. You ate the doll's arm yourself. Do you want surgery or physical extraction? What do you mean by surgery? I threw the carving knife onto the table. Cut open your belly, take the arm out, and stitch you back up. The blood puppet broke out in a cold sweat. What about physical treatment? That's much simpler. Just reach in and grab it out. It's cheaper than surgery too. Hearing that, the blood puppet's eyes lit up. Let's do physical treatment then. Alright, no problem. So, do you want me to reach in from the top? Or from the bottom? The girl had indigestion after eating an arm. To save money, she rejected the expensive surgery. She chose to let the doctor reach in and extract it by hand. So, do you want me to reach in from the top? Or from the bottom? The girl seriously suspected she'd walked into a shady clinic. Don't worry, whether from above or below. I promise it won't hurt. The blood puppet trembled in fear. I don't want treatment anymore. Let me go, please. No way. The teacher said, once you enter, you must get treated. You can't leave without finishing the treatment. In the end, The blood puppet tearfully chose the upper route. I had her lie down and open her mouth. Suddenly, a stench like a sewage tank burst out. I loosened up my arms first. Then, with a whoosh, I reached into her mouth. From the tears streaming down her face, you could tell her heart was in turmoil. Like unclogging a drain, I stirred around in her belly. The system notifications kept coming. Found a clump of hair. Found an ear. Found a piece of rotten flesh. Found an ear pick. After searching for 8 hours, I finally pulled out the arm. While washing the arm, I warned the blood puppet. Stop eating random stuff. It's bad for digestion. Then I took out real thread and needle, and asked if she wanted the doll stitched up now. Love now, stitch now. With my dazzling sewing skills, the doll screamed in agony. Meanwhile, my express kept increasing. By the time I was done stitching, the doll had passed out. I sprinkled medicine on the wound, waking the doll up with pain. She cried and begged the blood puppet to take her away. At this point, I calculated the bill. Hello, your total is 110 skull coins. Will that be QR code or cash? The blood puppet forcefully shut her mouth, then pulled out some coins. I only have 20. The blood puppet quickly pulled out more coins. I've got 10 more. Still 80 short. I'll buy the medicine next time. Still 20 short. Can I pay on credit? Sorry, no credit for small businesses. Seeing she truly had no money, I leaned in and made a suggestion. Leave your eyeball. You can take all the medicine, and I'll even give you 40 coins back. She quickly covered her eyes. Can I pay another way? I told her to name it. I'd appraise it. How about, I pay with my body? Nope. Your mouth's too big. I don't like it. I just want your right eye. But don't worry. You can buy it back once you've got the money. Shady clinic. Never coming back. I dropped the skull coins into my stuffed wallet. Skull coins are this world's currency. I'd already saved a bunch from system tasks. But since I never made it to the medicine festival, I hadn't had a chance to spend any. Just then, the second patient arrived. It was the butcher next door, Pighead Demon. Where's your master? Tell him to get me a new eye. My master's out. You can talk to me. Hearing the master wasn't in, Pighead Demon revealed a sinister smile. At the same time, the system said danger level rising. After a moment of silence, Pighead Demon said, then you do it. I quickly showed him our eye selection. Human eyes, pig eyes, bat eyes, snow doll eyes. We have them all. Which one would you like? Pighead Demon glanced around, then stared at me menacingly. I like your eyeball. I was stunned and confirmed. You mean, you want my eyeball? What, is that a problem? Without hesitation, I gouged out my right eye. 1 for 200 skull coins. No refunds if it doesn't match. That Pighead Demon really wanted my eyeball. Without hesitation, I gouged it out and handed it to him. The Pighead Demon gasped in horror. This guy is even more twisted than me. He instantly felt I wasn't someone to mess with. Then he said he didn't want my eyeball. He only wanted his own. If I didn't have it, he'd go elsewhere. As I stuffed the eye back into my socket, I calmly said, your eyeball is right here with me. Then I held out a small green eyeball, and handed it to him. Seeing his own eyeball, the Pighead Demon's piggy face twitched. Where did you get this? I told him it was a gift from a kind old lady. Of course, the Pighead Demon knew exactly who she was. The skin scavenger, someone capable of casually plucking off her own head. And she gave her eyeball to an apprentice just like that. The Pighead Demon's fear of me grew even deeper. He immediately paid 200 Kulu coins for the eyeball. Next, it was time for the transplant surgery. I asked if he wanted it done here, or on the operating table inside. He knew that no one ever came back from my master's operating table alive. So he said, let's do it here. I spat some potion onto the scalpel, then sterilized it over the flame. The Pighead Demon grew increasingly anxious. Why are you using a blade on my eyeball? There are clots and stones inside. I need to clean it out first. Clean? He knew I was going to scrape inside his eye socket. I started scraping around his eye socket with the scalpel. Amid pig-like screams of agony, my surgical skill experience soared. Strange. Shouldn't it be surgical experience points? Why am I getting knife skill express? Now it was time to implant the eye. But then I realized the Pighead Demon had fainted. Oh no, I forgot the anesthesia. Oh well, It's not that important. As I was preparing the tools for the transplant, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and saw a bottle of 502 glue. He was completely dumbfounded. Why are you using glue now? I hurried to explain. It's an industrial-grade adhesive. Combined with special medicine, it gives a 95% success rate. At that point, the pig-head demon didn't care anymore. He just wanted it to be over and to leave this cursed place. After applying the glue, I stuffed the eyeball into his socket. What's the hammer for? It's the final step. Don't move, okay? After some thunderous hammer strikes, the eye transplant surgery was finally done. Just as I was cleaning up my tools, I suddenly shouted, "Crap!" The pig-head demon's nerves nearly collapsed. What now? I put it in backward. I quickly yanked the eyeball out again. After adjusting it, I shoved it back in. The pig-head demon screamed like a dolphin. I'm done. I'm out of here. Let me go. I swung the hammer while comforting him. Don't move, almost done. As a doctor, I must ensure every patient leaves here completely intact. After another heart-pounding round of procedures, the surgery was finally completed. Hello. Your total today is 546 Kulu coins. Would you like to pay in cash or scan to pay? The pig-head demon mustered all his strength to toss the coin pouch onto the table. Can I go now? Of course. Thanks for coming. See you next time. At that moment, a system notification sounded. You've triggered a hidden quest from the pig-head demon. Abnormal stomach. I immediately called out to stop him. He froze in fear. And now what? I just discovered another issue with your body. I suggest you stay for observation. Now annoyed, the pig-head demon shouted. Don't lie to me. I hate being lied to the most. I replied with a serious tone. I'm a doctor. I'd never lie. Pig-head demon sat back down after hearing that. Then I'll trust you one more time. But if you lie to me, I won't let it slide. Then I began to feel his pulse. Seeing my frown deepen, Pighead thought the situation was serious. He kept asking what the problem was. I sighed and said, it's not exactly serious, but it's not minor either. It depends how we handle it. Pighead asked impatiently, what's the problem? I cleared my throat and replied, male ectopic pregnancy. He instantly flew into a rage. Are you kidding me? I'm a boar. I diagnosed a boar with a male ectopic pregnancy. He got so mad he lifted me up. I don't even have a uterus. How can I be pregnant? Exactly. That's why it's an ectopic pregnancy. To make him believe me, I decided to ask a few questions. Have you felt nauseous lately? Any bleeding? Down there? I'll say it again. I'm male. Tell me, how can a male boar bleed down there? Okay, fine. Then during your activities lately, have you had any special fetishes? Like group pig exercises? Or using some strange props? At this point, Pighead was on the verge of exploding. If you ask one more thing, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Okay, let's move to the next question. When you're doing the deed, have you felt a tearing pain down below? I've had enough of you. I said I'm a male. Pighead shook me furiously. I quickly told him to calm down. This is part of the medical process. It's all for your own good. Hearing that, Pighead calmed down slightly. After this near-death consultation, I concluded the ectopic pregnancy wasn't natural. He must have accidentally eaten something cursed. That caused indirect possession. I brought out a foot basin and poured in some transformation solution. If he puts his hands in, we can see if he's possessed by an evil spirit. Pighead tested the water with a finger first. After confirming it was safe, he put in both hands. The next second, black mist rose from his body. Then something started squirming in his belly, accompanied by creepy laughter. Seeing it about to burst out of his stomach, I grabbed a frying pan and smacked it right over his belly. The thing immediately quieted down. Pighead was still shaken. He asked me what that thing was. Preliminary diagnosis. A parasitic male ectopic ghost. But it hadn't fully formed yet. Good thing you came to me. Otherwise, you'd be in serious trouble. Pighead clung to my leg in panic. Bro, you have to save me. I was hot-tempered earlier. Please don't take it personally. I had no time for his nonsense. I was busy thinking how to eliminate the spirit. If I could fight it directly, it'd be easy. But it was inside his belly. So surgery was the only option. I led Pighead to the operating room. My master's horror-scripted operating table. The nightmare of all Soul Alley residents. Pighead was no exception. He was shaking in fear. I asked if he was ready. He nodded, and I pressed the switch. He asked if I'd done surgery before. I said this was my first time. But I've seen my master butcher pigs. Isn't it pretty much the same? He panicked and started struggling hard. Let me go. I'm not doing this. The knife's already sharpened. You think you can back out now? You're getting surgery today whether you like it or not. Like it or not, the surgery must proceed. Without saying another word, I raised the scalpel. As my knife skills improved, the surgery was completed smoothly. Congratulations, mother and child are safe. The pighead successfully gave birth to a ghost baby girl. He had no interest in the baby whatsoever. He pointed at his stomach and told me to stitch it up. No problem, but before I stitch you up, the surgery fee is 300 skull coins. Since it's your first time, I'll give you a 20% discount. Just sew it. The pighead was so anxious he started crying. Alright, so would you prefer hemp thread? Or wool, cotton, or silk? Hemp thread. Alright, no problem. Would you also like anything? Anything's fine. Just stitch it up quickly. After a series of flashy procedures, the pighead's belly was finally safely sewn up. I then began introducing his newborn daughter to him. But before I could finish, he ran off. Hey boss, you forgot your daughter. I don't want her. She's yours now. This is a pharmacy, boss. We don't do childcare here. The pighead moved so fast. You'd never guess he just had surgery. In a flash, he was gone. Looking at the newborn life before me, I didn't know what to do. A male pig had given birth to a ghost baby girl. And upon seeing his own flesh and blood, he ran off without hesitation. Mr. Pig, you forgot your daughter. She's so ugly, she looks nothing like me. I don't want her. Staring at the pighead's disappearing figure, I decided to use my cosmetic surgery skills to make the little one pretty. Maybe then her father would change his mind. While I was in a daze, the little one suddenly went from level 1 to level 2 in an instant. Her growth was incredible. That reminded me of the little one in the backyard. I hadn't fed it yet. I opened the cellar entrance, and horrifying howls came from within. It must have been starving. I poured some special potion into the cellar. A clattering noise immediately followed from below. In my 2 years here, I had never seen the little creature. And my master never told me what it was. I didn't ask too much either, because once I knew, I might become its next meal. When I returned from the backyard, the little one had already grown into a big one. The system was right. If left unchecked, the ghost infant would mutate into something unnameable. So I had to perform a major transformation. I struggled with all my strength to stuff her many tentacles back in. Then the makeover began, as I kneaded her face like dough. Suddenly there was a frantic knock at the door. It was a burned ghost. 99.999% of his body was burned. He said he wanted to be beautiful. Cosmetic or plastic surgery? Face transplant. Alright, at least you know yourself. I told him to wait a moment. I had one more surgery to finish. Coincidentally, it was also a cosmetic procedure. He could stay and admire my exquisite skills, watching my bizarre surgery techniques. The burned ghost was dumbstruck. He had come because he heard the twisted old freak was out. So he dared visit this pharmacy. But he didn't expect there was a little freak too. I said I'd go grab something from the back, and asked him to keep watch. After I left, the burned ghost looked at the ghost infant, who was utterly tortured beyond recognition. He wondered if he would end up like that too. Sorry to keep you waiting. I returned with a gleaming scalpel in hand. The burned ghost could no longer suppress his terror. He bolted for the door like a madman. What's going on? I just went to sharpen the knife. Why did it run away? Whatever. Let's deal with this ghost mark first. After a flashy display of my skills, the surgery was finally a success. Now it looks much more pleasing. After all, before I transmigrated, I was always first place in crafts class. At this point, the soul lamp dimmed, which meant night was approaching. When the lamp goes out, darkness fully falls. That's when all the monsters go wild. Without the lamp's protection, they could burst in and tear me to pieces. Just as I was about to close for the night, a shadow appeared at the door. From the silhouette, it was a human. In my 2 years here, this was my first time seeing a human. He said he was injured and needed treatment. Reluctantly, I let him in. Staying open at this hour was dangerous. But I regretted it even more when I saw the wound. It was caused by a venomous black butterfly. Hearing me name the poison exactly, the cowboy was surprised. Looks like I underestimated you. You actually knew about that? Of course I didn't. The system diagnosed and told me everything. It said this poison needs bone-scraping surgery. Upon hearing that, the cowboy asked about my skills. Relax, I'm very experienced. This is my second surgery, third time using a knife. The cowboy, mid-drink, choked on his liquor. Is there another pharmacy nearby? Probably not. If there was, my master already took it out. Then the wound flared up again. Fine, I'll trust you and let you cut. The old guy said real men never need anesthesia. You're starting already? Nah, just testing the blade. Why, does it hurt? He said it didn't, while sweating bullets. This kid might be reckless. But he wouldn't dare mess with me. A demon hunter with real status. While he was still thinking that, I stabbed in another knife. What now? I'm prepping some spare knives. I stuck 2 in for backup. Why not place them on the side? Why shove them in my shoulder? Okay, I'll pull them out now. I only did all this to ensure surgical success. As an excellent doctor, I need to make sure the knife matches your flesh. That sounds oddly convincing. You really are a professional doctor. But why do I feel like I'm being scammed? That thought made him reach for his gun. He told me to hurry and operate, or he'd blow me away. I quickly said okay, then brought over a red-hot furnace. Now what are you doing? While burning the blade on the fire, I told him it was for sterilization. After all, black butterfly venom is intense. Then I brought out a plate and tablecloth. Seeing that, he was speechless. You don't look like you're prepping for surgery. Looks like you're setting dinner. I told him, the tablecloths to block splashing toxins, and the plates for the rotten flesh. Even though my explanation made sense, he still felt very uneasy inside. If there were any other clinics nearby, I'd never set foot in this haunted place. Once everything was ready, I began the surgery. Just after the first cut, he grimaced in pain. I asked if he wanted anesthesia. Hell no. How do you know I was in pain? Then, could you stop grabbing my desk? He told me to stop talking and keep cutting. I was thrilled. That's what I was waiting for. I unleashed my divine surgical technique. Stop. What's with you now? Too fast is bad. Too slow is bad. You refuse anesthesia, then stop me halfway? We're already halfway done. You want to quit now? The uncle said with a face full of grievance. Is this really surgery? You're slicing off flesh piece by piece. Do you think you're making knife-cut noodles? So what do you want then? Make it quick. Slice it all off in one go. No way. If I do that, I won't gain as much surgical experience. What? You're slicing me just for express? No. I meant I have to be careful, so I don't hit your major arteries. After 986 precise cuts, the necrotic flesh was finally removed. The uncle had already passed out from the pain. I sprayed him with 22-degree Mautai, and he instantly woke up from the pain. Done. The debridement is complete. The uncle struggled to sit up. Let me go now, immediately. I immediately stopped him. This surgery is called bone-scraping therapy. We've only removed the rotten flesh. The most important part, scraping the bone, hasn't been done yet. The uncle completely broke down. Just cutting the flesh nearly killed me. And now bone scraping? He immediately pulled a gun on me and demanded I let him go. I blocked the barrel with my scalpel and said sternly, as a dedicated doctor, I won't let a patient leave before treatment is complete. Even if you want to kill me, wait until I finish the surgery first. The uncle froze, then began firing madly at the ceiling. Do the surgery now. Finish it immediately. We moved into the operating room. Hey, aren't we just doing surgery? Why are you tying me up? This uncle is poisoned and needs surgery. Why tie me up for a surgery? Because I'm afraid you'll shoot me from the pain. That's ridiculous. You think a few chains can hold me? I just need to flex and they'll break. Hold on just a bit longer, almost done. Hold on my ass. The uncle roared and snapped the chains. He pulled out his gun and aimed at me. With lightning speed, I snatched the gun from him. stuffed it in his mouth and said, "Try moving again. If you don't cooperate, I'll end you." The uncle teared up and begged, "Please, I'm done. Let me go." I'll say it again, my doctor's creed. No patient leaves before they're fully healed. By now, I'd lost all patience. Cutting one slice at a time isn't working. Time to bring out the big guy. When I pulled out the chainsaw, the uncle wet his diaper. "What are you doing?" A long-haired ghost came to buy a potion. "Is anyone here?" Suddenly, a huge hand grabbed his ankle tightly. "Help, please help me." "Welcome. Looking for a potion, are you? Give me a second. Let me deal with this customer first." Seeing this, the long-haired ghost wet his diaper too, and ran out of the pharmacy like a madman. Just then, the system chimed in. +1 reputation in Wandering Soul Alley. You successfully traumatized a customer. The long-haired ghost went from cheerful to depressed. What kind of system is this? I was smiling the whole time. Why does it say I scared him? The more I thought about it, the more annoyed I got. Then I looked at the uncle. "Where do you think you're going? We haven't finished your surgery yet." The surgery was finally done. Now we just wait for the flesh to regenerate. The uncle slowly opened his eyes. He looked dazed at first, then remembered what had happened, and opened fire on me like a madman. Luckily, all the bullets hit the wall. "Calm down, sir. Your wounds have already been treated." I kicked away the chainsaw and said, "Let's just forget all the unpleasantness." Only then did the uncle recall his injury. He realized not only was the poison gone, but his flesh had fully healed as well. I told him it was thanks to the flesh regeneration potion I used. But there was a slight issue. I ran out of potion, so there was a missing piece in the middle. But it's fine. I filled it in with some other meat. "What other meat?" The uncle suspiciously looked at his arm. "What the hell? This is pork." His anger started rising rapidly. I quickly tried to calm him. "You survived the deadly black butterfly poison. Just being alive in this world is a miracle. What's a little pork compared to that?" After hearing me out, his rage gradually subsided. "You're right. Staying alive in this world is more important than anything." Then he asked me how much the surgery cost. I thought, in this terrifying world, making a friend means gaining a lifeline. So I said, as fellow humans, "This surgery is free." The uncle said in return, I could choose one thing from his belongings. I looked around, and chose the pair of revolvers that nearly killed me. Turns out, they were legendary grade weapons. And they even auto-reload. As I reached out to take them, the uncle suddenly pulled me back. He smiled with a hint of mischief. "Good choice. You picked the best thing I own." I asked him, "With such good weapons, you must have killed a lot of monsters, right?" He waved it off, said not even one. I asked why. Then suddenly he pulled out the gun and fired at me. But not a single bullet hit. Though these guns are top-notch, they have one fatal flaw. They're cursed weapons. No matter how you aim, they never hit the target. They're legendary grade guns, with just one tiny issue. No matter what angle you shoot from, you're guaranteed to miss. What kind of cursed logic is that? I immediately said I didn't want them. But the uncle disagreed. "A deal is a deal. You have to take them." "Fine," I thought. "I'll just toss them after he leaves." But he saw right through me. He said these cursed guns can't be discarded. They can only be transferred fairly to someone of the same race. Only then can the curse be lifted. There are few humans around here. Finding a sucker isn't easy. "You son of a. You're screwing me over." "Right back at you. You didn't hold back during the surgery either. But since you helped me so much, I'll give you a kind warning. Tonight, no matter what you hear, don't open the door. Some terrifying beings are coming. If you're still alive by morning, we might meet again." And with that, he vanished into black smoke. At that moment, the soul lantern completely went out. Just as the evil spirits were about to break in, I quickly took down the lantern and slammed the door shut. As I lay down to sleep, I was filled with anxiety. I didn't know if I'd survive the night. Then suddenly, the door started knocking loudly. "Lin En, open up. It's me, Shui Ju. It's Master. Why is he back early?" I anxiously approached the door. But just as I was about to open it, something felt wrong. So I stabbed through the door without hesitation. "You didn't even check. You just stabbed me?" If it were me outside, Master wouldn't hesitate to stab me either. Besides, there's no way you're Master. He wouldn't be back at this time. Silence fell outside the door. I pressed my ear against it, listening to see if the creature had left. Then a sharp claw suddenly reached through. I'm going to tear you apart and eat you. More arms reached in behind it, grabbing my arms, legs, and neck tightly. Just as I was about to suffocate, I heard the sounds of fighting outside. It seemed something even more terrifying had arrived and killed the creature. The hands all fell lifelessly to the ground. Silence returned outside, just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Those claws were suddenly yanked away by some force. Then came a slurping, gnawing sound from beyond the door. Curious, I peeked through the crack. To my shock, a creepy giant eye was staring back at me. I admit, I peed myself a little in fear. Not long after, it sounded like that terrifying creature finished its meal. Then I heard it, licking the door. I don't know why, but that slurping sound was kind of cute. Like a little girl licking an ice cream cone. Then the licking got closer. Like, right beside my ear. I take back what I said. I had to stay calm no matter what. Any sound, and I was a goner. Then suddenly the monster outside spoke. Doctor, drop the act. I know you're there. I've got a toothache. Wait, this monster came for treatment? I quickly said, we're closed at night. Closed? Then I'll eat you. Coming, dear customer. Shui Bureau always serves with sincerity. To avoid being eaten, I had no choice but to open the door. A head bigger than the room glared at me fiercely. How can I help you today? The giant head opened its bloody mouth and threatened, toothache. Can't fix it? I'll eat you. The stench was like a sewer explosion. But for survival, I forced myself forward. I asked which tooth hurt. Back molar. That's way in the back. I had no choice but to crawl into its mouth to inspect. But it was pitch black inside. I couldn't see a thing. The creature casually plucked out one of its eyes and handed it over as a flashlight. Only then did I see the inside clearly. Its diet was incredibly diverse. This giant-headed freak came to me for a toothache. Since it was a molar issue, I had to climb inside its mouth. It was pitch black in there, so it gave me its eyeball to use as a lantern. Only then did I see what it had eaten. It really eats everything. The inside looked like a junkyard. I endured the stench to find the molar. Then, a flash of golden light caught my eye. It was a golden spear. The system prompted a message. Divine spear. Legendary quality. A sacred spear from an unknown realm. Carrying divine blessings. Around the spear were remains of other doctors. Apparently, this thing had visited other doctors before me. They were all monsters, so they couldn't even touch the divine spear, and couldn't treat its toothache. So it ate them all. But I'm human. I'm not afraid of divine power. Still, the spear was lodged too deep. I couldn't pull it out. The creature then summoned its tentacles to help. But they were all clumsy and uncoordinated. Stop, let me take the lead. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. With teamwork, the divine spear finally came loose. But the creature was still in pain. Turns out, the spear left a deep wound. I ran back to the pharmacy to grab some pain meds. But how do I get the medicine into that deep wound? Just then, a cute tentacle reached toward me. Light bulb moment. I chopped it off with a knife. The pain made the creature wail like a baby. I injected the medicine into the tentacle, then shoved it into the wound. But it only went halfway in. It was too tight. So I started thinking of another method. A pile of bones nearby caught my eye. I used them as hammer and nail, and hammered the tentacle into the wound. The creature howled in pain. We were far from done. The worst was still ahead. Finally, I managed to jam the medicine-filled tentacle deep into the wound. The creature's pain faded almost immediately. It happily scratched me all over with its tentacles, making me itch like crazy. Next, I had to do some post-op processing. To maintain dental health. Her teeth had already been corroded by the sacred light of the divine staff. Once the medicine wears off, the wound will still hurt, so the tooth has to be removed. I got my tools and began the tooth replacement for Big Head Doll. She and her tentacles acted as my assistants. Lighting, bucket, water. With our teamwork, the tooth replacement was finally done. We still needed some steel to finish up. But the pharmacy was out of materials, and restocking wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Hearing we needed steel, she shouted, "I know where to get it," then immediately stuffed me into her mouth and ran off. But I can't leave the pharmacy's aura. Soon, we arrived at a metal door. I looked closely and realized this was iron, not steel. Then she opened her massive mouth and spat a fireball that melted the door into molten metal. In the glowing pool, a shadowy figure appeared. This big head doll came to me with a toothache. After all the trouble, I helped her replace a tooth, only to find out we still needed some steel to complete it. She said nothing, just took me to a giant steel door, told me there was plenty of material here. I said, "This is clearly made of iron." Then she spat out samadhi true flame, melting the door into a pool of molten iron. Then a giant iron puppet emerged from within. The system alert popped up at that moment. Iron puppet. Level unknown, extremely powerful. Seeing the two were about to fight, I quickly jumped out of her mouth. Next thing I knew, the iron puppet swung its iron fist. Don't let her short legs and big head fool you. She can really jump. With a dive, she slammed into the iron puppet. The fight ended instantly, total knockout. Her terrifying combat power sent chills down my spine. Then she asked, "Is one enough? If not, I'll get more." All the other puppets trembled in fear hearing that. I quickly said, "Enough, enough. More than enough." Then I got to work and cut up the iron puppet. Soon, a shiny new tooth was perfectly made. Then the system chimed in again. "Mission complete. You've earned the title, Primordial Monster Dentist." Only then did I realize, this big head doll is a primordial level monster, with combat power beyond imagination. She now trusted me a lot more. As a skilled pharmacy salesperson, I took the chance to pitch our new dental care service, hoping she'd become a loyal repeat customer. She looked hesitant, so I quickly added it comes with a free tooth cleaning. Then jumped into her mouth and did a full scrub. Gotta say, this girl eats anything. There's all kinds of junk in her mouth. Once the gunk was cleaned, I began brushing. I used our store's prized product, Dark World brand toothpaste. Even the tentacles came to help. With everyone working together, we quickly finished brushing. Looking at her sparkling new teeth, big head doll was all smiles. "You satisfied with our service?" "Yes, yes, yes. Would you like to become a lifetime member? You'll get free cleanings anytime." "Yes, I want to." "Great, I'll sign you up right now. What's your name?" She looked confused after hearing that. "What's a name?" "It's what others call you." "I don't have a name. No one ever called me anything." "Then I'll give you one. Your head is so big. I'll name you Xiao Xiao." She loved the name Xiao Xiao, and licked me happily with her tentacles. Xiao Xiao, with her shiny new teeth, happily skipped away. As soon as she was out of sight, I slammed the door shut, then locked it as fast as I could. After all that, I was panting heavily. I finally survived it. Thank goodness for my solid mental fortitude. If I'd shown any fear in front of that monster, there's no way I'd be alive right now. Suddenly, I thought of that demon hunter guy. He still hasn't shown up again. Which means there must be something even scarier, lurking near Wandering Soul Alley now. This is a cursed gun. No matter what angle you fire from, it'll miss 100% of the time. Now it's basically just a toy for the little loli. But when reviewing my skills, I noticed one called Curse Removal. With it, I could lift the curse on the gun. It only lasts 24 hours. But better than nothing. That way I'd have a legendary weapon for self-defense. I snatched the gun from the little loli's hand, then shouted loudly, "Curse Removal." The system notification chimed in. One real-world curse removal completed. Cooldown, 12 hours. I couldn't wait to try it out. No curse. This should be a headshot for sure. But after several shots, not a single one hit. I immediately questioned the system. "Is this skill you gave me a scam? I already removed the curse. Why am I still missing?" The system replied, "Your firearm mastery is 0. Turns out, it was a skill issue. Guess I need to train hard. To improve my shooting skills, I placed a bottle on the windowsill. With each shot, my firearm mastery kept increasing. But I never actually hit the bottle. Suddenly, a scream came from outside. Who the hell dares ambush me? System alert sounded. You hit level 75 monster, Night Enforcer. I panicked and shut the window tightly. Level 75? Definitely not messing with that. But the voice outside kept ranting. What? Hit and run, huh? Right in the vital spot too. What a sharpshooter. I bolted into bed, and didn't dare breathe. Morning finally came. A system ping woke me up. I opened my eyes to find a bunch of tentacles in bed. Terrified, I pulled out my gun and fired. Turns out it was just the little ghost Loli. Good thing my aim sucks or she'd be toast. System prompt. Evil spirit Bloodhawk failed to parasitize you. Fear level toward you +20. What the hell? It was trying to parasitize me? No wonder I felt something. Trying to get into my body last night. All the tentacles grew back again too. Guess I have to redo the whole makeover surgery. As I operated, Bloodhawk's fear toward me kept rising. Let's see if you dare put those nasty tentacles on me again. After my intense cosmetic work, she turned into a lovely little loli again. I even used the extra tentacle pieces to sculpt her a pair of fluffy animal ears. Then I sternly warned her. Stay like this forever. No changes allowed. System prompt sounded again. Bloodhawk's initial form confirmed. Initiating personality and growth path calibration. Now I had to customize her personality too? Looking at the system's suggestions, they seemed a bit sketchy. But weirdly, I felt kind of excited about it. This little girl form of Bloodhawk was just born yesterday, so I bought her a snug diaper. Seemed fair and reasonable, right? Just moments ago, I reshaped Bloodhawk's appearance. But now the system wants me to reprogram her personality too? What kind of twisted system is this? Offering these kinds of options? Even scarier, I actually feel kind of excited about it. So I used physical methods to shape her personality. Soon she went from gloomy and haunted to sunny and cheerful. The system updated her status. Sweet and obedient. Dutiful and adorable. She transformed into a sunny and cheerful girl. At that moment, the system also updated her personality profile. Sweet and obedient, gentle and adorable, but the transformation isn't complete yet. After each trait description, there are still some unpleasant remarks. After all that effort, I only managed to change half. The system currently only gives me permission to modify 2 personality traits. So the remaining 2 traits will have to wait for future changes. By then, she'll be able to become a perfect little girl. Next, I got ready to open the shop. I first tidied up the pharmacy a bit. Then I practiced my shooting for a while, and finally hung up the soul lantern as usual to open for business. While waiting for customers to arrive, I noticed the system had unlocked the shop function for me. In my imagination, there should be sweet and pampering girls in the store, or maybe some exclusive hidden weapons or something. With excitement, I opened the store menu. In the list of items, what the hell are all these things in front of me? Baby diapers, succubus passion perfume. There's even a fortune cat that brings misfortune. This really is a pretty indecent system. I immediately requested to refresh the product list. This function is not available yet. Please wait patiently. It will automatically refresh at 5 a.m. daily. Well, I guess I'll just buy a few things for now. After all, I earned all these skull coins, might as well use them. I placed an order for some slime venom first. As a doctor, venom is definitely something I'll use. The misfortune-bringing fortune cat. If I don't use it, I can give it to someone I dislike. At that moment, I looked at the dazed little loli. Although she looks like a young girl now, she was literally just born yesterday. It makes sense for her to wear diapers, right? Flesh regeneration potion recipe. Finally found something useful. Didn't expect to get a chunk of blood demon meat as a bonus. That reminded me of the critical strike potion recipe the system gave yesterday. If I gather all the ingredients, these 2 potions could be brewed together. Coincidentally, that tired and panicky supplier is supposed to deliver today. Let's see if I can complete the ingredient list. Yesterday I collected a bunch of good stuff from Xiao Xiao's mouth. Perfect for trading. Speak of the devil, the skin scavenger arrived right on time. Kid, got anything good to trade with me today? I quickly took out all the items I just collected. The scavenger thought, why so much stuff today? What did you do last night? At that moment, the stuff inside the bag started going wild. The scavenger was shocked. This is the aura of a primordial level monster. Think about it. A potion shop apprentice. How could you possibly have their stuff? I told him honestly. Yesterday, I treated a big-headed baby's teeth. I collected this from his mouth. You actually dared to treat a primordial monster? Weren't you afraid he'd eat you? The scavenger always thought I was just an ordinary human. Never imagined I'd do something this crazy. I was a bit speechless when I heard that. I treated him exactly because I was afraid of getting eaten. Even though I was thinking that, as a professional pharmacist, I still had to make it sound classy. Of course I wasn't scared. Serving every customer is the creed of our blood drama pharmacy. No matter who the customer is, we treat everyone equally. The scavenger stared at me speechlessly. Kid, stop bluffing. There were 3 primordial level abyssal hunters here last night. The one you met was probably the smallest. Last night, the nearby Slaughter Alley, Hungry Soul Street and Phantom Alley were completely devoured by them. That big-headed baby you met was probably planning to eat everyone in Wandering Soul Alley. Maybe because you treated him. The people here managed to avoid disaster. Hearing that sent a chill down my spine. But I still thought that big-headed baby was kind of cute last night. The scavenger was speechless after hearing that. What kind of bizarre taste do you have? You actually think an abyssal hunter is cute? If that counts as cute, then wouldn't that make me a fairy descending from heaven? At that moment, I felt the conversation was heading into something unspeakable. The scavenger didn't want to keep arguing with this weirdo. He said the stuff I gave him this time was way too valuable. And he didn't have anything equivalent to offer right now. This is something I just got. It might be useful to you. With that, he handed me a blood-red heart. I was so scared I soaked my diaper. Faceless heart. Requires large amounts of fresh blood daily for sustenance. Can link to a designated target's heart. Once you hear your own heartbeat, you'd better be careful, because there's a good chance that it's no longer your own heart. This is a cursed heart. If there's someone you want to kill, just think of that person in your mind. Then you can torture the heart by any means, and you'll gain endless pleasure from it. This scavenger really deals in deadly stuff. The functions of this heart are basically a bug. The scavenger pushed his cart full of goods, and happily left, since he comes by every morning. Let's treat him as the NPC for trading special items. Just then, the supplier's carriage arrived. As usual, money in one hand, goods in the other. That way my warehouse was restocked. Brought the goods into the shop, ready to open for business. But just as I set the goods down, I heard a knock at the door behind me. With a professional smile, I opened the door. Welcome. But the next second, I was shocked. The soul lamp was completely shrouded in killing aura. Outside stood a seductive woman in red. Blood-robed evil spirit, level unknown. She'll hollow you out bit by bit. A twisted conglomerate wandering the dark world. Don't be fooled by her alluring figure, or what awaits you is a terrifying nightmare. Suppressing my fear, I calmly said, "Hello, customer. Are you feeling unwell? Do you need treatment?" The woman smiled seductively, and brought her delicate face close to mine. "I'm not unwell. I just moved to this street this morning. I'm visiting the neighbors. You're not going to turn me away, are you?" She licked her flaming red lips as she spoke, highlighting her seductive features to the fullest. Seeing this, I maintained my polite smile, but my left hand was already gripping my revolver. Welcome. I had no choice but to let her in. For a monster of unknown level like her, the soul lamp couldn't stop her at all. Even if she had malicious intent, it wouldn't matter. Might as well stay calm and see what happens. Just then, the system notification chimed. You triggered a mission. Survive. Before her hostility reaches 100%, keep your fear value above 0. At the same time, keep her hostility below 100%. Survive for 30 minutes. Another survival mission. Could this charming woman really be as dangerous as a primordial level monster? Just as I was suppressing my fear, the blood-robed evil spirit said softly, "Little shopkeeper, judging by your look, you're not local, are you?" Her eyes glowed green, and her hand curled into a heart extraction shape. "Aren't you afraid of being eaten by scary customers?" As soon as she said that, my fear value instantly dropped by 10 points. One moment she was a gorgeous woman. The next she turned into a slit-mouthed woman trying to eat me. Just now, I was terrified by a seductive monster. She asked how a normal human like me could survive in this dark world. Was I not afraid of being eaten? After thinking for a moment, I replied, "Of course I'm afraid. But as a doctor, saving lives is my duty. As long as you're my customer, I will treat you seriously." The woman stood up suddenly, walking toward me with seductive steps. "And if I'm not your customer?" She brought her flaming red lips close to my ear. "What if I'm here to eat you?" As soon as she said that, my danger level shot up to 61%. Because I wasn't sure if she meant it literally or metaphorically. Suppressing my fear, I calmly said, "Impossible. A beautiful lady like you must be kind-hearted too. Even if you were to dine, it should be done with elegance and grace, like a noble." She chuckled softly. "You really know how to talk." My danger level dropped to 56%. Just as I thought my flattery had worked, she suddenly pressed again. "Do you really think I'm beautiful?" I blurted out, "Of course you are. Because when a woman asks that, any hesitation is deadly. Is that so? Then how about this?" The next second, her delicate face morphed into a slit-mouthed monster. Dozens of disgusting tentacles poured out of her mouth. She asked again, "Am I still beautiful now?" Faced with this sudden change, I was left speechless. I froze in fear. All three stats dropped by 30. The woman kept advancing aggressively toward me. "Say something. Am I still beautiful now?" My danger level kept rising, reaching 90% in an instant. Seeing her white fangs and slimy tentacles, my brain raced for a solution. As my crisis level hit 99%, I suddenly blushed, lowered my eyes, and kissed her on the lips. The woman was completely stunned by the unexpected move. The room even turned awkwardly silent. What are you doing?" My danger level dropped to 50%. "Sorry about that, you suddenly leaned in so close. I couldn't help myself. You're exactly my type, totally my aesthetic." Facing her stunned expression, I went on. "Since I was young, I've liked girls with strong teeth. And little tentacles too. Especially the slimy kind like you. You're my ideal girl." She thought to herself, "No wonder he didn't react to my perfect makeup earlier, but got excited when I showed my fangs and tentacles. This human is really a weirdo." Just then, I seemed to notice something strange. Her expression shifted slightly. She glared at me. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you liked slimy, sharp-toothed ladies? Why the face now? You're scared after all, huh?" As she spoke, the danger level rose to 70%. I suddenly leaned in close, gently touching her sharp teeth. "Miss, as a responsible doctor, I can't allow any oral imperfections. Would you like to try our dental care service? We've got membership promotions right now." The woman stared at me in utter disbelief. "So you just wanted to make a sale all along? Can you believe it? A pig-headed demon and a beautiful woman are a couple. Just a moment ago, this slit-mouthed woman opened her jaws to devour me. But I turned the tables with my excellent acting. Even got her to try our shop's oral care service. While she was admiring her own beauty, I placed my hand on her shoulder to ask if she was satisfied with my service. Because previous customers gave me bad reviews, which made me feel wronged. I worked so hard, always keeping a smile on my face. From now on, I'll value every customer's review. But the woman was clearly shocked by my intimacy. She thought, "This human is seriously not normal. This isn't how things were supposed to go. Normally, he'd scream and run away. But not only is he not afraid, he's thrilled to give me a dental cleaning." Unaware of all this, I just kept smiling, hoping to earn a good review. But to her, that smile was just creepy. She said, "Enough with your smooth talk. I'm here for something serious. Did you perform surgery yesterday on a pighead demon?" I froze on the spot upon hearing that. "Yes, why? Did you remove a baby from her belly?" "Yes, may I ask?" "I'm the mother." She revealed her true form again, and glared at me with murderous intent. I quickly tried to calm her. "How could a gorgeous woman like you fall for a pighead demon? Besides, shouldn't you have given birth to your child yourself?" "Cut the act. She must have told you she once ate a little ghost. That ghost came from me. If that's the case, then I guess it all adds up. So, what brings you here?" "I'm here to take her back, of course. She must be a disaster-level monster by now." The more she talked, the more proud she became. Like a mom talking about her kid getting into a top university. My daughter should inherit all my terrifying traits. Violence, malice, resentment, and evil. She'll definitely be a perfect hunter. Bringing disaster and nightmares to all. Seeing her overjoyed expression, I couldn't help feeling a pang of sorrow. She found out I'd taken her beloved demon daughter and turned into something like this. She'll probably tear me apart, right? This woman showed up demanding her daughter. Because this daughter was born from her and a pig-headed demon. And inherited her powerful demonic genes. She believed the girl would become everyone's nightmare. And she was proud of that. But I didn't buy it just from her words. At the very least, bring out Mr. Pig-headed Demon for a DNA match, right? The woman then gave a creepy smile. Fine, I'll let you meet him face to face. The next second, she opened her mouth and started vomiting. With a thud, she spat out a bloody white bone. Judging from the shape, it was a pig's skull. So the powerful pig-headed demon had already been eaten by her. At that moment, all three of my souls were trembling. The woman demanded I hand over her child immediately, or she would swallow me just like the pig-headed demon. Okay, but please brace yourself mentally, because your child might look a little different from what you imagine. Just then, a gust of sinister wind blew from behind the curtain. The woman instantly felt it was her child's aura. She couldn't wait to see what her child looked like now. An unspeakable twisted form? Or a realm swirling with malice? She was really excited, and I thought, oh no, I'm screwed. In the woman's mind, images of her daughter kept flashing. A big fish with fangs? Or a spider with countless horns? She suddenly flung the curtain aside, only to find a cute little loli standing there. The girl felt shy being stared at by the woman. Who is she? That's the child you had with the pig-headed demon. Isn't she adorable? The woman's heart was galloping like wild horses. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way that thing could be my daughter. The girl seemed to feel a bond with her mother, and gently opened her arms toward the woman. Seeing that gave me cold sweats. After a moment of silence, the woman suddenly tore off one of her own tentacles. She was going to perform a paternity test her own way. She tossed the tentacle at the girl's feet. The girl looked confused. The next second, the tentacle crawled onto her foot, and quickly fused into her body. The woman was shocked. Her worldview shattered. She really was my daughter? Who turned her into this? I'm going to tear them to pieces. A pig-headed demon and a beautiful woman actually gave birth to a little demon girl. She looked so vicious and ugly at first, so I remodeled her based on human aesthetics. But then the demon girl's mom showed up the next day, wanting to see the daughter she never met. She believed her genetically superior child should be an evil giant fish, or at least a terrifying spider. But when she saw a cute little loli instead, her worldview instantly collapsed. While the woman was still in shock, a system notification sounded. Evil Spirit Shuiyan, Juvenile Stage. Alignment. Chaotic Good. Originally a spirit born from malice and resentment, but her growth path was altered by someone's interference. Then it displayed Shuiyan's obedience and fear levels. With this, she should follow my orders pretty well, right? Thinking so, I couldn't help but test it out. Attention. Turn left. Didn't expect her to follow so well. This must be max obedience status. Suddenly I was overwhelmed with a sense of achievement. Just as I was happily enjoying it alone, I suddenly remembered Shuiyan's mom was still here. I'd better figure out a way to make her happy. Otherwise my life could be in danger. Miss. If you're sure this is your child, you're welcome to adopt her from me at any time. To help her successfully recognize her mom, I coaxed Shuiyan to call her Mommy. I was looking forward to the woman's reaction, but she was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Then suddenly, Shuiyan puckered her lips and gave her a kiss. As the daughter of a demon, showing this kind of affection is a disgrace. The woman was completely furious. She absolutely cannot be my daughter. I am the embodiment of evil spirits. A malformed monster twisted from countless malice and hatred. But in her eyes I see something terrifying, purity. So terrifying. This is just too terrifying. The next second, the deranged woman suddenly seemed to think of something. Wait, maybe she's just pretending. Like how I disguised myself as a beautiful woman. Lure in those prey. Yes, that must be it. As she spoke, the woman reached out to hug Shui Yin. Unexpectedly, Shui Yin immediately gave her a loving hug. Love is a fatal blow to demons. The woman winced in pain as if struck by lightning. Seeing that, I was startled. This whole scene is more terrifying than a battlefield. A pig and a beautiful woman gave birth to a little demon. They were proud of her as their demon heir. But I gave her a makeover into an adorable little girl. The woman was furious and tried to eat me. Just as she lunged at me, I quickly picked up her daughter and held her in front of me. Seeing that, the woman froze. The next second, the daughter licked her on the cheek. The woman was both embarrassed and afraid. Embarrassed because the girl was indeed too adorable. Afraid because if she accepted her, she'd turn into a cute little girl too. The woman stuck out her tongue and licked the girl's cheek. The woman stuck out her tongue and licked the girl's cheek. She really was too adorable. But if she accepted the girl's appearance, how could she ever survive in the demon world again? The woman backed away saying, "Don't come any closer." The danger level began to drop steadily. The woman curled up in a corner, crying helplessly. Just as I thought the crisis was over, that damn system triggered another mission. I had to convince the woman to accept her daughter as a loli. And also get rid of her hostility toward me. This damn system really inserts tasks anywhere it can. Always forcing strange missions on me. If I want to erase her hostility, I'll have to start with the child. I spoke sincerely as I said, "Seeing how cute and healthy your daughter is, shouldn't you be happy?" The woman countered, "If your daughter looked like a demon, would you be happy?" I paused to think, then replied, "Why wouldn't I be happy?" Hearing my answer, the woman was stunned at first, then had a look of sudden realization. She thought to herself, "That's true. This guy is a pervert who gets excited by terrifying evil spirits like me. If his daughter looked like a demon, he'd definitely be happy too." The woman then proposed another scenario. "What if your daughter looked like this adorable little girl? Would you still be happy?" I looked at the little girl and thought for a moment, then picked her up in one swoop. If I had such a cute daughter, of course I'd be happy. Whether she looks like a demon or an angel, it's all good. Seeing how much she despised her own daughter, I questioned her righteously. "Do you truly love your daughter? Do you really want her to grow up into a twisted, bloodthirsty demon? Do you want a demon who attacks you on sight, or a sweet child who greets you with, 'Mommy'?" Right on cue, the little girl called out, "Mommy Tilda." And the woman instantly melted. Her entire worldview began to shift, and my comfort XP was rapidly increasing. I seized the momentum. Deep down, you've always longed for a child's pure heart and innocent looks, haven't you? But because you're an evil spirit, bound by race and tradition, you just never dared to admit it. The little girl ran toward her, calling, "Mommy," again. The woman looked at her adorable daughter, and couldn't hold it in any longer. She collapsed onto the ground. Success. I've figured out how to handle her. A pig and a beautiful woman gave birth to a little demon. She was supposed to be their proud demon successor, but I turned her into an adorable little girl. The evil spirit Shui Yin was enraged. She opened her bloody mouth to devour me. At this critical moment, I was about to use sweet talk to charm her. Wait, no. I meant I would use love to move her. Deep down, you long for purity and innocence, don't you? The woman snapped, still in denial. Nonsense. I don't long for anything pure. You can't fool me. Haven't you realized it yourself? As I said that, I suddenly moved closer to her. The woman was so startled by my action that her face flushed red. When you're in human form, your every move is full of confidence. Especially your eyes. I could hear her heart pounding wildly. Deep down, you also wish to have such a perfect figure and beautiful face, don't you? The woman was briefly stunned by my words, then seemed to think of something to argue back. But just as she was about to speak, I stopped her. Hold on, let me finish. You said you used your seductive appearance to hunt prey. But this is the dark world, and humans are extremely rare here. Yet you chose to become a beautiful human woman. Besides seducing me, that form is pretty much useless here, right? Of course, both your faces can seduce me. Let's not talk about that now. Let's leave that aside. The next second, I said seriously. The conclusion is, you became a beauty not to hunt prey, but because of a sincere pursuit of beauty. After this eloquent speech, after this heartfelt talk, the woman stood there stunned, as if questioning her life. At this moment, the danger level dropped to 41%. I continued speaking. Dear lady, although you are indeed an evil spirit, I believe, any spirit who pursues beauty cannot be truly ugly, and you definitely aren't the twisted, evil monster you claim to be. Danger level drops to 31%. To me, you are truly beautiful. Not just in appearance, but in the motherly glow that radiates from within. Danger level drops to 20%. Look. The evil spirit fragment that came off of you gave birth to such a sweet and adorable little girl. Doesn't that prove the goodness and beauty inside your heart? Your true kindness and beauty? Danger level drops to 5%. Danger level drops to 0%. Blood evil spirit's affection plus 10. Then I struck while the iron was hot. Just like this child of yours. Think about it carefully. Why do other evil spirits give birth to corrupted and twisted offspring? But only you birthed such an adorable child? Do you think someone like me, a mere human, has that kind of ability? No. Even I don't believe it myself. Speech skill plus 1. Persuasion skill plus 1. Charisma experience plus 1. The woman, her face still red, was about to say something. So cherish it, my lady. This child is a precious gift from the heavens. Such an adorable little girl. Tell me, who in this world could truly dislike her? Suddenly, the woman slapped her own forehead, as if she had suddenly realized something. This seems to make some sense. Congratulations on completing the mission. Stay alive. A pig and a beautiful woman gave birth to a little demon. She was supposed to be their proud successor in the demon world. But I accidentally turned her into a cute little loli. If other demons found out, how could they face others? The blood evil spirit flew into a rage and wanted to devour me. Fortunately, with flowery words. No. Fortunately, by touching her heart. And reasoning with logic, I convinced her. Only then did she accept this adorable daughter. Come on. Let go of your inner obsessions. Embrace your daughter with love. The woman was still a bit shy and nervous. I grew a little impatient. Stop hesitating. Catch her. Then I tossed the child to her. The little girl clung to her mother and kept licking her. The woman was both shocked and delighted. How could this be? I've never felt this before. Is this what it feels like to be a mother? So warm and joyful. I should be hating this feeling. But why am I enjoying it now? So? Did you suddenly feel it too? That inner joy and sweetness? The woman said she wasn't quite used to it yet. That's normal. Being a normal mom for the first time can feel a bit overwhelming. Just like your first time doing that. You'd feel awkward too, right? Hearing my wild words, both mother and daughter blushed. The next second, the woman furiously shook her head, trying to rid herself of the thoughts I'd planted. Then she glared coldly at me and said, "You sly little brat, don't think a few sweet words can win me over. I live right next door now." She licked her lips threateningly as she spoke. "If I ever take an interest in you, I'll sneak in one night and eat you up." Seeing her lick her lips, the daughter mimicked her. The woman thought, "Yep, definitely my kid." As she left, she said, "Wait for me to use you." As soon as she was gone, I collapsed. Looks like I really need to level up my combat skills. I can't rely on my mouth to survive forever. That demon lady said she'll be back. Who knows when she might suddenly show up again. She might really sneak in and finish me on the spot. But luckily, my teacher comes back tonight. If I can hold out until then, I'll be safe. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the special reward from the system. Since I've got time, I'll take it out and study it. Persuasive aura. During persuasion attempts, it greatly increases the success rate. This skill feels tailor-made for me. I shouted, "Learn." Immediately, a surge of energy rolled through my body. The system prompted, "Skill learned successfully." So what kind of terrifying creature is the next patient? I opened the door and saw a fearsome skeletal knight. Dark Knight. Level. Unknown. Possesses extremely high attack and defense. A death knight roaming the dark world. Burning with intense battle spirit. devoted to challenging all-powerful beings in the dark realm. Has a deep thirst for power. My name is Lin N, an apprentice at a potion shop. My customers are all terrifying beings. They're demons who kill without blinking. But thanks to my diligent service, they've all been satisfied with what I offer. Now, another new customer has arrived. A dark knight. Judging by his outfit and system description, he's definitely an elite-level menace. The Dark Knight wants to buy potions that boost combat power. Customer, you've come to the right place. In all of Ghost Alley, our Bloodclot Alchemy Hall has the best potions. I noticed that within hundreds of miles, you're the only alchemy hall around, so I had no choice but to come here. Exactly, because we're the best. That's why all the others shut down. I brought out every potion in the shop for the Dark Knight to choose from. Because this guy cannot be angered. He's by far the most terrifying customer I've ever met. So, which potion would you like, sir? For example, this one is a strength potion. Drinking it boosts your attack power. The Dark Knight sniffed it, then drank it in one gulp. No effect. This type of potion barely boosts my combat power. It's negligible. Are you messing with me? System alert. Danger level 10%. Seeing him about to attack, I quickly offered him another potion. Try this one instead. This time I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Top grade Berserker Potion. It greatly enhances all stats, and induces a berserk state. The Dark Knight snatched it from me, and downed it in one gulp again. This one's definitely effective. He'll be pleased for sure. But then the Dark Knight smashed the bottle furiously. This kind of potion is for the weak. For a mighty Dark Knight like me, it's totally useless. Please wait, let me find something else. System alert. Danger level 20%. Then how about this one? Absolute trash. Crisis level 30%. How about this one? Trash among trash. Crisis level 40%. This one is definitely the best. Turns out it's expired. Crisis level 60%. Looks like your potion shop has nothing good. You're wasting my time. Crisis level 90%. Crisis level 91%. Seeing the Black Knight cracking his knuckles, he's clearly ready to strike. They say if you're killed by this old baby's heaven-splitting sword, you'll reincarnate as a legless fly. All because I failed to offer a male enhancement pill. The Black Knight was about to beat me to death. Crisis level 96%. Crisis level 97%. Crisis level 98%. Suddenly, I remembered the critical hit potion recipe I got from the system yesterday. It's a legendary quality potion. It should meet his needs perfectly. But it'll take some time to brew on the spot. The Black Knight thought for a moment and said, I'll give you half an hour. If the potion doesn't satisfy me, I'll chop you to pieces. At the same time, crisis level dropped to 5%. I quickly opened the system panel to check the recipe. Critical hit potion. Special quality. Can significantly increase critical hit rate. But also comes with some negligible and strange side effects. Side effects again? No time to care. I'll treat this dead horse like a live one. Gotta survive first. Luckily, I bought all the ingredients this morning. Even the rarest source organ tissue I got last night while fixing Xiao Xiao's tooth. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although my alchemy level isn't very high, I've learned enough from my teacher over the years. I've mastered most basic techniques. Time to go all in. First, grind the powder. You ground the powder. Alchemy XP +1. Then extract blast fruit juice and purify slime leaf. You extracted blast fruit juice. Alchemy XP +1. You purified slime leaf. Alchemy XP +1. Then added bat wings and fang of the werewolf orb. With the system's notification sound, a pot of bright red critical hit potion was finally brewed. Thank you for waiting, dear customer. This is my custom-made critical hit potion. You're sure this is the best potion your shop has? I suggest you think it through. If I'm still not satisfied, not only will I cut you into 18 pieces, I'll also smash your shop. I followed the system recipe exactly. Didn't test it myself, so I couldn't guarantee the result. But I had no choice but to bluff. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Whether I survive today, all depends on this potion. As the Black Knight slowly drank the potion, my heart was in my throat. Next second, I suddenly yelled, "Oh no! This potion actually has a side effect." The Black Knight has two things he's most proud of. One is his heaven-splitting sword that cuts through iron like butter. The other is his shiny, jet-black hair. To protect these treasures, he constantly drinks potions to maintain his fighting form. And because I couldn't provide a satisfactory one, this old baby wanted to off me on the spot. At the last second, I remembered the potion from yesterday. The Black Knight lifted the potion and sniffed it as usual. It stinks. But just one whiff, and my energy started surging inside. The Black Knight covered his nose, and couldn't wait to chug the whole thing down. My heart was up in my throat again. If this still doesn't satisfy him, I'm really dead for sure. Next second, the Black Knight slammed the bottle to the ground, and suddenly leapt up from his chair. This power. Right now, I feel my whole body bursting with energy. Like a wild woman dancing inside me. Every cell in my body started to stir. Seeing his reaction, I breathed a sigh of relief. This potion really does work wonders. The Dark Knight let out a furious roar. His armor instantly shattered into pieces. His wrinkled, shriveled body regained vitality. He looked like a young man in his 20s again. He swung his fists around, unleashing boundless strength with abandon. I backed away in fear. One hit from him and I'd be a goner. Such a powerful potion. All these years wandering hell. I've never drunk anything this strong. What kind of potion is this? Its effects are explosive. Meanwhile, danger level dropped to 0. That damned sales instinct of mine kicked in again, and I started pretending. This is our shop's specialty product. The critical hit potion, now 50% off with a membership top-up. Only for the next 2 days. Critical hit potion, huh? Even the name sounds badass. I didn't expect a backwater place like yours to have something so potent. With this, I should be able to crush that demon hunter. Out of professional duty, I still had to warn the customer. While this potion is incredibly effective, it does have a tiny side effect. Though what kind exactly? We're still researching. Side effect? Look at my explosive muscles. And this terrifying strength. I'm not even afraid of death now. So why fear a little side effect? Just then, a breeze drifted in from outside. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because my muscles shocked you? At that moment, I swallowed hard. Should I tell him the truth now? He's gone bald. And stronger. The Dark Knight had just drunk my special critical hit potion. And instantly felt his power skyrocket. But while the potion is super effective, it has some unpredictable side effects. Sir. I think the side effect kicked in. It did? But I don't feel anything. Maybe. You should touch your head. The Dark Knight's face changed as he reached up. Where's my hair? It's all gone. Give me back my hair. I'm going to kill you. Didn't you say you weren't even afraid of death? And yet you're scared of a little side effect? You never said it would make me bald. Seeing the Dark Knight going hysterical, I had to activate my brainwashing technique again. My dear customer, yes, you are bald now. But you're also so much stronger. It's just a small price to pay for great power. The Dark Knight pondered this for a moment. I've always been a warrior chasing great power. Baldness really isn't a big deal to me. But my flowing long hair was part of my image. It's the signature of a Dark Knight. Still, the potion's effects are impressive. It doubled my power after just one dose. It's definitely top-tier stuff. After some mental struggle, the Dark Knight let go of me. He stared narcissistically into the mirror. So what if I'm bald? Compared to real power, what does it even matter? I can live with being bald. But why does it have to shine? Why the constant ding-ding sound effect? Calm down, dear customer. This has nothing to do with me. You'll have to talk to the comic's narrator. That said, with some added effects, doesn't it make you stand out even more? To accept this newfound power, the Dark Knight chose to endure. How many more potions do you have? Pack all of them for me. Pack all of them up for me. All of them? Weren't you against the side effects? Didn't you hate them? I'm already bald like this. What's there left to fear? What's a little more baldness? In the end, the Dark Knight, with his gleaming shiny head, left the shop satisfied. Come again, dear customer. The Dark Knight now headed off. To fulfill a promise. Promise between men. So, you came. I thought you were too scared. to show up for a real fight. A figure emerged, slowly from the shadows. It was the same man who had visited my shop. The Demon Hunter. I've been waiting for you. This was the ultimate duel between men. Demon Hunter versus Dark Knight. The Dark Knight, who had always lost before, now radiated an overwhelming aura. All because he drank my critical hit potion. Even if it had some minor side effects. A man chasing power would never care about that. The Dark Knight said confidently. Today, it's either you die, or I do. But the Demon Hunter looked completely unimpressed. You? Seriously? You weren't my match decades ago. Nothing's changed. The Dark Knight couldn't take that, and immediately popped open a potion. Gulped it down in one go. In the next second, limitless power surged through his body. Come on, let's fight to the death. What an intense aura. What kind of potion did he drink? The Demon Hunter was stunned for a moment, but quickly composed himself again. Even if you took some miracle potion, you can't close the gap between us. But the next moment, the Demon Hunter sensed something. Was it an illusion? Just now, something flashed in his helmet. And it came with a strange sound effect. There it is again. What the heck is that? The Demon Hunter became more cautious. Didn't expect you to bring a hidden weapon to deal with me. Hearing that, the Dark Knight shouted. You think I'm like you? Hell's Knights never stoop to using such things. You're lying. I heard it. It was inside your helmet. The Dark Knight covered his head helplessly. Just know one thing. It's not a hidden weapon, alright? A magic bomb? No. A holy scroll? Nope. I've got it. It must be a flash crystal. No. Are you done yet? The Dark Knight was fuming. Holy crap. What a blinding forehead. The Dark Knight had no choice but to confess. It's a small price I paid to defeat you. Just like the comments say. I may be bald, but I'm also stronger. With that, he roared, and swung the heaven sword at the Demon Hunter. But the flash blinded the Demon Hunter. Amid the heavy blows, chaos erupted, explosions, clashes, and that annoying, bling bling, sound, kept going on, endlessly. Can the Demon Hunter withstand this bald power? I opened a pharmacy in hell, treating all sorts of terrifying demons every day. Because of my professional and dedicated care, they were all extremely satisfied with my service. Tonight, a returning customer came to the shop. His name is Akaros, the Demon Hunter. He looked seriously injured. It's only been a day. How did you get so badly hurt again? Enough talk. Hurry up and treat me. The faster the better. I'll pay you double. Mission triggered. Treat the Demon Hunter. The hunter said he ran into a former loser of his. Today, that guy must have drunk some blood potion, and became wildly aggressive. Every swing was a critical hit. Critical hit after critical hit. Especially that shiny bald head. Flashed and blinded me every time I tried to strike. I couldn't even fight back. Bald head. That damned bald freak must have taken some strength-enhancing potion. If I find out who gave it to him, I'll chop them into tiny bits. Wait, is he talking about me? The Black Knight did say he was going after a Demon Hunter. Didn't expect it to be this guy. Why does it feel like I'm in danger again? Hearing him groaning behind me non-stop. I thought I should treat him fast and get him out of here. Here, some high-grade healing potions. 200 skull arms per bottle. No surgery needed. The Demon Hunter froze. Thinking back to past treatments, he looked puzzled. Why was it so quick and easy this time? I smiled and said, weren't you in a hurry? TCH, at least you know your place. Just then, a bottle in the corner caught his eye. It looked exactly like the potion bottle the Black Knight drank from. Bang! A gunshot. A bullet grazed my ear. You little punk, still pretending in front of me? I can't believe you gave that bald freak the potion. What potion? I have no idea what you're talking about. Still playing dumb? The potion bottle he had looks just like the one on your table. The Demon Hunter shook my head violently as he spoke. I felt like the whole room was spinning. You mean that bald freak on horseback? The Black Knight? What do you think? There was no denying it anymore. I said, yes, he came by. And he was generous. He boosted my monthly sales by a whole 10,000? What kind of potion costs that much? Right then, I realized. I'd successfully turned danger into profit. Then that woman showed up asking for her child. Because her daughter was born from her and Pighead Demon. She inherited powerful demonic genes. She believed her daughter would one day become everyone's nightmare. She was immensely proud of that. But I wasn't convinced. At the very least, bring Pighead Demon here to confirm. The woman gave a strange smile. Fine, she said, I'll let you meet him face to face. The next moment, she opened her mouth and started gagging. Splurt. She spat out a bloody white bone. It was shaped like a pig's skull. Turns out she had already eaten Pighead Demon. My fat reserves began to drop like crazy. She demanded I hand over her child immediately, or she'd swallow me like Pighead Demon. Okay? But please mentally prepare yourself. Because your daughter might look a little different now. Just then, a sinister wind blew through the curtain. The woman instantly sensed that it was her child's aura. She couldn't wait to see what her child looked like now. Was it an unspeakably twisted form? Or a wave of rolling malice? She was absolutely thrilled to find out. Meanwhile, I thought, this might really be the end of me. In her mind, images of her daughter's current expression kept flashing. The woman's mind kept flashing with images of her daughter's current expression. Is it a big fish with sharp teeth? Or a spider with countless horns? She suddenly flung open the curtain. And standing there was an adorable little girl. The girl blushed under the woman's stare. Who is she? She's your child with the pig-headed demon. Isn't she super cute? The woman's mind was in complete chaos. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way this thing is my daughter. The girl seemed to sense a connection with her mother, and opened her arms toward her. Seeing this, I broke out in a cold sweat. The woman was silent for a moment, then suddenly ripped off one of her antennae. She was going to perform her own version of a paternity test. She threw the antenna to the girl's feet. The girl looked confused. In the next second, the antenna began crawling onto her foot, and quickly fused into her body. The woman was stunned. Her worldview started to collapse. This really is my daughter? Who turned her into this? I'll tear them to pieces. A pig-headed demon and a beautiful woman gave birth to a little demon. But seeing her wild appearance, I thought she looked ugly. So I remodeled her according to human aesthetics. I didn't expect her demon mom to show up the next day, wanting to meet the daughter she'd never seen. She believed that her child, inheriting her strong genes, should be a wicked fish, or at least a terrifying spider. But when she saw her daughter was a cute little loli, her entire worldview shattered. While she was still struggling to accept the truth, a system notification chimed. Blood spirit infant, early childhood level, alignment, chaotic good, originally a spirit born of malice and resentment. But her developmental path was altered by someone's interference. Then it showed the baby's obedience and fear levels. In that case, she should listen to me, right? Curious, I decided to test it out. Attention. Left face. Turn. Wow, she's really obedient. She must have maxed out her obedience stat. A sudden wave of pride rushed over me. Just as I was basking in joy, I remembered the blood baby's mom was still here. I had to figure out how to please her. Otherwise, I might not survive this. Ma'am, this is definitely a healthy and adorable daughter. If you're sure she's yours, you can adopt her from me anytime. To help her accept the child, I encouraged the blood baby to call her Mommy. Mommy Tilda. I looked forward to her reaction. The woman was briefly at a loss. The next second, the blood baby suddenly kissed her on the cheek. For a demon's daughter, to show such affection is an utter disgrace. The woman completely lost it. No way. There's no way she's my daughter. I am the embodiment of evil. A deformed spirit twisted by pure malice and hatred. My daughter should be even more twisted, more vicious. But in her eyes, there's something terrifying, purity. In the next moment, the crazed woman seemed to have a new idea. Wait, maybe she's just pretending, like how I turn into a beautiful woman, to lure in my prey. That's right, that must be it. She reached out to hug the blood baby. But the baby instantly returned the hug with love. Love is deadly to demons. The woman winced in pain like she was electrocuted. Seeing that, I was shocked too. This whole situation feels scarier than a battlefield. The woman curled up weakly in the corner, muttering in despair. Normally, any spirit fragment that comes from me would turn into something horribly twisted. So how did she end up like this? It has to be your doing. The woman reverted to her true form and lunged at me. Pig-headed demon and a beautiful woman gave birth to a little demon. Originally their proud heir to the demon legacy. But I transformed her into a cute little loli. The woman flew into a rage and tried to eat me. As she pounced on me, I quickly grabbed her daughter and held her in front of me. The woman paused in surprise. And then, the little girl stuck out her tongue and licked her mommy's cheek. The woman was both embarrassed and afraid. Embarrassed by how adorable her daughter was. Afraid that if she accepted her daughter's look, she'd lose face in the demon world. She backed away, muttering, "Don't come near me." Meanwhile, the danger level continued to drop. The woman curled up in a corner and began to cry helplessly. Just when I thought the crisis was over, the damn system triggered another mission. It told me to convince the woman to accept her daughter as a loli and eliminate her hostility toward me. Damn this system. It really throws in the weirdest quests at every turn. If I want her hostility to vanish, I have to start with the kid. Time for me to shine. As I poked the girl's chubby cheeks, I spoke earnestly, seeing such a cute and healthy daughter. Shouldn't you feel happy? But the woman countered, if your daughter looked like a demon, would you be happy? I thought for a moment and replied, why wouldn't I be happy? The woman froze for a second at my answer. Then a look of realization appeared on her face. She thought to herself, right. This guy is a pervert who even gets excited over terrifying evil spirits like me. If his daughter looked like a demon, he'd definitely be happy too. Then she asked another hypothetical. What if your daughter turned out this cute? Would you still be happy? I looked at the little loli and thought for a moment. Then scooped her up. If I had such an adorable daughter, of course I'd be happy. So you like both demon looks and cute looks? Seeing how much she rejected her own daughter, I questioned her righteously. Do you really want your daughter to turn into a twisted demon? Would you prefer a demon who attacks you on sight, or a sweet, sensible child who calls you, mommy? Right then, the little girl sweetly called out, mommy. The woman was instantly moved. Her entire worldview began to shift, and my comfort skill express kept rising. I pressed on while I had the momentum. In truth, you really long to have a pure appearance and heart like your child, don't you? Because you're a spirit of evil, bound by traditional demonic values. You just can't admit it. The little girl ran toward her shouting, mommy. The woman looked at her adorable daughter, and couldn't hold back anymore. She collapsed to the ground. Success. I knew how to deal with her now. A pig and a beauty gave birth to a demon. Originally a future pride of the demon world. But I turned her into a cute little loli. The evil spirit Shuiyan was furious, and opened her bloody mouth to devour me. At the crucial moment, I decided to use sweet talk. No, I mean, use love to touch her heart. Wait, use love to reform her. In truth, you really long for purity inside and out, don't you? The woman, angry and embarrassed, denied it loudly. Nonsense, I don't want any of that purity. You can't fool me. Ma'am, haven't you realized yet? As I spoke, I moved closer to her, and she blushed in shock at my approach. When you're in human form, everything you do exudes confidence. Especially your gaze. It's full of the charm of a mature woman. As I spoke, I leaned in closer and closer. I could hear her heart pounding wildly. You also wish to have a perfect figure and beautiful face like this, don't you? The woman was stunned at first, then seemed to think of something to rebut me. But just as she opened her mouth, I cut her off. Don't rush. Let me finish first. But this is the dark realm. Humans are extremely rare here. Yet you chose to appear as a beautiful human woman. Aside from seducing me, isn't that form pretty much useless? Of course, both of your faces are quite seductive to me. In the next second, I said seriously. The conclusion is, you didn't turn into a beauty to hunt prey, but out of a genuine pursuit of beauty. After that sweet talk, no, after that heartfelt and touching speech, the woman froze in place, as if questioning her whole existence. At this moment, the danger level dropped to 41%. I continued, respected lady, although you are indeed an evil spirit, I believe that a spirit who seeks beauty cannot be truly ugly, and you're definitely not as corrupted and wicked as you claim to be. The danger level dropped to 31%. To me, you are truly beautiful. Not just in appearance, but also in the maternal warmth radiating from within. Danger level dropped to 20%. Look, the evil spirit shard that fell from you. Hatched into such a sweet and adorable child. Doesn't that prove the kindness and beauty within you? The truth, the goodness, the beauty? Danger level dropped to 5%. Danger level dropped to 0%. Affinity with the mysterious spirit +10. I seized the moment and continued. Just like your child here. Why are other evil spirits born twisted and corrupted? Yet only he was born with such an adorable face? Do you think a mere human like me would have that kind of power? No, even I don't believe it myself. +1 to public speaking experience. +1 to persuasion skills. +1 to eloquence. That woman, her face flushed, was about to say something. So, treasure this, my lady. This child is a precious gift from the heavens to you. Such an adorable little girl. Tell me, who in this world could truly dislike her? The woman suddenly slapped her forehead, as if having an epiphany. This, kind of, makes some sense. Congratulations, mission complete. Survive. A pig and a beautiful woman gave birth to a little demon, who was supposed to be their proud demonic successor. But I accidentally gave her a makeover into a cute little loli. If other demons found out, how would they show their faces? The blood spirit flew into a rage and tried to eat me. Fortunately, I used sweet talk. No, I moved her with emotion, reasoned with care, and persuaded her. Only then was she willing to accept such a lovely daughter. Come, let go of your attachments. Embrace your daughter with love. The woman still seemed shy and nervous. Seeing this, I got a bit impatient. Stop dawdling. Catch. With that, I tossed the child to her. The little girl in her arms kept licking her mother. The woman was both shocked and delighted. How could this be? I've never felt this before. Is this what it feels like to be a mother? Warmth, joy. I'm supposed to hate this feeling. Why do I enjoy it so much now? So, you feel it now, don't you? That pure, heartfelt joy and sweetness? The woman said she wasn't quite used to it yet. That's normal. Being a real mom for the first time often comes with a bit of clumsiness. Just like the first time you go blah blah blah. Even I felt a bit embarrassed. The mother and daughter blushed at my vulgar words. Their faces turned red with shame. The next second, the woman shook her head wildly, trying to reject the ideas I had planted in her. Then she said coldly to me, "You smooth-talking little brat. Don't think a few fancy words can make me believe you. I live right next door now." She licked her lips and threatened me. "When I take interest in you someday, I'll sneak in at night and devour you." Seeing her mom lick her lips, the daughter imitated her. The woman thought, no doubt she's my real daughter. Before leaving, she said, "Wait for me to use you." As soon as she left, my legs gave out from fear. Seems like I really need to improve my combat ability. I can't rely on my mouth to survive forever. That female demon said she'd come back again. Who knows when she'll get the urge to sneak in and punish me on the spot. But the teacher will be back tonight. If I can hold on till then, I'll be safe. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the system's special reward. Since I had time now, I took it out to study. Persuasive aura. When trying to persuade someone, it greatly increases the chance of success. This skill is basically tailor-made for me. I shouted, "Learn." Then a surge of energy rolled through my body. The next second, the system notified me that the learning was successful. Just then, there was another knock at the door. I wondered what kind of terrifying creature the next patient would be. I opened the door and saw a fierce-looking skeleton knight. Black Knight. Level unknown. Possesses immense attack and defense. A death knight who walks the dark world. Carries an intense fighting spirit. Dedicated to challenging every strong being in the dark realm. Has a deep thirst for power. My name is Lin, and I run a potion shop in hell. Save enough for a ticket out of here. I work hard every day to sell potions. And the demon hunter in front of me is from my hometown. Because I sold a power potion to his arch enemy, the Black Knight, he ended up getting badly beaten. Why would you help a dark creature attack one of your own kind? Seeing the revolver at his waist that could be drawn any second, I said, "Customer, calm down. Please hear my defense. No, wait. Please hear my explanation. First, I didn't know the Black Knight was going after you. Second, he was generous when buying from me. As a salesperson, I had no reason to turn him down. Third, if he can buy a potion to deal with you, you can buy one to deal with him too. The demon hunter went silent for a moment, but quickly caught on. This sly merchant clearly wanted to profit from both sides. But to deal with the Black Knight, what choice did he have? There was no other way. Then the demon hunter gave a gloomy smile and said, "Then how much are your potions?" As soon as I heard that, I perked up. Unit price. 2,000. But since you're from the same clan and a returning customer, I'll give you a 20% discount. Not 1,999. Not 1,888. But only 1,600, bankruptcy pricing from the guy next door. Just when I thought I had landed another big order, the barrel of the demon hunter's gun pressed against my forehead. How about I just kill you now, and take over your little shop? I never expected the demon hunter to pull that kind of move. But for someone as weak as me to survive 6 years in hell, I obviously had my own ways. I immediately dropped to my knees, crying and sniffling like a wreck. "Uncle, please, we're blood relatives of the same clan. As they say, rely on parents at home, but rely on your clan when you're out. Our bond is more than parent and child. It's even deeper than that. It's the connection flowing in our very blood. You can't just meet a fellow clansman and shoot them in the forehead." The demon hunter was thrown off by my sudden emotional outburst. All right, fine. I won't kill you, okay? Let go of me. I said let go. Facial control more powerful than professional actors allowed me to recover instantly. The demon hunter thought to himself, just one day apart, and this kid's disgusting antics have evolved again. No wonder he's survived in such a dark world. Cut the crap. How many of those potions did you buy? Give me as many as you have. I've got plenty of money. You got it. I'll pack them up for you right away. I dashed off to get his meds. 10 bottles of critical strike potion, plus the healing potion I just used on your injuries. That'll be 16,900 skull coins in total. What the hell? I get the feeling this brat's ripping me off. You completed a mission. Treat the demon hunter. You received a reward, plus 200 skull coins, plus 200 XP, plus 20 demon hunter favorability. Making money here is way easier than on Earth. Suddenly, I came up with another business idea. If this potion can turn people earthy, then surely there's a need for enforcement. I need to offer an enforcement service. Critical strike potion plus enforcement equals endless cash flow. A white light appeared on the distant horizon. It wasn't the sun rising from the east, but a bald-headed skeleton knight walking slowly toward us. Ever since he turned earthy, he's gotten stronger. He constantly searches hell for challengers, aiming to become number one in this dark world. Only his old rival, the demon hunter, remains. After their last fight, he beat the demon hunter into a retreat. What gave him the edge was a bottle of critical strike potion. Though it made him bald, it also doubled his power. He must defeat the demon hunter before the effect wears off, or he'll have to buy another dose from that twisted alchemist again. Why do I feel like someone's insulting me? The Black Knight followed the demon hunter's scent to a street. Suddenly, a shadow flashed behind him. Found you at last. But the next moment, the Black Knight sensed something was off. Why is the glare from him brighter than my head? Seeing the demon hunter's new look, the Black Knight was stunned stiff. The demon hunter drew his dragon slayer blade and shouted, "Come on, now we can continue our battle." What the hell? Did you also drink that critical potion? That's right, now I'm earthy too, and stronger. Don't think you're the only one who can go bald. If I shine, you'll have to step aside. Damn it, we're back to the same starting point again. I should have just killed that potion guy first. Why do I feel like someone's cursing me again? Well, my bald head shines brighter than yours. At this point, the Black Knight's bald head glowed at 200 watts. Is that so? Then why does mine seem brighter? And it pulses faster. The demon hunter's bald head glows at 300 watts. Clearly mine's stronger. The Black Knight's brightness shot up to 400 watts. So are you two gonna fight or not? After a gust of wind, the blinding duo finally made their move. Even bald, you're no match for me. A copycat has no future. Oh yeah? You damn chrome dome. I've been sick of you for ages. Today, I will defeat you. You bald bastard dare to bump into me? I'll crack your skull open. Aren't you bald too? It's either you or me today. Ever since they drank that potion, their power may have increased, but their fights have become more drawn out. Spectators are beginning to think the creator is stretching content. If you're blaming anyone, blame that potion seller. Damn it, who's talking crap about me again? My name is Lin N, and I'm an alchemist in hell. I just made 20,000 skull coins by selling a batch of potions. So the system notified me that I earned the Potion Clearance King achievement. Because of that, I leveled up to level 6. The system unlocked the world feature for me. The world was created by the supreme will of the Dark Realm itself. It's an illusory domain overlapping with the Dark Realm. A mirror world that's existed for tens of millions of years. As long as you're within the Dark Realm, any dark creature can enter the world with their consciousness via world recognition. Creatures can communicate and share intel in this space. If they die, they're forcibly ejected. But their real bodies won't be harmed. Sounds like I'm playing an online game or something. Seems like I still know too little about the Dark Realm. The system says you've integrated with the world system. You can log in at any time. Each login costs 500 skull coins. 500 per login? I nearly died saving someone and only got 200 as a reward. Now it costs 500 just to log in? Robbery. But on second thought, I've made plenty of cash already. Might as well use it. So I reached out and pressed that creepy eyeball. Ding. A flashy loading screen appeared in front of me. In the next second, my body began to fade away. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a void. A massive eyeball hovered above, staring at me. So this is the so-called world. Host, you have successfully passed the Supreme Will's verification. You've now entered the world. This is Abyss World number 11. Region 900's World Plaza. Could that giant eyeball be the Supreme Will? I asked the system if it had any connection to the Supreme Will. They seem kinda similar, after all. The system's response? Absolutely nothing. Suddenly a rune appeared on my wrist. You can now check your personal info through the wrist rune. Attention. Unless necessary, do not reveal your location or identity in the Dark Realm. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Tap the rune to give it a try. Lin N. Race. Human from another world. Threat level. Mild. This really feels like a metaverse. Consciousness-based communication to gather intel from all over. The system says this is Plaza 900. Probably a wide area near the Wandering Soul statue. Suddenly, an alert with scrolling text sounded out. Informant was broadcasting intel across Plaza 900. A major battle just broke out near the statue. Demon Hunter versus Black Knight. To access the info, it'll cost 20 skull coins. Why does this feel like paying to read gossip? This is a virtual world filled with evil spirits. Behind every shadow is a dark world monster. Basically, it's the demonic version of the internet. Then the system pushed a live broadcast of the battle to me. I wanted to check if there were any monetization opportunities. After another flashy loading screen, a virtual image of the Wandering Soul statue appeared. It was full view, immersive mode. I heard sounds of combat from up ahead. Looking over, I saw two familiar glows. Sure enough, Demon Hunter and Black Knight. Why are they fighting again? On screen, comment bubbles from nearby evil spirits popped up. Those two have always been arch rivals. Wait, doesn't their appearance look a bit odd? Yeah, they're both bald now. So shiny. My divine dog eyes are going blind. The whole screen was flooded with, so shiny. Can no one focus on the fight? Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration. This virtual world is the perfect place to go viral. If I can enter, my master can too. Why didn't he think of promoting the potion shop here? Oh well, not important now. I should first familiarize myself with how things work here. Then I noticed there's a regional chat channel. You sure this isn't just a dark version of a real-world MMO? I tapped the rune on my wrist, and immediately entered the regional channel. One message instantly caught my eye. It was that long-haired ghost who visited my shop earlier. Dear neighbors, a friendly reminder. The potion shop in the alley is a total scam. Yesterday I went to buy a potion, and saw that perverted doctor dismembering a patient with a chainsaw. The moment they said that, the chat exploded. Blood Baby said, yes, it's that human doctor. He gouged out Dolly's eye yesterday. Does it still hurt? Perverted doctor. Who are they talking about? Definitely not me. I treat all my customers with the utmost respect and professionalism. Then the screen showed a picture uploaded by Blood Spirit. I clicked it. It was the loli I carefully made over. Blood Spirit said, that human boy said my daughter looks this way because she reflects the goodness in my heart. But I still think that kid must have messed with her. All my other kids look like this. She posted more images of her terrifying-looking children. Then Burned Ghost replied underneath, Your Majesty, I visited that shop yesterday and saw that human doctor giving a ghost girl a makeover. Not sure if that was your daughter. Blood Spirit first replied with question marks. Then requested a private chat. I had a bad feeling. I might be seriously screwed. This woman gave birth to a demon girl with a pig. And as a human, I turned that girl into a cute little loli. As a demon, Blood Spirit couldn't accept that look. To stay alive, I put on my best acting skills. I lied and said the girl was born beautiful. Who knew Burned Ghost, who saw the makeover happen, would chat about it online with Blood Spirit? They even started private messaging. Sensing danger, I tried to close shop fast. Just as I reached for the door, a very familiar and terrifying hand reached in. My dear boy, why are you closing so early today? Feeling guilty, perhaps? Blood Spirit had come straight to my door. I quickly lied, saying I was feeling unwell and wanted to close early to rest. Blood Spirit placed her powerful hand on my shoulder. Oh, is that so? What a pity. I was planning to thank you for taking care of my daughter. Her gaze grew colder and more menacing. System alert. Danger level has reached 79%. I quickly stepped back, reaching for the revolver at my waist. No need to thank me. No need, it's just a healer's duty. It's what I do. The next moment, Blood Spirit suddenly teleported right in front of me. No need to be shy. You'll take my gratitude, like it or not. Refusing is not an option. At the same time, the system alerted. New mission triggered. Survive. Danger level now at 85%. As she got closer and closer, the danger level kept rising, spiking up to 94%. Just when I thought I was done for, a sudden creak of a door broke the tension. A figure appeared in the doorway. Blood Spirit turned pale when she saw them. That old hag again? Always ruining my fun. It was none other than the skin scavenger. She asked if I was closing shop. Seeing her was like seeing a lifeline. I rushed past Blood Spirit to greet her. No, not closed. You're right on time. Granny, did you get anything good today? This old woman's too worn out these days. Not many are willing to trade with me anymore. But what I got from you today should last me a few days of rest. I saw Blood Spirit still hadn't left, so I kept chatting with the scavenger to buy time. Suddenly I remembered I had more junk saved up. I'll go grab it for you now. Sure, thanks so much. I quickly brought out 2 strips of hair from the bald heads of the Demon Hunter and the Black Knight. The skin scavenger said, no wonder when I passed the alley earlier, I saw 2 outlanders fighting. Their shiny heads nearly blinded this old lady. So they got their heads shaved here, huh? I thought this was a pharmacy. How'd it become a barbershop? All I could do was awkwardly reply. Multi-service business. The scavenger laughed and praised me. Lately all the outlanders who show up around the Wandering Soul Alley somehow all end up connected to you. You're not someone to be underestimated. Then the skin scavenger asked if they could rest in my shop for a bit. Of course I couldn't be happier to agree. I told them, stay as long as you like. Blood Spirit was left fuming with dark energy. But with a heavyweight like the scavenger around, my little life was safe for now. Blood Spirit didn't dare make a move in front of them. She just gave me a meaningful, chilling stare, as if deep in thought. Both of the Dark World's hottest women were in my shop. They were even about to fight over me. All I could do was desperately play peacemaker. Even a slight clash between them could blow up my whole store. The skin scavenger disdainfully asked me who the red-dressed lady was. I quickly smiled and replied, she's our kindest and most beautiful customer. She's also a new neighbor who just moved in. Blood Spirit didn't even glance at the scavenger. She just leaned close to me and said coldly, since you're busy right now. I was overjoyed to hear that. Was she finally leaving? But what she said next instantly chilled me to the bone. Blood Spirit said she'd cooked up a feast tonight, and wanted me to come over as a guest. She even gave me the address, room 45. While I was still hesitating, she suddenly opened her blood-dripping maw and threatened me. You wouldn't dare say no, would you? Right then, a system notification popped up. Mission triggered. Blood Banquet. This mission has 2 branches. 1. Accept Blood Spirit's invitation and go to her place. 2. Refuse the invitation but survive the night. A brutal mission, with a record-high bounty of 1,000 skull coins. But in my eyes, both options were dead ends. After saying that, Blood Spirit twisted her seductive figure and walked away. Come again soon, Tilda. Watching her leave, I let out a long, deep breath. She's finally gone. Just don't ever come again. Then the skin scavenger turned back and gave me a heartfelt warning. Young man, you're in trouble now. Of all things, why provoke an evil spirit? They'll cling to you for life once you cross them. Of course I know how ruthless she is. Still, I had to thank her tonight, or I might have already become demon dinner. The skin scavenger said while heading out. No need to thank me. I only helped because you saved the whole wandering soul statue last night. But I can only help once. What happens next is up to your own luck. With that, the skin scavenger disappeared into the night, her lantern made of a human head glowing faintly in the dark. Yeah, she's absolutely right. I was just lucky to escape tonight. Next time, I won't be so lucky. I glanced at the clock on the wall. Now all I could do was hope my teacher comes back tonight. Otherwise, I'm in real trouble. But the soul lantern was nearly burned out, still no sign of him. Looks like I'll have to fend for myself. If I hole up here tonight, Blood Spirit will likely show up with bad intentions. I could also visit her place. But that feels like suicide too. I needed to think calmly. Suddenly, I remembered the world system. I'll go there and gather intel first. Know your enemy, win the war. After a flashy loading screen, I logged into the system and saw tons of messages. Blood Spirit had already been chatting with others. That damned burned ghost asked if she'd killed me yet. Blood Spirit said I got lucky. A mysterious scavenger passed by and she didn't dare make a move. But then Skull Demon stirred things up, saying the skin scavenger was one of the first residents of Soul Alley. Possibly a root-level monster. Extremely powerful. Blood Spirit said she wasn't afraid even if it came to a fight. Then mentioned she invited me to her house tonight. She said if I showed up, it'd be a great show. And if I didn't, she'd come find her own fun here. So I was right after all. Either choice leads to death. Then that big-mouthed skull demon said, maybe that kid's watching us chat right now? Blood Spirit heard that and immediately sent a taunt my way on screen. Hey, dog doctor, are you there? You there? You bastard who corrupted my daughter. Come out if you've got guts. I panicked and quickly shut off the world system. Crap, this death trap of a feast. I can't skip it even if I want to. Tonight, I'm attending a deadly banquet with slim chances of survival. My opponent is a ruthless female demon. But as a man, how could I fear a mere woman? I grabbed my big gun and strapped on my watermelon cleaver. I'll show her that I, Lin N, am not someone to mess with. Just as I walked out of the potion shop full of confidence, sudden evil wind blew by. Demons surged everywhere. Ghostly shadows loomed all around. Half of my earlier courage instantly vanished. I realized I was still a bit weak, so I quickly opened my stat panel to check my current power level. Name: Lin N. Level: 6. Strength: 17. Agility: 18. Intelligence: 21. Constitution: 34. Skill 1. Persuasive Aura. Slightly increases persuasion success rate. Skill 2. Curse Diagnosis. Reveals whether the target is under a heavy curse. Damn it, I put all my points into Constitution. And both of my skills are practically useless trash. Looks like I can't take her on head-on. I'll have to win with brains instead. The dark ghost alley was empty except for me. After walking for who knows how long, I finally arrived at the home of the blood-robed evil spirit. The door in front of me now felt like the gates of hell. I summoned my courage and knocked. No one answered for a while, so I had to push the door open and walk in. The room was vast and empty. Although it was silent, I could hear faint rustling in the shadows. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared before me. I raised my lantern to see what it was. At that moment, a row of candles on the wall lit up, instantly illuminating the room as if it were day. Only then did I see what was in front of me. A bunch of dried corpses hanging from the rafters. Still, none of them were as handsome as me. I walked past the corpses and went deeper into the room. A dining table came into view at the end, and on the back wall hung a photo of the blood-robed evil spirit. The photo exuded an eerie aura. I looked around, but saw no sign of the blood-robed spirit or her kids. What's the meaning of this? Is this how you host guests? Not even a soul in sight. Left with no choice, I put down my soul lantern and sat down to wait. But why do I keep feeling like I'm being watched? As the camera slowly panned out, a line of big characters appeared on screen. World. Viewers. 541. My every move was being live-streamed. In front of the screen appeared a pair of slender legs. The blood-robed evil spirit stood in sacred robes, holding a wine glass. Look closely. A boy and a seductive lady meeting late at night. Being live-streamed the entire time. In the chat room, all kinds of demons and spirits were spamming comments. The blood doll was afraid things would escalate. This guy is detestable, but he's the disciple of Shueju. If we actually kill him, Shueju definitely won't let us off. But the picky eater burned ghost started kissing up to the blood-robed spirit. Our queen wouldn't fear that butcher. Shueju is a total pervert. And this disciple is a little pervert too. Mere human, daring to act so arrogant in our ghost realm. Someone should have dealt with him long ago. Afraid the blood-robed spirit would show mercy. Burned ghost tagged her and asked how she planned to torture me. The blood-robed spirit bared her sharp fangs. Her gorgeous face looked even more sinister. I won't kill him so easily. I want to slowly break his mind and savor the despair in his eyes. The blood-robed spirit rocked her daughter's cradle as she spoke. He turned my daughter into this freak. I'll make him pay back 1,000-fold. As she spoke, the blood-robed spirit snapped her fingers. One of the tentacles from the ceiling suddenly shot down. She pulled it tightly and yanked hard. It seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism. Suddenly, the sound of chains being dragged echoed all around. Meanwhile, I was casually yawning from boredom. But the next second, countless chains dropped from above, and hanging from them were all sorts of dried corpses. There were men and women, young and old, their hollow eyes all locked onto me. Standing perfectly still, the room fell into deathly silence. I started shaking my head like mad, telling myself this had to be an illusion. But the moment I tilted my head, they all seemed to move with me. I quickly opened my eyes again. The corpses had indeed moved, and they were getting closer. Turns out, only when I was looking at them, they wouldn't move. The moment I even blinked, these freaks would charge me instantly. To survive, I couldn't blink. I had to stare them down. But come on, what human doesn't blink? I couldn't hold on much longer. When I finally opened my eyes again, one of the corpses was already in my face. Only a queen could come up with this. Such a terrifying yet impressive scare tactic. She must be a huge fan of horror shows. No doubt, so many skinless corpses suddenly coming to life. Anyone would piss themselves. I bet he's too scared to blink now. One more blink, and that corpse will snap his neck. Blood Spirit looked at the flood of praise on screen, and couldn't stop smiling. This is nothing yet. That was just an appetizer. The real dish comes later. But the next moment, Blood Spirit's refined face suddenly froze in shock. Watch and learn. I actually spotted a golden tooth in that corpse's mouth. This trip was definitely worth it. Now I just worried, would Blood Spirit claim it was hers? I say we split it 50-50. A beautiful woman invited me over, only to welcome me with a room of corpses. Just as the monsters lunged at me, my eagle eyes spotted a big gold tooth in one of their mouths. Looked like pure gold. Gotta be worth at least a few grand. Now the question is, will Blood Spirit try to take it from me? After all, I found it in her house. And let's be real, her power totally outclasses mine. Okay fine, I'll settle for 50-50. But what if that golden tooth rightfully belongs to me? What did you say? What did I say? Don't you know I just saved your life? Nope. All I know is, I'm dead now. You're a corpse now, buddy. Like a block of wood. In the 5 elements, metal beats wood. By pulling out that gold tooth, I actually saved you. Oh, I see. Then I should thank you. The chatroom flooded again with comments. Blood Baby said, he actually pulled a tooth from a corpse? This guy isn't scared at all. Blood Spirit tried to act calm. No way. He may look calm, but inside he's totally freaking out. Then Skull Demon posted something that caught everyone's eye. Look, he's moving. While keeping an eye on the corpse to avoid being jumped, I slowly circled around to its back. These corpses had dried out so much. Their bodies were as hard as armor. Only one place could take them down. I swiftly drew my bone saw blade. Blood Spirit's face tensed as her sphincter clenched. That's terrifying. He stuck it in. He actually did it. Her back door's destroyed now. But I didn't stop there. I moved on to the next dried corpse. These things couldn't scare me at all. In fact, I think I'm actually getting more excited. No way. This is too scary. I want to go home. I miss my mom. Just as I was about to finish off the remaining dried corpses, Blood Spirit in the livestream room was grinding her teeth in fury. She directly disabled the effect where the corpses froze if stared at. She commanded them to attack me freely. The corpses roared and lunged toward me, one after another, fangs wide open. I raised my bone saw blade and smirked coldly, then charged straight into the corpse crowd, slicing and dodging with ease, chopping left and right. In no time at all, corpses collapsed, butts first, all around me. The floor was littered with limbs. Damn, this human's insane. He wiped them all out. And he wasn't even scared. Honestly, I'm the one trembling now. Hey everyone, look, is he trying to run? No way. He just wiped out all the corpses. Exactly. Why would he run now? Wait. Did you guys hear something? Yeah, that sounds familiar. Quiet, everyone. It's getting closer. The next second, I kicked the livestream room door wide open. You dared scare this young master? Are you all tired of living or what? You want me to slice and dice you all for scaring my precious baby? In human logic, people fear ghosts. But in reality, ghosts fear people too, especially the really twisted ones. Scare me? You must be suicidal. I pulled out my 88-meter-long chainsaw and began the massacre. Blood Spirit saw me go full psycho, and let out a cold breath. The apocalyptic scene in the stream made Blood Baby scream in fear. She's even butchering corpses. Long-haired Ghost recalled the first time she saw me. That's right, she rejected a patient the same way yesterday. Burned Ghost clutched his head in horror. She's not even human. Your Majesty, you can't deal with her like you would with a normal human. She's crazier than her own mentor. Once I cleaned up all these freaks, a bunch of alerts popped up on my system panel. Blood Baby. Extreme fear toward you. Burned Ghost. Psychological shadow triggered. Long-haired Ghost. Personality now fully reclusive. Your notoriety in Soul Alley, +30. But I didn't know yet. Everything I did was live streamed. So when I saw those notifications, I was just confused and fired up. Why'd I gain so much XP suddenly? And all from previous customers. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the stream were mentally crumbling. If that psycho finds out, we're next on the chopping block. Then I casually gathered the leftover limbs and tossed them into the garbage chute. Packed them up and tossed everything into the garbage chute. I took out a bottle of Erguoto I brought from the shop. Then sat down and took a satisfying sip. Killing and drinking. What a fine way to enjoy life. This guy's dismembering skills are getting sharp. Definitely learned it from his twisted master. That's right, breaking this psycho mentally won't be easy. Just then, the blood-robed evil spirit sneered coldly. So what? In the end, he's just an ordinary human. I told you, that was just the appetizer. Now it's time to hit him even harder. As he spoke, the blood-robed evil spirit pulled another tentacle. A series of mechanical clicks followed. Suddenly, the candles in front of me lit up. At the same time, an eerie aura emerged behind me. It came from a painting on the wall. The woman in the painting stared at me with an indescribable expression. That gaze sent chills down my spine. As I spaced out staring at the painting, I suddenly heard creaking footsteps from the floorboards. What the hell? Her eyes just moved. What is happening? Is the person in the painting alive? At that moment, a dried, blackened hand suddenly landed on my shoulder. I whipped my head around. Hey there, handsome. Lin N just gained another girlfriend. This one looks even hotter and more my type than the blood-robed evil spirit. Just now, the blood-robed evil spirit summoned her trusted general, Genzi, to deal with me. But the moment we locked eyes, Burned Ghost muttered, "He's so dead." These intangible spirits are the scariest kind. Long-haired Ghost totally agreed. If I saw that face all of a sudden, I'd probably pee myself. Wait, what? Aren't you a ghost too? Why would you fear your own kind? I used to be human, okay? And humans fear ghosts. Seeing me motionless on screen, the blood-robed evil spirit was thrilled. You brat, too scared to move, huh? Then scream and beg for mercy. Show me that desperate, helpless expression to cheer me up. But little did they know, as I looked at this lovely ghost girl in front of me, I had already thought of names for our children. With shy eyes, I glanced at Genzi. "Miss, are you single?" To everyone's horror and disbelief, I suddenly grabbed Genzi's little hand. "Come have a drink with me. I brought top-quality erguoto. No wait, finest red wine, I mean. You've now replaced the blood-robed evil spirit as my favorite girl in this world." But Genzi wasn't swayed by my sweet talk. She remembered her mission from the blood-robed evil spirit. The next second, she opened her mouth wide and roared at me. When I saw her act so ungrateful, I was reminded of my second uncle's words. A sapling that's not pruned will never grow strong. And with that, I gave her a big slap. What's with that wide open mouth? Trying to die? Didn't expect to hit her so hard her head flew off. Burned Ghost instantly felt something was off. Ghosts shouldn't have a physical body. So why did it sound so solid? Could this guy not be an ordinary human? If he can touch ghosts, something's up. Definitely suspicious. So I picked up the dazed Genzi again. Looking into her confused eyes, I spoke sincerely. Why imitate other ghosts to scare people? Wouldn't it be better to just be a quiet, well-behaved girl? You can touch me? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin N. I'm a single apprentice potion master. I may not own a house or car right now, but I believe with hard work, I can make you happy. I asked why you can touch me. Like I said just now, I'm a potion master. Since my customers are all evil ghosts and spirits, if I didn't drink something that lets me touch you guys, how would I do business? What kind of situation is this? Why do I feel like this is going in a really weird direction? This guy is definitely a pervert. Even an ugly ghost girl like that turns him on? Something's off. This human is seriously not normal. At this point, the blood-robed evil spirit was full of regret. I actually forgot this guy is into that kind of thing. The more twisted she looks, the more excited he gets. And right now, Genzi was the scariest of them all. Even this form doesn't scare him? Then I'll have to use my ultimate move. She let out a loud roar, and with a crack, flipped her forehead open, revealing a bloody brain inside. So beautiful. Why do you keep hitting all my aesthetic triggers? You must like me too, right? Let's have some fun together. Genzi had never seen such a weirdo. She turned and fled in terror. Even when she slipped halfway into the wall, I still managed to grab her. Naughty girl, if you don't come out, I won't be so gentle next time. What kind of apocalyptic act did Lin N pull? To make the ghosts question their own existence? Just now, I forcibly yanked Genzi out of the wall. Then I held her lil hand close to my chest. What are you trying to do? Relax. Your scare tactics are too basic. Let me teach you how to really scare people. I've watched Mr. Vampire 800 times. Let me show you how ghosts in our world do it. I held her hand tight and asked, "Can you feel it?" She replied, "Yeah, I can." "What does it feel like?" "Warm. And sticky." "Exactly. You're holding my heart." He actually let a ghost hold his heart? Is this guy insane? Genzi had never seen such a twisted human. She was so terrified her fingers trembled uncontrollably. I suddenly leaned in close and stared at her lovely little face as I said, "This is the ultimate technique of scaring someone. You squeeze the target's heart bit by bit. Make them feel that suffocating fear clearly. And you must let them watch. Watch your hand slowly pull it out of their chest, until they see their own heart in front of them. Visual cut. Ominous silence. And in that moment, all you need is, the entire courtyard was full of terrified ghost notifications. Screams echoed throughout Ghost Alley. I quit. I quit. I want to go home. Mom. I want my mom. This is too scary. I'm done watching. Not even being burned alive was this terrifying. I gently pulled my heart back and calmly said, "Don't be afraid. This heart is just a demo replica. I only used it to demonstrate." So, did you learn it? That's the proper way to scare someone. Genzi collapsed to her knees and cried helplessly. I get it. Can class be over now? I just want to go home. Suddenly, multiple new messages popped up on my system panel. Blood Doll's attitude toward you has shifted from fear to extreme terror. Skeleton Monster's personality, brave, has changed to sensitive. Long-haired Ghost's personality, withdrawn, has changed to severely withdrawn. What's going on? Why am I gaining so much express? And it's all coming from my previous customers. That's when I realized, could be they're watching me through the world system like some kind of reality show? What is this? What made the blood-robed evil spirit so furious? She lost her period out of rage? Her ghosts kept getting defeated by me. And now even the residents of Ghost Alley were begging her to stop. Blood Doll cried and screamed. My queen, I think we should end this live stream. This bastard is not the kind of normal person who breaks easily. Skeleton Demon agreed. At this rate, we're the ones who'll break before he does. Yeah, even your Genzi got scared to tears. This guy must have trained in psychological warfare or something. Seeing all the gossip in the courtyard, the blood-robed evil spirit had never been so thoroughly humiliated. She had originally planned to humiliate that damn doctor. But now she had ended up completely disgraced herself. The blood-robed evil spirit's face turned red with fury. The livestream ends now. I'm going down there myself to deal with him. Just wait for my good news tomorrow. The next second, she sensed something was wrong. She noticed I was staring at the camera thoughtfully. Could he have discovered it? I saw that the painting on the wall had lost its eyes. And figured out they must have been spying on me through that. My queen, it's your move now. Just rush in there and beat the crap out of him. And then twist his head off and use it as a soccer ball. Exactly. Don't even let him get a word out. Just slice him down. Otherwise, he'll cause endless trouble. Long-haired Ghost said, isn't that a bit rude? What did you say? Nothing. Nothing. Long live the queen. Long live the queen. Don't worry. Just wait for my good news. This time tomorrow, his head will be my personal chamber pot. The blood-robed evil spirit shut down the livestream with a snap. Then she revealed her true form, ready to go on a rampage. You little brat, I've tolerated you long enough. Today I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. But when she entered the hall, she only found Genzi collapsed on the ground. Where is he? Master, he said he preferred your original form. He went to the backyard to find you directly. Hearing that, the blood-robed evil spirit was speechless. That damn brat, he really doesn't know what death means. She hurried after him. You little bastard, where are you? Show yourself. When the blood-robed evil spirit reached the backyard, she saw a shadow moving inside her own room. Unbelievable. He actually snuck into my private room. The blood-robed evil spirit leapt and charged inside. You damn brat, prepare to die. What are you doing to my daughter? Put her down right now. Lin En was actually trying to raise the blood-robed evil spirit's daughter? The evil spirit was so angry she nearly exploded. How would she deal with this bastard now? Just moments ago, the evil spirit barged into her own room, only to find me doing some weird stuff to her daughter. You little bastard, put my daughter down. My dearest blood-robed queen. You said you invited me for dinner. Yet you don't show yourself. And keep sending cosplayers to entertain me? Is tonight's theme roleplay? The blood-robed evil spirit saw I was trying to talk my way out again, and furiously cut me off. Cut the nonsense. Burned Ghost already told me everything you did to my daughter. You're on the verge of death, and you're still trying to bluff me? You clearly subjected my daughter to unspeakable treatment, and then had the nerve to say it was an act of love and kindness? I ought to rip your mouth apart right now. My queen, if you put it that way. That really breaks my heart. I don't care what burned ghost told you. But I swear right here and now. If I was lying even a little, may lightning strike me down. You see that? That bolt of lightning didn't strike me. Clearly, even the heavens think I'm trustworthy. The blood-robed evil spirit gave a cold snort. You're truly the king of shamelessness. Seeing her expression, I knew I couldn't bluff anymore. I had to switch tactics. Fine, I admit it was my doing. But your majesty, please understand, I only meant well. Keep going. Let's see how far you can spin this. Maybe you'll even turn it into poetry. As she sneered, she stepped closer. Here's what happened. When your daughter was born, her face was so messed up it looked like she had grown a cluster of boils. They were even oozing pus. Damn it. I was worried that if I didn't fix it, that pighead demon might not even recognize his child if he came back. So out of kindness, I made the child look this adorably cute. But my words didn't move the blood-robed evil spirit at all. My danger level was rising fast. Alright, actually, there's another reason. This time, I swear it's the truth. Speak. First of all, I'm really afraid of dying. After all, your daughter is an evil spirit. I was worried that once she fully broke down, she'd just kill me on the spot. HMPH. That excuse is at least somewhat reasonable. She is my daughter after all. Secondly, I wanted to expand our pharmacy's services. Maybe branch into the beauty industry. You used my daughter as a face sculpting test subject? Any more reasons? If not, prepare to die. The blood-robed evil spirit lunged at me as she spoke. Wait. Actually, I also wanted to shape a cute girl. Then slowly build a romantic relationship with her. I mean, I'm just a lonely single guy. Feeling kind of alone in this dark world. Hearing that, the little lowly happily shouted, yada yada. The blood-robed evil spirit was utterly mind-blown. She's just a child. You're even worse than a pervert, you super pervert. If you disagree, I'll drop the idea. Actually, you fit my aesthetic pretty well too. Why don't the three of us just live happily together? You want both mother and daughter? I'll tear your mouth off. Just as the blood-robed evil spirit lunged at me, about to tear me to shreds, I knew my life was on the line. So I had to play my final card. Stop, I've got powerful connections. Never mess with a doctor. Because anyone she's treated might become her strongest backer. And I, Lin N, have treated terrifying individuals. As the blood-robed evil spirit charged toward me, I shouted, I have connections. Connections? What connections? My dearest queen, think about it. As a doctor, I've treated countless patients, and become close friends with them. If they found out someone wanted to kill me, they'd be furious. Is that so? Well, I happen to know a few of your patients. Strangely, they seem to want to kill you more than I do. No way. As someone who was always confident in both my service and attitude, I couldn't believe it, that someone would be dissatisfied with me, or even want to kill me. I explained to the blood-robed evil spirit. Maybe there were some misunderstandings, but most of my patients trust us deeply. For example, the two bald guys, still dueling outside right now. The blood-robed evil spirit knew who they were, because their duel was the hottest news in Ghost Alley right now. You're saying the Hunter and the Black Knight are your friends? Those two are top tier in the dark world. How could they know a nobody like you? Seeing she didn't believe, I reached into my pants to draw my gun. What are you pulling out? Don't panic, it's a revolver. You should recognize these guns, right? The blood-robed evil spirit recognized them very well, because she once fought the Hunter for 3 days and 3 nights. And that woman never parted from her guns. How did they end up in your hands? Because we're from the same clan. And I even saved her life once. So she gave me the guns for self-defense. If I'm ever in danger, all I need to do is fire one shot, and she'll come running instantly. Just as the blood-robed evil spirit was still doubtful, I pulled out a long, thin hair from my pocket. What the heck is that? This is a keepsake from Uncle Black Knight. Her personal chest hair, and it's the longest and curliest one she had. No way. Her chest hair's never been that long. And how would you know that? The blood-robed evil spirit blushed furiously. Because she always strips when she fights. Everyone's seen it. Well, this must be a newly grown one. Anyway, don't get caught up in details. When I gave her a haircut today, She said my aura looked dark and that misfortune was coming. So she gave me this chest hair as protection. Chest hair can ward off disaster? Yes, and if someone tries to hurt me, she'll sense it through the hair immediately. You know how obsessed she is with appearance. I even shaved her head and she didn't get mad. Doesn't that say something about our sweet relationship? After all my BS, the blood-robed evil spirit began to waver. She started having second thoughts. That's right. In the past, I fought both the Hunter and the Black Knight. Neither of them are pushovers. Knowing their temperaments, if someone shaved their heads, that person wouldn't still be alive. She finally realized, this weakling only survived here because he has powerful backing. What nonsense did Lin En just say? That made the centuries-old blood-robed evil spirit drop her jaw? And I used the names of the Hunter and Black Knight to intimidate her. Her brain suddenly clicked again. Wait a second. You're lying to me again. What? How so? Last I checked, the Hunter and the Black Knight are sworn enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy. How could you be friends with both of them? Oh damn, her sudden awakening stumped me. Ha, gotcha, didn't I? I'm not that easy to fool. I sneered, replying, hey, you really don't know enough. What do you mean? They just look like enemies on the surface. In reality, they're mortal enemies. In love, they're lovers who thrive on battle. What? The Hunter and Black Knight, still fighting, suddenly sensed someone was badmouthing them. They stopped and jumped back at the same time. Hey, Baldy, have you been cursing me in your head? Why do I keep sneezing? Pa, quit your BS. You're the one cursing me. I swear I'll cripple you today. And with that, they resumed their endless battle. If saying they were my backers sounded flimsy, then bringing up these next three was a whole different story. Not only would they definitely help me, their power far surpassed the Hunter and Black Knight. I'm listening. First, my master is a top-tier figure in Ghost Alley. She's zapped countless beings with one jolt, you should know. Would she let you kill me so easily? Second, the one who guards the alley's gates. That old granny treats me like her own grandson. She definitely won't let you off the hook either. With every word I spewed, my persuasion skill kept leveling up. The blood-robed evil spirit glared at me, wanting nothing more than to tear me apart. But she knew the people I mentioned were real threats, so she held back. As she hesitated, I knew it was time to strike the final blow. Look what I have here. She saw what was in my hand, and her eyes widened in horror. The evil aura it emitted was all too familiar. It's the shattered tooth of a deep abyss headhunter. They wiped out every creature on her street just yesterday. She barely escaped with her life from their jaws. Even monarch-level beings would stay clear of those monsters. The blood-robed evil spirit never expected me to have a shard of their tooth. Seeing her shocked little face, I continued speaking. You know, yesterday, every street but Ghost Alley was wiped out. So guess what? Why was Ghost Alley the only one spared? Why? Because that headhunter is also my friend. This is a dark and evil world, filled with bloodthirsty monsters. Survival of the fittest is the rule. But not long ago, the dark world wasn't this chaotic. It was once ruled by a powerful lord. Under him, there was peace and order. The people had food and clothes. Until that lord offended a deep abyss headhunter. He tried to force him into submission. The monster went berserk and began slaughtering everywhere. In just one day, he wiped out every living soul in the kingdom. A once glorious nation reduced to piles of bones. And the crown fell from the lord's head. A new rule was etched into the dark world. Never offend a headhunter. As an old-timer in this world, the blood-robed evil spirit knew this rule well. He thought, I could handle the first few people he mentioned. But if I piss off a headhunter, with their power, they could kill me 100 ways. Even if I fled to the upper realms, I'd still die. Seeing him hesitate, I spoke up again. My queen, I may be weak in strength, but my connections are rock solid. There's no need for us to fight. After all, we're neighbors. As I said that, I gently stroked her slimy tentacle. Shouldn't neighbors love and support each other? Stick together, right? And with your elegant beauty. You are my dream goddess. Didn't you just say I was your dream guy? The blood-robed evil spirit yanked her tentacle back. There he goes again. That damn smirk. She looked like she wanted to kill me, but couldn't. She turned around quickly, trying to calm her anger. Then she turned back with a new face. You're right. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Let's get along peacefully from now on. The little girl cheered, waving her hands happily. But the blood-robed evil spirit wasn't going to let me go so easily. This was just a stalling tactic. Given the chance, she'd still kill me. But what she didn't know is that with my persuasion skills, time was always on my side. If I get a chance, she never will again. Now I had to play my trump card to take her down completely. If you want someone to submit, you have to build a persona for them, and then get them to fall into that trap. So I unleashed my ultimate persuasion technique. Sure, not everything I said today was true, but I wasn't lying about everything either. I did see some qualities in you that other evil spirits don't have. But the blood-robed evil spirit wasn't stupid. After dealing with me for days, she had developed countermeasures. He's trying to charm me again. I must stand my ground. I won't accept any praise or compliments from him. Step 1 of persuasion. Sudden close proximity. You must be someone who loves beauty. Your room is gorgeous. Nothing like those damp, dark layers. You clearly put effort into decorating it. She stuck to her mental defenses, shaking her head repeatedly. So what? I won't fall for it again. Time to step it up. Look at this lily. A flower like this, non-toxic and pure, shouldn't survive in the dark world. And yet, under your care, it bloomed beautifully. That hit her right in the heart. Stop with the smooth talk. I just go to the upper realm now and then, to fetch fresh soil, and I try to keep it from inhaling this world's toxic air. Hearing her start to open up more, I knew she was falling into my rhythm. Just then, the system notification sounded. Strategy progress. 50%. I'm an apprentice medical technician in another world. My patients are demons who kill without batting an eye. And the reason I can survive here is thanks to my exclusive skill, bluffing technique. Shui Yi Ellen, whom I've tricked countless times, has developed a resistance to my antics. But through my tireless efforts, she still got pulled into my rhythm. My queen, if I remember correctly, you once said you hated your daughter looking cute, right? So what if I did? Alright then, let me ask. Why is your daughter all dolled up like this now? This skirt and vest, weren't they just made by you? When someone gets exposed, they tend to get physically defensive. At this moment, Shui Yi Ellen raised her hand to argue. But I immediately cut her off. Alright, stop denying it. It's obviously true. I didn't. Don't make things up. You think your kid is adorable. And you want to hug and kiss her, right? Honestly, what's so embarrassing about that? Who wouldn't want to hug and kiss such a cute and beautiful daughter? I bet you feel the same way. Even if you look like a demon on the outside, you still have a human heart inside. I believe, even in the human world, you must have been a beloved little fairy. Such sweet words. No, wait. Such heartfelt words made Shui Yi Ellen's cheeks turn red. Her heart was now beating wildly. Could it be? Am I really unable to forget my memories of being human? If I hadn't died back then, I'd probably still be a carefree and kind girl now. I would get married, have kids, and live happily ever after with the one I love. But reality keeps reminding me, I'm already dead. Now I'm just a twisted demon. And I have no choice but to accept it. I'll spread this distortion and hatred to every corner of the world. As for my longing for humanity, it'll be buried deep within my soul. But then Shui Yi Ellen suddenly realized, this guy in front of her could so easily see through her long-hidden secret. She started to feel even more cautious and afraid of me. Just then, a system prompt rang out. Mission triggered. Resolve Shui Yi Ellen's resentment. Progress. 11%, which means my bluffing actually worked. But to completely resolve her hostility, I still need a breakthrough. I suddenly placed my hand on Shui Yi Ellen's soft shoulder. My queen, I bet you don't like your demon form either, do you? If you're willing, maybe I can make your human appearance permanent. Just like your daughter. But Shui Yi Ellen just let out a cold snort. You? Don't be ridiculous. Just because you stabilized my daughter's form, you think you're all that? My daughter's still in her infant stage. The demon curse in her hasn't fully taken shape yet. Even then, I'm sure it took you a lot of effort to stabilize her, right? Her words did remind me. I did go through a lot to adjust the little girl. It wasn't easy at all. While I was deep in thought, Shui Yi Ellen's expression suddenly changed. You haven't even seen my true form yet. This is my real body. Still think you've got this under control? I'm a doctor, and lately I've been planning to expand my services. Thinking about branching into cosmetic surgery. But I never expected my first patient would be this goat bird thing. Putting my career in jeopardy from the get-go. The curses and resentment turned me into this. You rotten doctor, do you still think you can change me? Then came another system alert. Crisis level, 80%. Crisis level, 99%. Warning, warning, the target's hostility toward you is about to reach 100%. If you can't make me beautiful today, I'll give you two options. Either let me eat you, or marry me. Looking at the blob that Shui Yi Ellen had become, I thought there really was no suspense in this choice. How much is the bride price around here? Do you mind that I have no house or car? Just as my sense of beauty was about to shatter completely, suddenly remembered I had a curse cleansing skill. Shui Yi Ellen turned into this bird-like thing because of a curse. Wouldn't curse removal be the perfect solution? So I started examining his tofu-like belly. Diagnosing target's curse. Curse diagnosis complete. Curse type. Formed by a mass of resentments from the dead. The more resentment and souls the target devours, the stronger the curse becomes. And the more distorted the target's form grows. This is one of the highest tier curses. Activating curse cleansing ability. System prompt. Curse cleansing ability is currently linked to the Demon Hunter revolver. Would you like to switch targets? Oh come on. Another multiple choice dilemma. If Shui Yi Ellen really tried to eat me, I could still defend myself with the revolver. But if I switch the cleansing power to Shui Yi Ellen, and the curse doesn't get removed, and he attacks me, I'd be left with no weapon at all. As I hesitated, the little girl's crying caught my attention. Turns out, she didn't want to see her mom like this either. Alright then, let's do it for the little one. I immediately gave the system a command. Switch curse cleansing power to Shui Yi Ellen. The next second, burst of golden light flared up. But Shui Yi Ellen's form twisted even further. Countless demonlings separated from his body. Curse extraction successful. Curse cleansing ability now in cooldown. Current cooldown time, 12 hours. You really cleansed the curse in me? How's that possible? What else? I'm a doctor, after all. I never lie. So, can you marry me now? Well, I actually like the older uncle type. Haha. Just kidding. Shui Yi Ellen happily jumped up with open arms. Why do I feel like after the curse was lifted, he became even crazier than before? What's it like to have a few 100-year-old steward streaking in front of you? Just now, I helped Shui Yi Ellen cleanse the curse in his body. Freed from his demonic shell, he completely let himself go. After getting tired, he went back to change clothes. At this point, I started wondering if the system was glitching. When I cured other demons, at most they just became friendly. Even the kindest, abyssal headhunter, only gave me 100 favor points max. But right now the system kept increasing. Shui Yi Ellen's favorability rating. It's already over 300 points. As I was lost in thought, Shui Yi Ellen quietly appeared behind me. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh damn, did he change clothes or change into someone else? My apologies. I did so many awful things to you before. I'm truly ashamed. Please accept my sincere apology. No worries, no worries. Neighbors should live in harmony. Help each other out, right? Besides, you didn't exactly treat me badly. You showed me quite a unique view. What do you mean by unique view? Nothing, nothing. Don't mind the details. I really didn't expect you could purge the curse from my body. How should I repay you? Just as the atmosphere turned flirtatious, my damn money-grubbing instinct started acting up at the worst time. Actually, I only temporarily cleared your curse. It's not a permanent effect. The curse cleansing only lasts 24 hours. After that time's up, you'll return to your original form. Hearing that, Shui Yi Ellen was utterly shocked. Shui Yi Ellen was utterly shocked when she heard that. What should I do then? Is there any other way? Heh heh. A perfect sales pitch. Come to me for curse removal. And do it repeatedly. Isn't that the same as permanent? Shui Yi Ellen was overjoyed upon hearing that. Really? Then I could come to your shop every day. I was dumbfounded. Why is that his reaction? Shouldn't he be anxious instead? What kind of normal person wants to hang out in a pharmacy every day? Whatever. Let's secure this long-term customer first. Of course you can, my dear queen, as my neighbor. I can offer you a 20% discount on treatment fees. A discount? You mean you're still charging me? Are you trying to haggle with me? Heh. As a perfect salesperson, this is all within my expectations. But he's a bit naive. In front of a top-tier salesperson like me, there's no way to win. Perfect pitch. Step 2. Paint a big picture for the customer. Make them feel like they're getting a great deal. My queen, curse removal takes a lot of energy, after all. And I'm running a small business here. For the sake of our neighborly relationship. How about this? The first few treatments are free. Then afterward, 20% off. How's that sound? No way I'm letting her freeload forever. But I don't have a single coin. What, not a single coin? Are you joking with me right now? Seriously, I don't, because I've never needed money. Whenever I want something, I just eat the person who has it. Like if I want pork, I just swallow the pighead demon whole. What the hell? The deal fell through, and now I feel like my life is in danger. No money? That's fine. You can pay with something else. Like body parts, herbs, or cursed items. As long as the value is right. Really? Then tell me, how much do you think I'm worth? Oh no. Faced with temptation from a centuries-old steward, Lin En finally grew from a boy into a true man. That's right, he lost his purity. Just now, I originally planned to turn the blood-robed evil spirit into a long-term client by regularly cleansing her curse. But this woman refused to play by the rules and decided to pay with her body instead. Her shameless flirtation left this innocent young man blushing with embarrassment. Have you made up your mind, my little doctor? The blood-robed evil spirit gently slipped down the strap of her dress, gazing at me seductively. She really is a woman who's lived for centuries. She knows exactly what she's doing. As I was lost in thought, she suddenly lunged at me. Ma'am, please restrain yourself. Didn't you just call me queen a moment ago? I prefer it when you say that. Let's just go back to discussing treatment fees, shall we? I must not be swayed by her tactics. Making money is the ultimate goal. Money, money, money. I only want money. Our shop doesn't accept physical payment. Really? Didn't you just say anything is fine as long as it's valuable? Are you saying, you don't think I'm valuable enough? You don't think I'm valuable enough? Oh my god, who could possibly handle this? I'm still just a kid. How can I compete with someone who's been in love games for hundreds of years? We're on completely different levels. Just then, the system notification rang. Willpower -10. Watching the blood-robed evil spirit get closer and closer. If this keeps up, not only will I not make any money, I might even lose my body. But the blood-robed evil spirit gave me no time to breathe. She suddenly leaned in close to my ear, and softly bit my earlobe as she whispered, "Come on, don't hesitate anymore. This damn thing is gonna kill me. Am I really going to fail to keep my secret?" I quickly pushed the blood-robed evil spirit away. She looked at me, blushing from head to toe, and thought I was just shy. She comforted me, saying, "There's no one else here. No need to be embarrassed." Seeing how far things had gone, I had no choice but to reveal my secret. Actually, I don't even know how to do that kind of thing. You've never been intimate with a girl? Not even kissed? Don't tell me you haven't even held hands? I felt utterly humiliated. In my 2 years in this dark world, this was the first time I'd been insulted like this. The blood-robed evil spirit suddenly moved closer again, and said softly, "It's okay. A little trade to rescue me." Then she lunged at me again. "No, don't, Your Majesty. Please don't. I know you guys don't want to see what happens next. So let's skip it." The next morning, I dragged my exhausted body out of bed. The system notification kept going off like crazy, and listening to its content, it felt like the system was mocking me. "Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement. Wonderful first experience. This is a milestone achievement. The host has taken the first awkward yet solid step. From boyhood toward manhood, permanent stat boosts, +1 constitution, +1 endurance, +1 stamina, the blood-robed evil spirit's affection toward you +50. Her attitude has changed, from neutral, to favorable. Wonderful first experience. A milestone achievement? Does that mean there will be more like it in the future? Just as I was pondering, the blood-robed evil spirit suddenly appeared behind me. She teasingly traced circles on my shoulder with her finger. If you help Big Sis dispel her curse every day, I'll teach you even more powerful knowledge. Tilda. Like hell I'm listening to her nonsense. I didn't want to stay in that shameful place another second. I dashed out the door and bolted straight back to the pharmacy. Lin Yun was furious. She had just been brutally attacked online. Just moments ago, I thought I could earn a little cash from the blood-robed evil spirit, but ended up losing my first time to that centuries-old seductress. I was clearly the victim, but the system labeled me as a twisted pervert with a broken psyche, said I was spreading horror, deceiving good women, and forcing them to taste flesh. This is even more unfair than getting bit by a cursed doll. Still, this trap dinner wasn't a total loss. Since I completed the blood feast task, I received generous rewards, and I even got a rare grade item by surprise. Blood Fiend's Cloak Cannon. It's said to let the user hide their presence and pass through corpses like a ghost. It was crafted by monsters of the abyss, allowing the wearer to move invisibly like an evil spirit. But there's one downside: once you wear it, you lose all ability to attack. Also, my level went up to 9, and I got 16 attribute points at once. Luckily, I had already dumped all my points into Constitution. Now I'm tough enough to tank hits. Otherwise, I practically died last night. No doubt, it's the same as before. I'm putting all my stat points into Constitution again, because the system already said this was only the first episode of the wonderful first experience achievement. There will be a second and third episode. And if the blood-robed evil spirit is already this wild, who knows what's coming next? That reminds me, I almost forgot I have a teacher. It's already the third day. Why hasn't he come back yet? Could something have happened to him? I decided to check the world system for info. I was once again face to face with that eye-like supreme will. This world system is so much like an online game from the human world. I'm starting to think the supreme will came from there. As I was thinking, a message notification suddenly popped up. Those jerks waiting to laugh at me were chatting again. Blood Doll asked, "My queen, how did it go? Did that human doctor die a horrible death? Did you twist his head off and use it as a chamber pot?" Burning Ghost tagged the blood-robed evil spirit and said, "Please give us the details. We're dying to know what happened." The blood-robed evil spirit was speechless. Once they saw the queen was online, Blood Doll excitedly asked, "Your Majesty, you're here. Well, did that guy get what he deserved?" The blood-robed evil spirit replied shyly, He's actually pretty amazing." Burning Ghost asked with a stunned face, "Amazing? What do you mean?" Blushing, she replied, "I was too rash yesterday. He really is a very capable doctor. I shouldn't have treated him so rudely. But I didn't go back on my word. I said I'd eat him. So of course I did. Just in a different way, that's all." Blushes. "That's enough. I used up a lot of energy last night. I need a good sleep." Later, everyone. "What kind of energy did you use? And what do you mean, a different way? Can you explain that, please? Why does it feel like something unspeakable happened? No way. Did that human kid not only survive, but actually win over the powerful queen of evil spirits? No freaking way. This woman is way too open. Why does she say everything out loud? In this digital world, information spreads faster than light. My reputation, my youth, forget it. Better get back to business." I decided to post a missing person notice online to find my teacher. But the current channel was only for wandering soul statues. My teacher clearly isn't here. Guess I'll check the world channel. But because of my limited permissions, I couldn't speak in the world channel. So I had to narrow it down and post in the domain channel instead. Has anyone seen the Wandering Soul Statues Comedy Fanatic to be honored? If you know anything, please tell me. Much appreciated. Not long after I posted the message, A strange rune suddenly appeared on the system panel. Contract 0. Searching for his traces in a game-like system. Right after I posted a missing person notice, a rune called Contract Ridge suddenly popped up on the system panel. The system immediately explained, Contract Ridge is a bridge connecting the dark world and other worlds. Beings from other worlds can use traps to form contracts with beings from the dark world. Once the contract is made, the beings from the dark world can be summoned as demons and travel to other worlds. If that's the case, does that mean I can return to my world through Contract Ridge? So I immediately clicked teleport to test my guess. Unexpectedly, the panel showed I lacked the permissions. Unable to activate the Contract Ridge function. Looks like to unlock all features of this world, I still need to level up by defeating monsters. Thinking about the cost I paid to complete the Bloodflame mission. For the Blood Spirit Evil, I feel like I'm still 800 kidneys short of unlocking all functions. Forget it, guess I'll have to put this on hold for now. Just then, a trade zone button appeared on the system panel. I thought it looked cool, so I clicked to check it out. After a flashy interface transition, a bunch of virtual shops appeared before me. There were all kinds of strange shop names. High-level weapon shop of Nirvana Shard City. Sells Blackstone giant shields. Surprisingly suitable for humanoid use. I'll check it out later. Retina Mechanics Shop. Offers limb reconstruction services. And sells high-grade magical energy cores. Not bad either. Maybe my pharmacy can collaborate with them. One-eyed giant slave shop. Sells Violet World Hu Niang. Exotic ladies. Fair-skinned, beautiful, mentally controllable, trainable and tameable. That one was of no use to me at all. But I still bookmarked the shop in secret. This place really is identical to an MMO store system. I seriously suspect the supreme will behind this system was actually a human internet-addicted teenager. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. You have unlocked new features. Shop teleportation. Just input the corresponding number or name, and you'll be teleported directly to the shop's space. Shop creation. Spend 10,000 skull coins to create your own shop. Formal trading. Access high-value item trade zones. Auctions and purchase services available. Guess I'll start an online shop here first. After entering the shop name, I prepared to create it. Unexpectedly, the system said the name already existed. Could it be that my master already created Shuiju's memorial? The system just said you can teleport to a shop via its name. So I shouted, teleport to Shuiju's memorial. Sure enough, after a flashy teleport animation, I was transported to the front of a tall building. The sign read Shuiju's memorial. Nervously, I pushed open the door, wondering if my master was inside. But just as I was about to enter, the system suddenly prompted, authorization not detected. Please input static code. I accidentally discovered my master's secret. Truly a bad influence from the top down. Just now, I barged into my master's online shop in this world. Didn't expect it to require a login password. I had to blindly guess based on what my master likes. Single for 200 years. Incorrect code. Access denied. My disciple is the cutest. Incorrect code. Access denied. What kind of password did this old guy set? Just when I was completely stumped, a flash of inspiration hit me. I love Little Lawless. Correct code. Damn, I really do know my master too well. Once inside, I found it looked just like a real shop. With all items matching exactly. Looks like master's been maintaining it regularly. Then the main pharmacy interface popped up in front of me. Clicking it, I discovered. Turns out entering the pharmacy costs money too. 500 per entry. And the shop's maintenance fee is 1,000 skull coins per day. At this rate, a real-world shop would never make enough to keep up. How does Master even afford all this? And the remaining balance in the online store has reached 4,000 skull coins. Could it be that the teacher has other sources of income? To uncover the truth, I opened the shop logs. These are all monster body parts. Could this be the teacher's real source of income? No wonder every time he goes out, he comes back carrying monster corpses in a sack. So the potion shop is just a front. Selling monster organs is the teacher's real business. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Good thing I'm just a weak human. Otherwise, I'd be afraid he might harvest and sell my organs too. Just the names of these monsters sound terrifying. And yet the teacher can take them down so easily. Turns out the teacher is far more powerful than I imagined. Then a more shocking piece of info appeared before my eyes. Day 105. An old friend from the Demon Hunter Association came to me and invited me to infiltrate the Soul Tower to investigate some recent strange happenings in the association. But I left the association 10 years ago. Them showing up now is quite suspicious. This entry was written 3 days ago, right when the teacher left. So he must have gone out because of this. And from the content of the log, he was probably once a member of the Soul Tower in the association. I can only reassure myself that nothing bad will happen to him. After all, it was an old friend who invited him. Seeing no other useful info, I exited the world system. Next, I decided to make the potion shop famous. Because what online stores need most is exposure. And the best way to build that exposure is to have excellent products. Thanks to the system's reward, I have a unique critical strike potion recipe. With it, I'm sure I can conquer the market. Of course, first I need to fix the baldness side effect. Or launch a product targeted at law enforcement. That way I can quickly accumulate wealth and use the profits to keep increasing my permissions in the world. One day, I'll reach the contract ridge, and from there, return to my own world. Bringing human world online marketing strategies into the demon realm. What kind of experience would that be? You'd find demons are so naive and innocent. Just now, I found out the teacher had opened an online shop, so I made a bunch of critical potions and prepared to go all in. Step 1 of online marketing is advertising. You have posted a shop advertisement. -1,000 skull coins. Ultra critical potion now available. Massively boosts attack power upon consumption. Limited time promo price. 3,000 skull coins. Only 30 bottles available. Fair pricing. First come, first served. No fakes here. After doing all that, I eagerly waited for customers to show up. But after half an hour, the shop was still completely empty. I comforted myself. This is normal. It's only been half an hour. Just wait a bit longer. Customers will come soon. 2 hours later. 3 hours later. Okay, this is absurd. I've pushed the ad 5 times already. Spent a total of 5,000 skull coins. And still haven't seen a single customer. There's no choice now. I'll have to show you all how marketing is done in my world. I opened the panel and performed a series of dazzling actions. Soon, I had launched a new ad. Shocking. The secret to making real men harder and stronger. Endorsed by elite demon hunters. Succubi blush and skip a heartbeat. Queens cry out they can't take it. With the manly critical potion. 1 bottle. Boom. 2 bottles. Ecstasy. 3 bottles. Like a bulldozer. Want to be the strongest man in the dark world? Then come to the Shueju potion shop. But did you really think that was my only move? Then you've underestimated the intelligence of people from my world. I went ahead and registered countless alternate accounts. That's right. Next step. Mass spamming positive reviews. The octopus girl commented, "Wow, the critical hit potion from Shueju's pharmacy is amazing. I gave my boyfriend 1 bottle, and he couldn't handle it." Slime Lolita commented, "No way. How can we share such a treasure tier potion shop so easily? Everyone stop posting, or the prices will go up. Careful or the prices will spike." Clearly, to deal with pervy old creeps, you need to use some tricks. Just like those comic explainer videos. The episodes about blood spirit evil got so much traffic, but the normal story episodes barely had any viewers. Right after the ad went live, a few green lights suddenly flashed outside the shop. Sure enough, the pervy old creeps came running. Dark Giant requests entry to the shop. Fallen Minotaur requests entry to the shop. Succubus Elia requests entry to the shop. Multi-armed demon requests entry to the shop. Now the front of the pharmacy was bustling like a comic convention. "Boss, is what you wrote in the info really true? My queen sent me to buy your mighty potion. Is it really recommended by top-tier Inferno fiends? Boss, I want 50 bottles. Right now." Seeing how excited they were, I suddenly felt the people of the dark world were so simple and innocent. But since they're lining up to give me money, of course I have to take it. Turns out there's a 6.18 shopping festival even in hell. And it was started by a human profiteer. After I used human-style marketing and ran a tiny little ad, my potion shop was soon overflowing with people. Move aside. I came in first. Boss, give me a bottle. How dare you? I clearly came in first. No one take my spot. Boss, I'll buy your entire stock. Boss, do you accept payment in kind? I do home visits. I'm a professional succubus, you know. Looking at all these enthusiastic customers. As a seasoned profiteer, I had to act the part. So I decided to jack up the prices. I was really on fire today. The shop currently has only 30 critical hit potions in stock, and 10 of them are already reserved. What should I do, guys? Just then, a human uncle threw down a bag of gold. Then 4,000 skull coins per bottle. I'll take them all. No way, I'll add 500 per bottle. I've got plenty of cash. That ticked off a skull monster. He dragged out a chest of gold and shouted, "You think you're the only rich guy here? Boss, 5,000 per bottle. I'll buy them all. If it works well, I'll be a long-term customer." With that, everyone started crazily upping their offers. I'll pay 6,000. I'll pay 7,000. I'll pay 7,001. Guys, no fighting. Shop rationally, please. Don't splurge recklessly. Earning money isn't easy, after all. I played the part of a devious merchant to perfection. As coins flooded into my pockets, I couldn't stop grinning inside. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Achievement unlocked. All potions are a ripoff. This is a special achievement, earned by selling a single type of potion, and making 300,000 skull coins in one go. You gained a permanent bonus. Plus 1% income from potion sales. Plus 1 intelligence. Plus 1 eloquence. Not only did I make a ton of money, I also leveled up quite a bit. But deep down, I felt a little guilty. I actually used such underhanded marketing tactics. It's just that the combat power was slightly different from what buyers expected. Right. I just remembered, after selling so many critical hit potions, soon the dark world is going to be full of baldies. I have to hurry and make hair regrowth potion. Then I can start the next round of profit. So I pressed the button on my wrist, getting ready to return to the real world. This time I won't overcharge anymore. I'll sell it at a fairer price. Meanwhile, in another part of the dark world, a group of elf soldiers were stationed in Flame Town. In the darkness ahead, countless blood-red eyes glowed. From the look in the elven leader's eyes, a brutal battle was clearly about to unfold. At that moment, a soldier rushed over with a crate of potions. "Captain, Royal Supply Delivery has arrived. Aside from healing and strength potions, the court also urgently procured 5 critical hit potions. They say these potions can more than double one's combat power." The experienced captain picked one up and inspected it. He asked if there were any side effects. The soldier was about to say he didn't know, and suddenly the monster army ahead began to grow restless. As the captain and soldiers stood confused, several spider beasts suddenly charged out from the shadows, lunging at the elven troops. The captain shouted for defense. The elven soldiers raised their spears, entering combat stance, but no one knew what would happen. After a bunch of beautiful-haired elves drank the potion, the elves and the insectoids were now engaged in an unprecedented war, but under the ferocious onslaught of the insectoids, the elves were steadily losing ground. At that moment, the elven captain brought out the forbidden water. One sip of it could increase strength 100-fold. But the squad captain didn't know that the potion came with a tiny side effect. After drinking it, he felt his body flooded with a sinister aura. That energy granted him overwhelming strength. He let out a mighty roar. His body began to glow radiantly, lighting the dark earth like broad daylight. The next second, the squad captain marveled at the changes in his body. "I've gotten stronger." But his soldiers looked shocked. "Captain, your hair." The captain could no longer hear a word they said. He was completely intoxicated by the rush of power. Facing his men head-on, they were even more horrified. "No way, that place is bald too? Which place are we talking about?" At that moment, the enraged insectoids attacked again. The squad captain raised his spear and gave the order. "Charge!" He dashed forward, slaughtering the insectoids left and right. Now for the latest news. Recently, bizarre incidents have occurred all across the dark world, and they all involve baldness without exception. Here's a comprehensive report on the events. Breaking news. An elven squad captain in the dark world went bald suddenly. But his power exploded exponentially. He barehandedly took down countless insectoids, breaking a century-old elven record. Breaking news. The unicorn demon fleet stranded at Memorial Sea was rescued. The reason? The captain's scalp emitted high-frequency flashes, mistaken for a lighthouse by passing ships. They successfully located the fleet. Breaking news. A werewolf in the dark world was ambushed by blood clans. After transforming and ripping his clothes, he also suddenly went bald. His strength skyrocketed. With his shining head, he took down over 10 vampires and escaped their pursuit. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dark world, your reputation in the dark world +10. Your reputation in the dark elven royal court +5. Looking at my rapidly rising fame and the variety of rewards, I was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? After that moment of shock, I went back to developing new potions. And soon, it was complete. The flesh regrowth potion. Using it can rapidly heal external wounds, regrow lost limbs, and more. But it might come with some minor side effects. Just then, I heard a knock on the door. A new customer had arrived. I wondered what kind of guest it would be this time. I opened the door, and there stood a little armored cutie girl. She seemed to be missing an arm. Black Goose Fairy. Level 88. Age 99. Race. Fairy. Alignment. Chaotic friendly. Combatability. Small but fierce. All the power in a compact form. They were originally fairies from the surface world, a small portion of which entered the dark world. They possess great mobility and night vision, but due to weak combatability, they are often kept as pets by other races. I quickly let her in and asked her to sit, but she seemed extremely wary. She said her arm had been eaten by a monster, and she would die without treatment. She barely managed to find this pharmacy temple nearby, and asked if I could help her. Quest triggered. Arm regrowth. I told her not to worry. Our Cave Dweller Pharmacy Temple is the best in Ghost Lane. Missing arm? No problem. Even if you're burned to ashes, I can piece you back together. She asked, would you knock me out? Tie me up, and do weird things to me in the attic? Of course not. Oh good. Black Goose Fairy's affection for you +10. Wait, what the heck? That's all it takes to boost her affection? She seems a bit, not too bright, honestly. I asked why she'd ask something so weird, and the next second she growled with gritted teeth, and seriously said, when we first arrived in this world, the Elder specifically warned us. The creatures here are extremely evil. Many of our kin were deceived and made into playthings, so we must stay on guard at all times. But the very next second she giggled and asked, are you a liar? Nope. That's great. Black Goose Fairy's trust in you +10. Oh come on. This is your idea of being cautious? All I see on you is 2 words. Easy target. So I started asking her in a sketchy uncle kind of way. You said your race just came to this world? Which world were you from originally? The Elder said, such confidential info can't be shared with unfriendly creatures. Are you an unfriendly creature? I'm super friendly. Then that's fine. We are indeed migrating, planning to settle in the mountains north of Hellfire Plains. You look like a soldier, right? At those words, the cute girl suddenly got fierce. She drew her long blade and shouted, I am the mighty commander knight of the fairy clan. You may call me Lady Yue. Where my blade points is where my people march. Great Lady Yue shall lead our race into a bright future. She got so fired up, her wound started bleeding again. Quickly told her to sit and calm down. This one's not only gullible but a little brainless. But aren't you supposed to be heading north to Hellfire Plains? How did you end up in Southern Ghost Lane? That can't be. I've clearly been heading north the whole time. I never veered off. Then let me ask, where's north? Over there. That's south, you fool. Even I'm too tired to mess with you anymore. You're gonna drag down my IQ if I keep talking. I've been an apprentice potion technician in the dark world for 2 years. One mistake I often made during surgeries was forgetting to use anesthetics. But today, facing this silly cutie, I didn't forget this time. Maybe it's her dumb, cute nature that made me want to protect her. Take off your armor. I need to administer anesthesia and clean the wound. Just moments ago, This one-armed black goose fairy had come seeking treatment. After talking to her, I realized her brain's a bit off. Her tribe was supposed to go north to the Hellfire Plains. But she led them south all the way to Ghost Lane. And the worst part, she's stubborn as hell. She outright refused to admit she went the wrong way. She said they've traveled 2,000 li already. And her intuition told her it was right. You've been relying on your intuition to navigate? Of course. It's our tribe's tradition. So how far is your migration destination? From your original homeland? About 500 li. Then why have you walked 2,000 li and still not arrived? Shouldn't that seem a little off to you? Now that you mention it, it is kinda weird, huh? Unbelievable. How are you people not extinct by now? It's an insult to the intelligence of the dark world. I sighed helplessly, then pulled a compass out of my drawer. Here's the deal, you poor thing. I'll sell this to you for a discounted 200 skull coins. With this, you'll never get lost again. The black goose fairy had never seen a compass before. Her eyes went wide like lanterns. What is this? It's called a compass. It helps you tell direction. Normally I sell it for 1,000 skull coins. So how do you use it? Super easy. Just look at the needle. The direction it points is south. Hearing that, it was like the black goose fairy discovered a new world. She happily bought the compass. Black goose fairy's trust in you +30. Black goose fairy's affection for you +30. But seeing how excited she was, I suddenly felt guilty. Will I get struck by lightning for conning someone so dumb? Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. 100x profit. This is a special achievement. Sell any item at over 100 times its base cost successfully. And you earn it. To ease my conscience a bit, I decided to teach her a few survival rules in the dark world. Listen carefully. Just because someone says they're not a bad guy, doesn't mean they're a good guy. If someone says they won't lie to you, doesn't mean they won't lie. Don't just eat stuff from strangers. Don't turn your back on people. Don't go home with strangers. Just remember what I said, and you'll stay safe and lucky. Thank you for your kind advice. You're such a good person. Too bad I didn't remember any of it. Forget it. She's a natural-born victim. No amount of warning will help. But for her to survive this long, she must have some secret survival skills. So how did you get that injury, anyway? Oh, that? It was bitten off by a giant way bigger than Wu. If I hadn't dodged fast, it would have bitten off Wu's head instead. Alright then. To prevent infection, we need to do some debridement. Take off your armor. Hearing that, the black goose fairy grabbed her chest. I refuse. A knight never removes their armor. If you don't, how am I supposed to inject anesthesia? Debridement hurts asterisk, you know. Ask any inferno fiend if you don't believe me. Still no. Anesthesia will dull Wu's reflexes. Wu is a noble knight. Today, yet another patient has come to my pharmacy demanding surgery without anesthesia. The last one was some middle-aged uncle. Though the operation was a success, it definitely left the uncle with trauma. This time it's a soft, adorable little cutie. I truly admire her courage. After completing safety prep, the surgery was about to begin. Little girl, if you can't hold it in, just scream. Just don't bite your tongue, okay? The black evil fairy looked completely indifferent. Wu already said it. Wu's endurance level is maxed out. Wu won't. Before she finished her sentence, I slashed her with the scalpel. The black evil fairy writhed on the operating table in pain. Why does it hurt so much more when you cut? Did you use some weird stuff or what? What weird stuff? That was just the first cut. How about I give you some anesthesia? Although she was gasping for air in pain, she still tried to tough it out. Wu's pain resistance is maxed out. She actually has perfect endurance. Wu won't. Before she could finish, I slashed again. Can't you be gentler? That was way too forceful. This time, I didn't stop. I just wanted to finish quickly. I still had to see the next customer. Can't waste time on her. Didn't you say your pain resistance was maxed? Then stop squirming, or I might cut somewhere else by mistake. The black evil fairy was crying from the pain. Even if it's maxed, you're surpassing max with every cut. Just then, the long-haired ghost girl who liked sneaking in came to buy medicine again. Seeing no one at the front, she came to the surgery room. She was about to call out, then saw the shadow projected from inside, along with the girl's screams. OWWOWWOWW. I'm splitting open. UA is splitting open. My waist is breaking. Don't scream weird stuff like that. We've only just started. Help, help. I'm getting torn apart. I want to go home. I don't want to do this anymore. Hold still. Stop moving around. This scene pushed the long-haired ghost to the brink again. That perverted doctor is at it again. She turned and bolted. Seeing how black evil fairies screaming disrupted my operation, I grabbed a glass tube at random, and shoved it into her mouth with a pop. Now she could only mumble incoherently. Finally, I could focus on the operation. Bite down. Just hold on a bit longer. Almost done now, with my final perfect cut. The surgery was a success. Your surgical skills reached the ultimate level. Gained 300 express. Your surgery ability has reached the ultimate level. Gained 300 express. The black evil fairy was completely traumatized. I pulled the tube out of her mouth. The basic debridement was done. Next, we could move on to the next step. The black evil fairy tidied up her messy armor weakly. It felt like a nightmare. I almost broke down. I thought to myself, this is just the start. The real show's just beginning. Next second, she pouted and pointed at me, yelling, "You're the first man who made me hurt this much. Hey, little girl, don't say weird things. People might misunderstand." Then she pointed at the glass tube angrily. "You're also the first man who dared to shove such a thick thing into my mouth." I quickly explained, "It was to stop you from biting your tongue." I thought she'd keep spouting wild lines. But suddenly she gave a sweet look. "You've left quite an impression on me. I'll never forget the taste of your waist." Affection from Black Evil Fairy plus 20. Impression score with Black Evil Fairy plus 50. What the heck? That increases affection? Does this girl have some strange fetish? This cute girl finished up at my clinic, then started undressing when it was time to pay. Her originally big chest instantly flattened out, just now, after a thrilling minor surgery. Next I'm going to help the dark demon girl regenerate her severed limb. But seeing her clueless face, plus the fact that I just scammed her 200 skull coins with the compass, I've decided to offer her a discount for the limb regeneration procedure. I'm not planning to scam her again. I asked if she brought enough money. Unexpectedly, she proudly touched her chest and said, "Of course." Wu brought all of Wu's funds with Wu, as I was wondering what her chest had to do with her funds. I saw her start pulling hard at her chest. The next second, with a strong yank, there was a loud rip. The once prominent pair instantly turned into a flat plane. What the? They were fake? Even women in the dark world can't be trusted? Though the bosom was fake, the gold coins in her hand were real, and they were high-value black furnace coins. If converted into skull coins, this bag would be worth at least hundreds of thousands. The dark demon girl cutely asked if this was enough. I laughed like a pig in delight. Enough. Definitely enough. This silly girl has all the makings of an easy target. It would be a crime not to scam her. Then I turned to get the limb regeneration potion. You're just in time. This is my latest research, flesh regrowth potion. Perfect for your symptoms. The system says there may be side effects. Perfect for testing. The dark demon girl glanced at the potion in my hand, then suddenly snatched it. The next second, she gulped it down in one go. What the hell? That stuff is for external use only. As you can see, Wu has a unique constitution. Wu's resistance to pain is maxed out. You witnessed that during the surgery earlier. Witnessed my ass. Who was the one screaming like hell? Not just that, Wu's resistance to all drugs is also maxed out. So whether it's toxic or healing potions, none work on Wu, so I doubt your potion will work either. That could be true. My potion is external use and contains some toxins. Yet she drank it without any reaction. No wonder she's survived with all those weaknesses. She's truly immune to potions. Then why are you even at my shop? Trying my luck. Maybe I'll get a fake limb or something. What are the chances to run into someone immune to potions? But then I thought again. This formula was given to me by the system. It must be different from ordinary potions. If it works on someone immune to potions, its value would skyrocket. Then I firmly told the dark demon girl, "Trust me, this will definitely work." If it doesn't, I won't charge you. Seeing how confident I was, she casually swung her severed arm and said, let's give it a shot. So I slowly poured the potion onto her wound. With a sizzle sound, the bandages around the wound began to fall off. This girl came to me with a severed arm. First, I performed a brutal minor surgery on her. Then I scammed her into buying a bunch of baby-scented black furnace coins. Now I'm trying to reattach her arm using my flesh regrowth potion. But Yue says her body is immune to all potions. Nothing works on her at all. So she doesn't believe my potion will work either. But I believe this formula from the system is no ordinary potion. It's in a league of its own. I was sure it would work. So we gave it a shot. But after a while, there was still no change in Yueyu's wound. She let out a sigh. Looks like it really didn't work. Wu's body is just too special. If it won't work, then please install a fake arm for Wu. Just when we were about to give up, Yue suddenly felt a strange change in her body. The next second, her severed arm began to regrow. Told you, my potion is extraordinary. It actually worked? Yue was so shocked her eyes widened. Doctor, you're amazing. Truly incredible. Haha. Looks like your constitution doesn't affect the potion's effectiveness. Yueyu's affection for me just increased by 50. I told her not to like me so casually yet, because something bad might still happen next. Since this is a newly developed potion, and supposedly has some side effects, I needed Yue to describe what she felt. I had to take notes. Yue said it felt tingly, numb, and painful. And not just in her arm. Other parts of her body felt that way too. Other parts? What do you mean by other parts? She also said it felt like her arm kept growing. Like she was growing extra arms. It was a very strange feeling. Right then, I had a bad feeling about this. And sure enough, a tentacle suddenly sprouted from Yueyu's back. My 3 stats dropped by 10 on the spot. The next second, that tentacle started slithering and licking her cheek. With her eyes squinting into crescent moons, she thought I was licking her. Ya Tilda? Doctor, you're so naughty Tilda. Please don't lick my cheeks randomly. Even though she was saying, don't, the system showed her affection was still rising. Also, why did she say the catchphrase of the blood spirit? I froze in confusion. Maybe open your eyes and take a look? Yue opened her eyes and saw me still sitting across from her. As she wondered who was licking her, she glanced over, and saw a tentacle thicker than her own arm. She was instantly petrified on the spot. All 3 of her stats dropped sharply. The whole ghost hall echoed with her terrified scream. The girl came for help with her severed arm. After applying my exclusive flesh regrowth potion, not only did the arm not fully heal, a tentacle as thick as a bowl grew out instead. And this tentacle wasn't behaving properly. It went straight to licking Yue all over. She collapsed to the floor, screaming for help. Don't be scared, Uncle will help you. The tentacle had disappeared who knows where. I held Yue and searched her body. Help, it's going in. Hey. Going in? Where is it going in? Somewhere weird, okay. At this point her 3 stats were falling like crazy. After some deep, thorough searching, I finally grabbed the slippery tentacle. This thing might be valuable for studying the potion's effects. I kept stroking it to analyze its composition. But Yue had had enough. If you want to study it, chop it off first. It's still attached to Wu. Stop touching everywhere. It feels really weird. Okay. Fair enough. So I raised the ancestral pig slaughtering blade, and sliced the tentacle clean off. But the severed tentacle kept wriggling like a lizard tail. Then it pounced toward Yue again, trying to crawl back into her body. At that moment, I stomped on it repeatedly, until I crushed it into a pulp. Yue then demanded to know why she asked for an arm and got a giant tentacle instead. Relax. Potions always have a few minor side effects. This is totally normal. Normal my ass. What kind of potion makes someone grow a freaking tentacle? Tentacles are bad enough. What if something even weirder grows next? Wu says this is no regrowth potion. It's clearly a mutation potion. Don't panic. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology. The poor rely on mutation. A little mutation now and then is harmless. Besides, your arm did grow quite a bit. With a little more potion, it'll be fully regrown. Yue now had a conflicted expression of hesitation and longing. Of course she wanted her arm restored, but was afraid of growing something even weirder. Seeing her anxiety, I patted her on the shoulder and reassured her. Don't worry, no matter what grows out next, I'll chop it off for you. Just trust in a doctor's sense of duty and skill. Yue looked at her almost fully restored arm, then nervously said, all right, just one last time, as the green potion was poured on the wound again. Sure enough, new tentacles started growing from Yue's body. This time, it grew from her butt. So embarrassing. Cut it off now. I raised the blade and chopped the tentacle cleanly off. Then, tentacles began sprouting all over Yue's body, from all sorts of strange places. But no matter how many appeared, I chopped every last one off. I didn't expect the side effect would not only be tentacles, but also a pair of beautiful wings. Yue actually thought the wings looked nice, so she decided she wanted to keep them. But with 2 crisp slashes, the wings fell to the ground. Didn't Wu say I could keep the wings? Why did you still chop them off? Sorry, I got used to cutting tentacles. Lin En was about to do something strange again, because she discovered the side effects of the potion weren't just tentacles. There seemed to be more hidden functions. Just now, I had finally chopped off all the weird growths on Yue. Looking at this cute loli-type girl, I couldn't help but check on her. But she asked me if this service costs money. I was dumbfounded and asked, what money? Yue blinked her big, pure, clueless eyes and said, the minor surgery costs money, the compass costs money. The potion costs money too. Then does chopping off those weird things also cost money? While stuffing the tentacles into her bag, I said, silly girl, of course not. These are free, consider them souvenirs. As I leaned in closer, Yue suddenly blushed a little, hurriedly got off the bed to adjust her armor and prepare to leave. Speaking of which, why is there such a big opening in the back of her armor? Is it for the enemy to get easy rear access? Just as Yue was about to walk out the door, I suddenly remembered something. I quickly called out to her. Yue jumped with a start, recalling my weird behavior earlier. She thought I was up to something indecent. What do you want? I'm not into older guys, okay? You're overthinking. I just remembered. When I applied the potion for the last time, I didn't notice any new growths. Could there still be a mutated part on you that we missed? Yue fumbled around nervously and said, I don't think so, though still uneasy. If nothing was found, then all the better. So I walked her to the door and welcomed her to come again next time. But Yue didn't look back once as she left, as if she never wanted to return. This trial was a huge success. Now I'm ready to put the potion on sale in my online store. Just as I was setting things up, I suddenly kicked something underfoot. Looking down. Wasn't this the fake padding Yue wore? Wait, wasn't that the money pouch she hid in her chest? It must have fallen out during surgery. Looks like she forgot to take it. Wait, if the money pouch is here, then how are her boobs still so full? That means the potion mutated her body. The fake became real. That won't do. Next time she pulls out money, she might pull out the real thing. I must tell her the truth and remove the excess tissue. But when I rushed to the door, Yue was already gone, nowhere in sight. As a responsible doctor, I made such a rookie mistake. It really was my negligence. I'll have to find her again somehow and explain everything. The soul lantern was just about to go out, so I took it down and prepared to close shop. But as I shut the door, I suddenly felt a churning in my chest. The next moment, I started coughing violently. When I finally recovered, just as I shut the main door, I suddenly felt a violent churn in my chest. The next second, I started coughing violently. When I finally managed to recover, I found a pool of fresh blood on the floor, my own vomit. But the blood was squirming unnaturally. Soon, it formed several large characters. Danger. Leave. Now. At the same time, the system alert sounded. You've successfully triggered a mission. Karma record. Mission objective. Survive by any means until dawn. Tonight, Lin En faces an unprecedented crisis. The evil visitor this time is 100 times more powerful than the Abyss Headhunter. Just moments ago, While I was preparing to close the store, I suddenly coughed up blood. The blood formed 6 large words on the floor. Danger. Leave immediately. I recognized the writing. It was my teacher's. He used one of the oldest curses in the dark world to send me a warning. At the same time, the system gave me a mission to do whatever it takes to survive the night. The reward is more generous than ever before, even greater than the one from the Abyss Headhunter mission, which means tonight's monster is stronger than the Headhunter. And the fact that my teacher, who had been missing for 3 days, warned me, means the monster is already nearby. A wise man avoids unnecessary risks. Instead of waiting to die here, I decided to hide at Blood Spirit's house. Even if she's as fierce as a beast, dying of fright is better than being eaten alive. Who just insulted me? The front door is no longer an option. I can only escape through the window. As I ran through the haunted streets, a sudden gust of slanted wind blew past me. Looking up, I nearly peed my diaper. A few will-o'-the-wisps were drifting toward me, making eerie crackling sounds. That figure, accompanied by heavy footsteps, was walking toward the room I was hiding in. At that moment, already numb with fear, I hid behind the door, trembling uncontrollably. As the footsteps drew nearer, the soul lantern flickered under the pressure of demonic energy, as if it might go out at any second. This time, Lin En truly had no way to escape, because tonight she encountered the most terrifying, most deadly monster ever. And this monster gave her no chance to speak, leaving Lin En unable to use her usual verbal tricks. Will she fall here, or rise again like a phoenix? Just moments ago, the soul lantern before me dimmed to darkness. That meant the dark world had fully entered midnight. At this point, nothing could protect me anymore. Then I heard a crisp shattering sound from the main hall. I realized the monster was breaking my potions. 200 skull coins, 500 skull coins, 1,000 skull coins. With each bottle that shattered outside, it felt like my heart was bleeding. Not from fear, but from heartache. Those were my precious, precious coins. Even more important than my own life. I tried my best to calm my panic. Facing that thing head-on was no longer an option. Just the aura it emitted was enough to show how powerful it was. Now the only one who could save me was the blood spirit who took my innocence. Not only is she nearby, but I could also signal her. I asked the system to lift the curse on Blood Spirit, and apply the curse removal to my Demon Hunter revolver. Once the curse clearing transfers to the revolver, it means Blood Spirit has returned to her original form. That's how I communicate with her. Once she's back to normal, she'll definitely come to the pharmacy to find me. All I had to do now was stay alive until she arrived. Just survive. Suddenly, the noises from the hall stopped. It was obvious that using the curse removal drew its attention. The curtain was slowly lifted. A long shadow cast down the hallway. I held my breath, peeking through the door crack at the shapeless silhouette, my hand gripping the Demon Hunter revolver tightly. The footsteps drew nearer and nearer, and the huge form gradually filled the space. At that moment, all I could hear was my heartbeat, and the heavy footsteps echoing through the corridor. Then suddenly, the footsteps stopped. As my nerves tightened to the limit, a spiny demon hand pierced through my chest. My knees buckled and I collapsed to the floor. That blood-red twisted hand slowly withdrew back into the wall. Yet the wall showed no trace of damage. My blood quickly spread out, staining a large area. The next second, the operating room door creaked open. A massive, distorted figure appeared before me. There were no words to describe it. A stitched-together lump of rotting flesh. No head, no facial features. Just countless eyes squeezed between decay. Various limbs sprouted around its torso. A horrifying creation of flesh and mutation. Flesh Puppet Number 3, Hellwalker, Level Unknown. Its combat power is described as overwhelming. It was created by the Demon Cult, one of the strongest flesh machines under the Inverted Tower. Wherever it appears, mass slaughter and destruction follow. It purifies itself by devouring living beings. You must never let it set its sights on you. A creature stitched together from rotting flesh, devouring all life it encounters, and inheriting their powers. And I was its next target. I lay helplessly on the ground, watching the flesh puppet inch closer. The next second, Blood-red tentacles burst from its body. Wriggling like snakes, they crawled toward me. I had no strength left, and could only watch as they wrapped around my legs. Then suddenly, they revealed bone spikes and stabbed deep into my flesh. It was devouring me. A cold voice came from the flesh puppet. And the moment it finished, the tentacles crackled like they were surging with electricity. And the next second, they actually blew my legs into a mist of blood. The cold mechanical voice rang out again. Right after that, several spiked tentacles came flying at me. At the same time, my supposedly crushed heart suddenly throbbed violently. A wave of hot blood surged to my arm. It triggered some emergency survival mechanism. I suddenly gripped the revolver in my hand. Enduring intense pain, I aimed it at the flesh puppet's giant eye. With a bang, the gun fired. The bullet from the demon hunter revolver pierced the monster's pupil. Most importantly, the flesh puppet let out a long shriek. A holy power carried by the bullet spread through its body like lightning. In pain, it started wildly attacking everything around it. The entire wall collapsed with a loud crash. I took the opportunity, and quickly pulled out a red cloak from my pocket. At that moment, the terrifying giant hand struck again. I rolled and threw on the cloak in one fluid motion. The next second, I merged into the floor. I vanished from the flesh puppet's sight. Its eye quickly regenerated before my very eyes. That cold mechanical voice sounded again. Meanwhile, in the pharmacy basement, I pressed hard on my bleeding chest. I really underestimated the enemy this time. Thank goodness for the blood-waste cloak that helped me escape. Otherwise, I would have already been inside that monster's belly. Blood-waste cloak. Grade. Rare. After use, it conceals your presence and body. It also lets you phase through corpses like a ghost. But be careful. Once worn, it removes all attack power. I've been living too comfortably these past few days, and forgot I'm still in the dark world. A place where your life is at risk at any moment. I looked down at my completely shattered legs. A bold idea formed in my mind. The next second, I raised my ancestral pig-slaying knife and slashed my legs. The rich rely on tech. The poor rely on mutation. Lin N has tentacles now too. Using my last strength, I crawled into the pharmacy basement. Staring at my legs, now shattered to bits. A bold idea formed again. The next moment, I poured flesh regrowth potion on my legs and chest cavity. Good thing I maxed out my constitution stat earlier. Otherwise I wouldn't have survived the combo of attacks. But the biggest thanks still goes to my teacher. If not for that surgery he did to modify me, I'd be dead by now. Then I heard the creaking sounds of flesh regenerating. My damaged chest and shattered legs were healing at an unbelievable speed. Makes sense. If the potion worked on the hyper-resistant Black Goose Fairy, it should work even better on me. In just a few breaths, I was fully healed. I panted heavily and forced myself to my feet. Then the system chimed in my ear. Your body has undergone level 1 mutation. Your body has undergone level 2 mutation. The next moment, several barbed tentacles sprouted from my back. The skin on my neck split open, revealing an inverted eye that slowly opened. System detected 2 controllable mutations. Flesh tentacles, connected to nervous system, freely controllable. Evil spirit tree eye, linked to visual nerves. Can see through all obstructions and detect evil spirit auras. With a swish, the 2 tentacles revealed their sharp bone spikes under my control. The demon hunter revolver already dealt serious damage, but now combined with the new tentacles and spirit eye, maybe I could go another round with that monster. The next second, I donned the blood cloak and phased through the wall like a ghost. Under the spirit eye's gaze, the huge figure in the corridor came into full view. My mind was laser-focused. Using the cloak, I phased through wall after wall, gradually getting closer to the monster. Whoosh! A streak of blood red flashed past the monster. Its massive eye rotated slowly, scanning the walls around it. All its tentacles were poised to attack. Whoosh! The red blur appeared again. Its back suddenly split open, revealing countless eyes locked onto its rear. Those eyes were fixated on my exact position. It had fully detected my presence. Just as it focused all its attention on its rear, I silently appeared in the corner of the ceiling. This time, you're in for a poisonous trick. The next second, I rapidly pulled the trigger. All 6 bullets hit the monster squarely. In an instant, holy electricity sparked across its body like fireworks. Crackling and popping sounds erupted. The Demon Hunter revolver is naturally highly effective against creatures of the dark world. With the added holy light enchantment, it's not an exaggeration to call it their nemesis. At this moment, the revolver was reloading. I drew the kick drum blade, ready to strike while it was weak. But just as I was about to charge forward, I suddenly saw 6 disgusting eyeballs emerge from the 6 bullet holes on the monster. Their hollow gazes locked firmly onto me. I inwardly cursed, "This isn't good." As I tried to cloak myself and phase through the wall, that hollow gaze had already landed on my face. A sizzling, burning sound echoed. The skin on my face began to melt instantly, emitting foul-smelling green smoke. I didn't expect those eyes to carry a curse. Gritting my teeth, I dove through the floor. As soon as I reached the basement, I quickly poured a flesh regrowth potion on my melted face. The green liquid sizzled as it absorbed into the skin. The wounds on my face began to rapidly heal. In the next second, I reached stage 1 eye mutation. Several giant tentacles sprouted from my back. But I had no time to focus on that now. I didn't expect that in just 2 rounds. That monster had already adapted to the holy damage from my bullets. It was now relentlessly hunting for my location. I had to get out of here and come up with a new plan. Under the cloak's protection, I moved underground. Meanwhile, the evil spirit eye on my back was continuously tracking the monster's movements. But just as I exited the potion shop area, the monster suddenly disappeared from my spirit vision. It had cloaked its presence. Immediately, I sensed that something was terribly wrong. A second later, a terrifying aura surged from behind. With this cloak, I can phase through any object. My body becomes ghost-like and intangible. Yet even with such god-tier equipment, I was still unfortunate enough to have my arm broken by a single strike from the ever-evolving monster. I rolled for over 10 meters on the street, clutching my injured left arm. As the monster lunged again, I quickly leapt back, then gritted my teeth and rolled back underground. But that giant hand also burrowed in after me. I kept burrowing underground, while pouring flesh regrowth potion on my wounded arm. The flesh quickly began to regenerate. Your body has undergone a stage 2 mutation. The next moment, my neck split open, revealing another evil spirit eye, with both eyes stacked in effect. The moment I saw the monster, I wet my diaper out of sheer terror. The phantom giant hand behind me kept chasing relentlessly, its arm wildly growing from the monster's body. And it was in spirit form too, so it could harm me even in my cloaked state. The dozens of eyes on that monster were locked tightly onto me. I couldn't help cursing in my mind. Damn it, the tables turned in an instant. What was once my advantage under the cloak had now become my weakness, because I couldn't attack while cloaked. Yet that giant hand could strike me anytime. I had to find a way to shake it off. Gritting my teeth, I thought fast. My gaze landed on the blood convergence ritual. Without hesitation, I bolted toward it, using my tentacles. I pushed my speed to the limit. In a breath, I burst from underground into the pharmacy, then climbed the wall like a spider. My target was the attic where I sleep. Once there, the first thing I did was remove the now useless blood cloak and fling open the cabinet door. I immediately spotted that giant hand again. At the same time, the monster's spirit hand burst up from underground and lunged straight toward me. I hurled a vial of potion into the air and slashed it open mid-air with the kick drum blade. It was a phantom spirit exposure potion, a drug that lets physical beings interact with evil spirits and ghosts. The green liquid splashed all over me and soaked the blood-red kick drum blade. The next second, I gripped the blade with both hands. Using all the strength I had, I fiercely stabbed toward the evil spirit's giant hand. A sizzling sound of melting rang out. The giant hand let out a sharp scream in pain. The green potion, like acid, in the next moment, rapidly dissolved the evil spirit hand. Covered in sweat, I swung the kick drum blade again and sliced off the evil spirit's hand in one stroke. The evil spirit hand twisted and writhed, then began emitting green smoke like a scorched corpse. After dealing with the hand, I didn't dare linger. I reached into the cabinet to grab more potions. I had to stock up. The next second, a sudden stab of flesh-piercing pain. A surge of intense pressure hit me. My throat bulged in an instant. Behind me, a thin hand quietly emerged. It pierced through the back of my neck, gripping onto my spine. Crimson blood dripped down slowly. Through the evil spirit eye on my neck, I saw a shocking image. I recognized that thin hand clearly. It belonged to the Black Goose Fairy, Yueyue. I instantly remembered why Yueyue came to the shop. She said she encountered a giant, and nearly got her head bitten off. Luckily, she reacted fast. Only lost an arm and managed to escape. Which means, after devouring Yueyu's arm, the monster also gained strong resistance to potions. And all the potions I just desperately gathered now had no effect whatsoever. A wave of overwhelming despair engulfed me. That little hand suddenly clenched, trying to snap my spine. The next second, I used my tentacles to wrap tightly around the hand. Even so, my spine was already cracking from the pressure. But the little hand loosened under the tentacles' grip. Seizing the chance, I broke free, and suddenly turned around. The hand, along with several of my tentacles, was chopped off in an instant. The hand hit the floor, still writhing non-stop. I endured the excruciating pain, and pinned it to the floor with the last of my strength. Then collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Under the evil spirit eye's watch, I saw the monster had arrived at the pharmacy's entrance. There was no time left to use healing potions. Looks like I had to use my trump card. With bloodied hands, I pulled it from my chest. The faceless Mosk's heart. A cursed item that can link to a designated target's heart. I immediately visualized the monster in my mind. To link the faceless heart to its heart, a maniacal grin spread across my face. Come on, big guy. Let's play a little game. The next second, I plunged my 5 fingers deep into the heart's flesh. A torrent of vengeful spirits surged forth. At the same time, the massive shadow downstairs suddenly froze. The eyeballs on its body contracted sharply. In that instant, it was as if its core had suffered unimaginable damage. What a huge risk this was. My brain and heart were fighting each other. Unexpectedly, under the effect of the faceless Mosk's heart, the monster's core seemed to be heavily damaged. Its fleshy eyeballs burst one after another, and within its bloated body, twisted human faces kept emerging, screaming, as if something was about to burst out. A chilling mechanical voice rang out. Heart core has suffered unknown damage. Divine antibodies malfunctioning. Evil spirit sensing failing. Cellular binding weakening. Curse binding weakening. Initiating emergency repairs. I had to finish this thing off completely. I seized the moment and pulled out a flesh regrowth potion. As the potion splashed over my body, my injured spine began to heal. Hopefully 20 seconds was enough for full recovery. Meanwhile, the faceless Mosk's heart turned pitch black, due to a lack of blood. Such a powerful cursed item also came with intense side effects. The next second, the heart suddenly split open, and immediately latched onto my chest. It began sucking my blood. Talk about losing the gamble big time. Once it absorbed enough blood, the heart turned red again, and I realized I was losing blood rapidly. It started producing blood for me continuously, absorbing and producing blood at the same time. The two seemed to be locked in a stalemate. At that moment, I understood very clearly. If I couldn't recover before the monster healed, I'd still be dead meat. The only thing I could rely on now was the mutation brought on by the flesh proliferating potion. I anxiously shouted in my heart, "Mutate, hurry up and mutate." The next second, the system notification finally sounded. Your body has undergone LEVEL3 mutation. With a sudden sound, my left eye bulged out violently. Level 3 mutation. Brain tongue. A tongue of flesh born from the brain, possessing extreme bloodlust. Warning. Your current constitution cannot control LEVEL3 mutation. Target control rate is 31%. At the same time, I felt a surge of intense bloodlust in my brain. Even with only a 31% chance of control, I had no choice but to go all in. The next second, the brain tongue fiercely bit down on the faceless membrane hard on my chest. Scarlet blood instantly spurted out. A violent clash erupted between the two. The brain tongue kept tearing at the heart. Suddenly, red flesh began to emerge, enveloping the brain tongue, seemingly trying to devour it. What the hell? This is insane. My brain and heart were actually fighting each other. But thanks to the struggle of the brain tongue, the blood devouring me was greatly reduced. The flesh proliferating potion took the chance to rapidly repair my spine. Meanwhile, the monster also calmed down. Its giant rotating eyeball scanned the surroundings. Core repair complete. Initiating control of body structure. Target threat index adjusted. Devouring value set to maximum. Initiate extermination. The giant eyeball instantly lit up with a red glow. The next second, its massive body burst through the ceiling. By that time, I was no longer in the attic. Target locked. Top priority for devouring. Activating spectral vision. At the same time, I was dashing wildly through a black street. The brain tongue in my eye socket was still fighting with the heart in my chest. I clenched my teeth tightly, racing madly toward number 44 Soul Street. Suddenly, a distant, ethereal and beautiful song rang out ahead. An elegant and enchanting figure appeared. Who else could it be but the blood-clothed evil spirit? She was holding a severed human head, and carrying a little girl in her arms. Still just as seductive and charming as ever. Whoa, your outfit today is super cool. Are you performing some kind of weird performance art? Seeing the blood-clothed evil spirit approaching, I blushed. Whatever you say it is, I guess. By the way, why didn't you come find me? Didn't you notice your curse has returned? The blood-clothed evil spirit traced her finger across my lips, seductively and charmingly saying, I wanted to relive the tenderness of last night, Tilda. The blood-robed evil spirit lifted the severed head in her hand and continued. I can't serve you every day. I've got a child to raise now. But judging by your sorry state, did you run into trouble and need Big Sis's help? As soon as I heard that, I clasped my hands together, wearing a pitiful expression as I begged. Yes, yes, a monster is chasing me like crazy. If you can take it down for me, I'll waive your bills for 5 months. That line hit a major sore spot for her. The blood-robed evil spirit's face instantly darkened. She thought, I'm here talking about feelings. So I upped the offer in a panic. 10 months. I'll give you 10 months free, how about that? That's a huge loss for me. But the blood-robed evil spirit looked even more upset. Still not interested. At that moment, I could already hear the monster's footsteps getting closer. Warning, warning. Crisis rapidly approaching. I was so scared I'd soaked my adult diaper. Almost crying, I begged again. Then name your price. Whatever it is, just say it. Hearing that, the blood-robed evil spirit licked her fiery red lips. You said it yourself, Tilda. Then I want you to kneel before me. Her long legs drew near. Whoa, this is intense. Is she flirting with me? No, I'm PPTing you. Playing with words like punking or dominating. After a moment of thought, I suddenly patted her shoulder and said coldly. Then I'm leaving. If I survive, see you next time. The blood-clothed evil spirit never expected me to react like that. Her face was filled with disappointment, but the little loli gave me a thumbs up, as if saying, not bad, you're a real man. Despite that, the blood-clothed evil spirit became even more interested in me. Favorability with the blood-clothed evil spirit increased by 10. The next second, she suddenly shot out several tentacles and wrapped me up. Then she forcefully pulled me into her arms. I was buried deep between her breasts. I desperately twisted my head to break free. I couldn't breathe. Yang Wei, you're just too adorable. To think you're still this hard in such a critical moment. It really awakened Big Sis's maternal instincts. As soon as she finished speaking, the blood-clothed evil spirit suddenly transformed. The next second, countless tentacles shot out from behind her. With loud rumbles, they drilled into the ground in front of her. Is she going crazy for love? As more and more tentacles came flying toward it, the powerful flesh machine widened its eyes in shock. No, widened many eyes. The next second, a cold robotic voice rang out. High-intensity second target interference detected. Commencing immediate analysis. Species. Blood spirit aggregate. Devour priority. High. Ability strength. Extremely high. Faced with the family of 3 in front of it, The monster began switching to attack mode. This woman with venomous snakes for hair was going all out to protect the little pup. The flesh machine trembled down to every rotting inch. With the battle imminent, I held the little cutie in my arms and quickly fled the battlefield. Be careful, alright? I told the blood-clothed evil spirit everything I knew. She responded with a twisted grin. Certainly not easy to deal with, huh? Hee, not easy at all. As soon as she said that, she vanished from my sight. She's freakishly fast. Even faster than last night. Could this be her battle form? She's so cool, basically like a hidden agent. With a flash of blood, 2 sharp strikes appeared in front of the monster. No one even saw how she got there. In the next moment, her sharp, blood-red nails sliced like a giant blade, leaving several deep gashes on the monster's body. Right now, the blood-clothed evil spirit was like a meat grinder, furiously shredding the monster. The sight made my blood boil with excitement. The little cutie and I couldn't help cheering for her. Ma'am, you're seriously awesome. You're the perfect hero in my heart. Hearing me shout that, the blood-clothed evil spirit's favorability increased again. At that moment, the monster's mechanical voice rang out again. Threat level of second target increased. Initiating intense countermeasures. Top priority selection. Still targeting primary objective for extermination. In the next second, it suddenly grew a thick layer of outer plating, instantly blocking the blood-clothed evil spirit's frenzied assault. Almost at the same time, the monster's largest eyeballs suddenly contracted. It turned its light beam toward me. I immediately felt something was very wrong. The next second, with a hum, the monster fired another curse wave. I quickly turned to shield the little cutie beneath me. Seriously? You've already been chopped into this sorry state, and you're still chasing after me? Just how much do you love me, huh? The next second, a blood-red figure swept past in front of me. The raging figure of the blood-clothed evil spirit blocked the monster from me. She suddenly opened her mouth wide, and let out a terrifying, sustained screech toward the monster. In that instant, countless human-faced moths flew out of her mouth. The moths collided with the monster's cursed energy wave. The impact triggered a violent explosion. The robotic voice rang out again. Primary target remains top priority. Continue executing maximum devour directive. Priority kill order now active. In an instant, countless arms sprouted from the monster's body, rushing toward me like a demonic frenzy. The blood-clothed evil spirit's obstruction was like an old-school zone lock, constantly keeping me targeted. Your opponent is me tilde. Almost at the same moment, the blood-clothed evil spirit's neck coiled around me like a giant python, and the monster unleashed everything it had. The ground beneath our family of 3 suddenly split apart. Barbed tentacles slithered up in an instant. White and red tentacles whipped through the air, chaotically entangling one another. The blood-clothed evil spirit gave up slashing at this point, and chose to strangle her opponent with her tentacles. With the sound of gunfire ringing out, Lin En switched into monster clearing mode. White eyeballs burst like light bulbs one by one. Just now, though the blood-robed evil spirit's tentacles had the flesh machine tightly bound, it still locked its target stubbornly on me. Threat level 2 rising. Primary target remains target number 1. Mobility restricted. Initiating stimulus response protocol. As soon as it spoke, the massive eyeball shattered instantly. Its fragments dropped to the ground like thick pearls. The next second. Threat level 2. Stimulus triggered eyeballs. They were still coming for me. I glanced sideways, and saw the eyeballs on the ground suddenly flip. They all stared straight at me, and the back of each eye sprouted tiny tentacles, writhing toward me like a wave. This is some next-level nightmare fuel. Meanwhile, the little cutie was excitedly clenching her tiny fists, and shouting, "Aura, aura, aura." But just as the slapping sound rang out, most of the eyeballs hadn't even made it past the tentacle zone. Before they were pierced and popped like balloons, suddenly pulled out the Demon Hunter revolver. With the dual evil spirit buffs active, I could quickly lock on to each incoming eyeball. With every shot fired, the eyeballs exploded like light bulbs, and my firearm proficiency kept rising. After emptying all 6 rounds, I grabbed the kid and retreated. Since I needed at least 10 seconds to reload. And that window was the most dangerous. The revolver alone wouldn't cut it. I quickly pulled out a flesh regeneration elixir. And downed it. Immediately, I regained control of my 4 tentacles. But compared to the blood-robed evil spirits' hundreds of meters long ones, mine were more like pocket-sized cuties. I held the child in my arms, while the tentacles behind me wielded guns, knives, and razor-sharp claws. With gunfire blazing, I charged toward the eyeballs, chopping them clean in half with a bone-cutting blade, while my tentacles popped them one after another. The screen was filled with system chimes and XP gains, mixed with the squelch of bursting eyeballs. Aura aura, the little girl in my arms cheered, dancing with excitement. At some point, she grabbed an eyeball and bit into it like an apple with a juicy pop. That wave of eyeball monsters was quickly wiped out by me. Meanwhile, the flesh machine was being pinned down by the blood-robed evil spirit. Things were starting to turn around, at least on the surface. Hee Tilda, getting brave now, aren't you, my sweet? Of course, I'm not scared of a bunch of little mobs. The blood-robed evil spirit ignored the remaining eyeballs and charged straight at the monster's main body. She knew to destroy a flesh machine, she had to target the flesh core inside. She first shattered the outer exoskeleton, then shot a sharp spike straight into the creature. After probing for a bit, she finally located the core. But in the very next second, the core suddenly opened its tightly shut eyes. At the same time, the cold machine voice rang out again. Target 2 analysis complete. Countermeasures generating. Anti-evil spirit protocol activated. Anti-curse protocol activated. Target now switched to target 2. The blood-robed evil spirit immediately launched a kill move. Shocking. The eye-covered monster violently invaded the body of a centuries-old matron. Is this moral collapse or human depravity? Just moments ago, the flesh puppet that had been getting pummeled suddenly struck back. The blood-robed evil spirit immediately sensed danger, and the monster's body began to violently tremble, as if something inside was surging wildly. The next instant, a flurry of asterisk splat sounds erupted, as countless human hands burst from its body. They quickly formed an encircling net, but the blood-robed evil spirit's tentacles also counter-wrapped them. It was only then I realized. The reason this jerk kept targeting me while ignoring her was to adapt and gather data to analyze her attacks. The next second, the blood-robed evil spirit's own tentacles began twisting and writhing violently, as if something from within was tearing and devouring them. All I could do was call her name anxiously from afar with the little girl in my arms. And then, in the very next moment, a tentacle behind me that belonged to the blood-robed evil spirit suddenly began to twist and morph. It eventually transformed into the likeness of the blood-robed evil spirit. Look how anxious Sweetie got. Looks like you really do care about me. The blood-robed evil spirit let out a sick, deranged laugh. At the same time, countless tiny arms grew rapidly from his body. It was like something was devouring him from the inside. Miss, those creepy hands on your body. I was wrong. Turns out he wasn't afraid of me. He genuinely thought I posed no threat. While I was devouring him, he was analyzing me. This opponent is definitely not easy to handle. The blood-robed evil spirit was instantly torn apart. That moment, the cold system voice rang out again. Target number 2 structure complete. Now entering absorption and assimilation phase. As I watched in despair, the blood-robed evil spirit was slowly becoming part of the monster. At the same time, the giant tentacle that originally belonged to the blood-robed evil spirit suddenly launched a violent attack toward me. But just as that tentacle was about to slam into me, 2 identical tentacles suddenly shot up from underground and blocked the attack. A ferocious voice came from within the monster. The voice of the blood-robed evil spirit. He was still fighting inside the monster. I shouted and tried to rush forward, but the tentacle still came crashing down on me. With immense force, I was sent flying dozens of meters away. My vision rapidly stretched outward. With a loud thud, I hit the ground hard. At that moment, I was completely devastated. How did things turn into such utter despair? Everything had seemed under control just moments ago. How could it suddenly fall apart like this? Without hesitation, I got up and charged toward the monster. But I quickly came to a halt. No, even the blood-robed evil spirit couldn't take him on. But I also can't run away like a coward. Without another word, I dashed into the bloodbrew potion shop and headed straight to the backyard. The pet I raised for 2 years turned out to be a tongue. And it curses people in the nastiest way. Just moments ago, the blood-clothed evil spirit was swallowed and assimilated by that monster. I knew full well I was no match for that thing. I had no choice but to run back to the pharmacy to gather tools. I packed all the flesh-enhancing potions and carried them with me. If the blood-clothed evil spirit can hold on, I swear I'll get him out of there. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed the basement in the backyard. How could I forget about the teacher's pet? That guy might actually be able to help. I flung the cellar door open with force. A foul stench immediately swept out from inside. Gritting my teeth, I shouted into the darkness. Little darling, I know you can hear me. I also know you've always hated me. Hated me for feeding you expired potions every day. But today, the situation is truly urgent. No matter what you are or what you think, I really need your help right now. That monster's target is the Bloodjew Pharmacy. Our teacher's life is hanging by a thread. Little darling's favorability score with you. Easy mode. The next second, a massive and winding figure burst out of the basement with a roar. Its enormous shadow instantly covered me. When I saw the true form of the teacher's pet, I was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Name: Little Darling. Level: unknown. Alignment: procedurally evil. Race: unknown. Combatability: unknown. This is a tongue that had been hiding in the basement. The Bloodjew Pharmacy. It seems to be a part of some kind of creature, and for unknown reasons, voluntarily allowed itself to be raised by Bloodjew. What it hates most are expired potions that smell like poop, and that human boy who fed it expired potions for 2 years. Looking at the tongue in front of me, I muttered, so this damn thing is the little darling I raised for 2 years? That moment, the giant tongue glared down at me. There was a slit at the tip of its tongue. Inside the slit was another tongue. And at the tip of asterisk that tongue, there was yet another tongue. It was like a tongue nested within a tongue, appearing before me in an incredibly bizarre and bouncy manner. That moment, little darling stared at me like a tongue, hissing loudly. For some reason, I instantly understood what it meant. Its cursing was incredibly harsh. I may not be the best at fighting, but when it comes to trash talking, I've never lost. So the man and the tongue entered full roast battle mode. After 99 minutes and 88 seconds of cursing, an explosion suddenly came from the monster's direction. The blood-clothed evil spirit might not hold on much longer. You can insult me all you want, but this is a moment of crisis. My fellow townsfolk are still out there fighting the monster. Even if you're ugly and cowardly, you're still someone destined to be honored in blood. Right now, if you follow me, I'll give you top-tier potions every day for 2 months. The kind that'll make you feel really good. After a short silence, hiss hiss hiss, favorability from little darling increased by 0.001%. The next second, a tongue-like giant tongue slithered out of the cellar. It rolled me up and extended straight out of the shop. We were soon back on the battlefield. And when I saw the scene before me, I was stunned. The entire street had been utterly destroyed. The monster now looked like a giant cocoon. Total devouring progress: 54%. 55%. Clearly, the monster hadn't fully devoured the blood-clothed evil spirit. Just as we approached, the monster instantly detected my presence. Suddenly, tentacles covered with eyeballs burst out of the ground like crazy. But now I had not only countless flesh-enhancing potions, I also had little darling. This unpredictable creature turned ally. My confidence surged. I shouted, "Let's go." But the next second, the tongue suddenly turned around and ran off in the opposite direction. I saw that the monster had been reduced to half a body. Only the hand that brought me joy and pain remained intact. Just now, I convinced my teacher's pet little darling to help save the blood-clothed evil spirit. But when it saw how terrifying the monster looked, this coward actually tried to run away. I grabbed its tongue tip and said, 3 months. If we save my friend, I'll give you premium potions every day for 3 months. System notification. Favorability from little darling increased by 0.01%. Hiss hiss. Next second. The tongue writhed wildly again. I raised my blade and shouted, let's charge. Little darling, I'm counting on you. Just get me close to that monster, and I'll find a way to save my friend. The tongue wrapped tightly around me, and raised its tip to taunt the surrounding tentacles. The next second, all those tentacle freaks swarmed in. A blur of motion flashed by. The tongue struck a tentacle with incredible speed. The next moment, the massive tentacle melted into a pool of blood under its stinky saliva. That scene massively boosted my confidence. I shouted at little darling, nice one, as we got closer and closer to the monster. The monster's cold mechanical voice sounded again. As we got closer and closer to the monster. As we got closer and closer to the monster. The monster's cold mechanical voice sounded again. Analyzing target number 3. Entity with incomplete structure. Top priority. Devour. Activating anti-capture mode. Activating anti-curse mode. Commencing devouring. The next second, countless new tentacles burst from the ground. On their surface, vein-like textures appeared. In a flash, those tentacles surged toward the giant tongue. In a flash, those tentacles surged toward the giant tongue. They tightly entangled it in an instant. I was stunned by what I saw. I didn't expect the monster's countermeasures to be this fast. The entangled little darling kept struggling fiercely, and began secreting massive amounts of slime. The slime corroded the ground into deep grooves. The slime corroded the ground into deep grooves. But it had no fear of the corrosion. I didn't care anymore either. I jumped down from the giant tongue and rushed at the monster. Just as I got close, the monster suddenly opened a massive eye, and the moment it locked onto me, I quickly activated my waist-mounted blood pulse enhancer. Then I pushed my speed to the limit and charged forward. As I reached out and touched the eyeball, the tentacles behind me shoved me into the monster's body. Inside was an overwhelming mass of crimson flesh. With the blood enhancer's support, I sped through the monster's insides, frantically searching every corner for the blood-clothed evil spirit's silhouette. The next second, under the lock of evil vision, I finally spotted the hand that had brought me both joy and pain. He and I shared a friendship deeper than the abyss, so I risked everything to pull him out of the monster. But when the young master escaped and reopened his eyes, he found that his beloved little doctor never made it out. Just now, I finally found the dying blood spirit inside the monster. I grabbed his already shattered arm. The cork of the flesh regeneration potion was yanked open. I roared with all my strength, pulling the blood spirit to my side. Then I slammed the entire bottle of potion onto his chest. The moment the potion touched him, the decayed half of his body immediately began to regenerate. But the next second, it was corroded again by the monster's flesh. It was a constant tug of war between regeneration and corrosion. I suddenly took out that item. Grudge spirit hair. The next second, the hair wrapped around the blood spirit. I used all my strength to fling the other end outside. It shot out and wrapped around buildings on both sides of the street. I shouted, go. The grudge spirit hair instantly tightened. The blood spirit's body, corroded and regenerated over and over, was forcibly pulled outward. Then came the cold mechanical voice. Target number 2 being devoured. Highest priority target switched to target number 1. Initiating ghost countermeasures. Initiating devour transformation process. The moment I heard the switch, I yelled out to the big tongue outside. Now, after several clashes with this monster, I had clearly found its weakness. Every time it switched targets, there was a brief moment of vulnerability. During that time, its actions toward the previous target slowed, and actions toward the new target had not yet been initiated. This was the perfect time to rescue the blood spirit. The next second, I shot another strand of grudge spirit hair toward little darling. As it wrapped around his tongue tip, he yanked hard. With a pop, the blood spirit's broken body was finally dragged out, and in ghost form, I was also pulled outward by the force together with him. Hope felt so close. Ghost countermeasure activated. Spray conversion process initiated. Priority target number 1. The next second, My almost escaped body suddenly seized up. My pupils widened instantly. The grudge spirit hair snapped the moment the countermeasure kicked in. Just 1 second short, and that second spelled life or death. The blood cloak was instantly torn apart. My skin was wrapped in countless fleshy granules. The huge inner walls clamped down violently. My body was twisted into a lump with a snap. Even my consciousness felt like it was fading. This moment, no one would be saddened by my death. Was my life going to end like this before it even began? Crushed into a ball, I let out an unwilling roar to the sky. Screw you. The next second, I heard the sound of glass bottles shattering. The flesh regeneration potions in my arms were crushed under the immense pressure. Massive amounts of potion flooded through my mangled flesh. This won't be the end. If I truly can't escape death, then before I die, I'll go out with a bang. The next second, the system notification sounded. Your body has undergone level 3 mutation. Warning. Host has used too many potions at once. Mutation is now completely out of control. Warning. Warning. Your body has undergone level 4 mutation. Your body has undergone level 6 mutation. Your body has undergone level 9 mutation. Mutation is now completely uncontrollable. At the same time, the monster's body swelled rapidly, as if something inside was struggling violently. It looked like it could burst open at any second. Cold mechanical voice again. Warning. Unknown mutation disturbance detected. Initiating highest level structure analysis. Warning. 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 The puppy was swallowed by the monster. But in the next second, the puppy suddenly turned into a fierce wolf. Blood Gia, who just recovered, hadn't even figured out what happened. When her gaze was shaken by the constantly morphing monster before her, she quickly sensed a familiar aura from within the creature. The one that once brought her endless joy. Unable to analyze. Data corrupted. Mutation rate has exceeded core capacity. Initiating highest level devour protocol. Activating maximum countermeasures. Evil spirit suppression engaged. Molten spiral mode initiated. Biological annihilation mode activated. The flesh puppet began to scream madly, and countless tentacles on its body started stabbing into itself. Warning. Flesh proliferation interference detected. Mutation completely out of control. Warning. Severe interference from external flesh. Mutation spreading rapidly. You have developed level 9 mutation. The next moment, under the terrified gaze of Blood Gia and the giant tongue, a giant tentacle covered in human faces burst from the monster's body, stretching hundreds of meters into the sky. Even the powerful blood-robed evil spirit let out a gasp. What is that? But when he clearly saw the tentacle, he staggered back in horror, because what he saw were the faces of his beloved young healer, twisted and spreading across the tentacle, distorted, chaotic, calamitous. And in the very next instant, another change occurred. A huge eyeball on the flesh puppet suddenly split open, and thick red liquid gushed out endlessly. With the sound of babies crying, countless infants were seen struggling within the fluid, and each of their faces was identical to the young healer. Sweetie. Sanity -50. Blood-robed evil spirit. Sanity -40. In that moment, even Blood Gia was terrified. It was a fear that pierced straight into the soul. Constant assault on her vision. And this was just the disaster caused by two emerging entities. Blood Gia saw clearly. There were countless more monsters struggling inside the flesh puppet. Screaming. Initiate biological annihilation. Commencing emergency purge. The next second, one of the puppet's tentacles morphed into a massive dragon head, and spewed scorching lava at the screaming infants below. Meanwhile, its countless arms wildly wrapped around the tentacle full of faces. This had become an all-out chaotic melee. Warning. Unknown mutations number 3, 4, and 5 are about to emerge. Engage biological extermination. As the cold mechanical voice rang out, the flesh puppet's rear limbs suddenly ruptured, and twisted flesh abominations burst out from within. And the moment they appeared, they bit into the flesh puppet. Now under attack from both front and back, the flesh puppet was overwhelmed. A horrific scene left Blood Gia utterly stunned. She immediately activated her spirit sight to peer into the puppet's body. In fact, she could no longer see the outline of the spirit inside. It was just a constantly mutating mass of flesh. Warning: uncontrollable. Biological extermination failed. Threat level raised to level 0. Initiating emergency flesh reassembly. Activating emergency contingency plan. That cold mechanical voice grew more urgent. And in the next second, the flesh puppet's tissues began compressing inward. At the same time, its entire body emitted constant heat. It seemed to be trying to purge the internal mutation this way. System notification sounded. Host's flesh has been fully invaded. Severe loss of host life force. Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Mutation failed. Flesh disrupted at cellular level. Abnormal life form state. Abnormal material composition. Warning: host body undergoing unknown special mutation. Unknown level mutation detected. Unknown mutation has produced a new mutant entity. Uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. At the same time, Blood Sister's evil spirit vision was instantly severed. But in the final second before the cut, she still saw something terrifying begin to grow. And almost simultaneously, the flesh puppet's body suddenly swelled. Thick blood was being squeezed from its surface. Warning: unknown special mutant detected. Unable to analyze. Urgently accelerating reconstruction. Target shows strong hostility. Target shows intense devouring instinct. Flesh reconstruction hindered. Warning: target has begun consuming host body. Evil spirit countermeasures failed. Flesh reconstruction failed. Biological extermination failed. Target is growing rapidly. System loss rate: 2%, 21%, 26%. Uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. The beloved pretty boy of the several hundred-year-old young lord instantly turned into a pig intestine. Blood Gia's pale face looked on in terror, as countless bulges appeared on the puppet's skin, as if something inside was eating it from within. Then came bursts of eerie childlike giggles. Blood Gia's scalp instantly went numb, pupils trembling. Wasn't that her own laughter in evil spirit state? Could it be that Lin Xiao absorbed her? The parts devoured by the flesh puppet. For a moment, a terrifying thought came to him. Something unimaginable might be being born inside that puppet. In the next moment, all the puppet's arms were suddenly pulled inward. Then came tentacles covered in Lin Xiao's face, followed by fetuses, also with Lin Xiao's face. They were all dragged back inside the puppet. And the next second came a horrific chewing sound. Warning, warning, entire system failure. System loss rate: 88%. Warning, target has begun consuming the core. Warning, system, warning. As the sound of sizzling damage rang out, that cold machine voice was silenced forever. Then the puppet's large eyeball quickly dimmed. Its massive body lost all strength, and collapsed with a loud thud. The next second, a blood-covered arm suddenly shot out from the puppet's body. It twitched slightly, then went still. Blood Gia stood there in a daze. For a moment, her mind went completely blank, until she suddenly came to, gasping for air. That flesh puppet is dead. And at the same time, in a dark corner of the shadow world, inside a tower rooted to the ground, a loud explosion erupted at the base of the tower. The intense energy wave instantly killed all life in the vicinity. Warning, warning, flesh puppet number 3 has lost connection. Target lock in progress. System destruction at 98%. Total link failure. Shrill alarms echoed through the tower. Personnel scrambled in panic. What's going on? A gloomy, hoarse voice sounded from a container. A figure in a black robe suddenly burst into the main hall. Master, we've lost contact with the Type 3 flesh puppet we sent to hunt down Bloodju. The backlash shockwave even destroyed the control base for the Type 3 puppet. Hearing this, the dozens of demon members present all turned pale. Are you kidding? A demon several meters tall suddenly stood up. Type 3 flesh puppets are the most advanced killers of our demon society. Aside from origin class and monarch class beings, nothing in this dark world could be its match. The other demons all looked grim, seemingly in disbelief. Because the strength displayed by the Type 3 flesh puppet recently was undeniable. In just 3 days, it wiped out nearly all traitors within the Demon Society. One of them even fought evenly with a Monarch-class powerhouse. At that moment, the raspy voice from the container spoke again. Could it be Shiju? I know him well. He was one of the 5 who developed the first-generation puppets back then. But today's flesh puppets have far surpassed that era. He no longer has the power to destroy such a perfect creation. Everyone looked hesitant, brows furrowed in silence. A raspy voice rang out again. Trace the coordinates of the point where puppet number 3 lost connection. Also send the Martyr Squad and puppet number 4 to investigate. We must acquire the most accurate intel. After a brutal battle, the first thing the survivors did was examine each other's bodies. Just moments ago, the flesh puppet was hollowed out by something bizarre and unknown inside. When Blood Gia rushed over and saw the scene, even someone as strong as him gasped in shock. The creature had been hollowed out from within, leaving only a thin curved shell. Bite marks still lingered on its inner flesh arms. Little doctor, are you okay? There was no time for Blood Gia to think. He quickly tore open the monster's hollow shell, and dragged Ling Xiao's body out of it. A pool of foul-smelling blood flowed out with him. Ling Xiao had passed out completely, unaware of anything. Oddly enough, despite the brutal battle, he showed no sign of injury. Blood Gia didn't have time to question it. He had to get him out of here. Struggling, he carried Ling Xiao on his back. Ling Xiao's limbs hung limply, swaying with inertia as he moved. But Blood Gia failed to notice. A long tongue suddenly extended from Ling Xiao's palm, licked the blood on the back of his hand, and then quickly retracted. No one knows how long passed. But when Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, you've completed the mission ahead of schedule. Reward, received 20,000 skull coins. Base Express plus 5000. Special reward, ability, flesh mutation. You've reached level 10. Class advancement unlocked. But in his daze, Ling Xiao blurted out, "It's morning, time to open the shop." And at that moment, memories of last night came rushing back like a flood. He instantly sat up with wide eyes. Where is this place? But in the next second, he immediately recognized it, the very room where he had once become a man. This was the blood-robed evil spirit's chamber. Something's wrong. Ling Xiao rubbed his aching head hard. He clearly remembered being swallowed by the monster last night. His flesh had been twisted like a pretzel. Everything after that was a blur. He rushed to the mirror and checked his reflection. His body was perfectly intact. Just then, Blood Gia walked in carrying a tray of food. Seeing Blood Gia alive in front of him, Ling Xiao felt both surprised and happy. But Blood Gia grabbed him and said, "Eat the food I made for you, now. Then show me that freakishly strong body of yours again." Ling Xiao was still weak in the knees, not in the mood for this at all. He asked what time it was, and what happened to the monster. Blood Gia then told him everything that happened the night before. Ling Xiao was shocked to the core. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely remembered hearing "mutation out of control" from the system. Clearly, while he was unconscious, mutations had run rampant in his body. Could it be that his mutated limbs had hollowed out the flesh puppet? But if that's the case, why was he completely unharmed? Ling Xiao asked where the flesh puppet's corpse was. "In the backyard. After I dragged you out of it yesterday, I went back and brought it here." Ling Xiao stood up immediately. "There must be something strange hidden in this powerful flesh machine. Take me to see it." Ling Xiao had a gut feeling this monster might be connected to his teacher's disappearance. To uncover the truth behind his mutation, he broke into his teacher's forbidden archive. Looking at all the bizarre book titles, he slowly lost himself. Just moments ago, Ling Xiao and Blood Gia arrived at the backyard. Frowning, Ling Xiao stared at the reeking lump of flesh on the ground. He reached out to touch the inner wall of the monster's body. Then suddenly realized, these are bite marks. Blood Gia nodded. Yeah, this monster was forcibly eaten from the inside, and the only thing inside it at the time. He didn't finish the sentence, just stared at Ling Xiao. "You're not suggesting I ate it, right?" Blood Gia said seriously. "I can't rule it out. You were mutating like crazy at the time. Ling Xiao felt even more confused. If that's true, maybe he only looks normal now. But there's some kind of hidden mutation in his body. Ling Xiao quickly opened his status panel to look for clues. Name, on, level, 10, race, human, mutation, yes, strength, 22, agility, 23, intelligence, 26, constitution, 51. Blood Jia wanted to commemorate this crazily mutating apprentice. Someone who could freely walk among powerful beings and manage excellent social relationships. Still a swindler at heart. He showed exceptional willpower and character in crisis. Even the system gave a rare positive review. But the word mutation caught Ling Xiao's eye, and he immediately panicked. He asked the system in his mind, "Explain what part of me mutated." Next second, the system replied, "New quest triggered. Body's response. Quest background. Excessive use of flesh regeneration potions in a special environment has caused fusion between the host's body and the puppet's flesh, resulting in a malignant mutation. Quest objective: identify the mutation within half a day, and find a way to control it. Failure will result in the mutation completely overtaking the host." What the hell? I asked you where I mutated, and you just dropped a whole quest on me? Right now, 1,000 angry alpacas are galloping through Ling Xiao's mind. He really wanted to drag the system out and spank it 10,000 times. Wop 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 asterisk, till it begged for mercy. Please refrain from committing violent thoughts toward the system. The system has provided additional support. Please explore it on your own. A long sequence of profanities directed at the system is omitted here. The next second, Ling Xiao suddenly bolted up. Under Blood Jia's stunned gaze, he dashed straight out the door. "I have urgent business to handle. See you later." But not even 5 seconds later, he came storming back in. And under Blood Jia's stunned glare again, he grabbed the hollow shell of the flesh puppet and ran off with it. "These useless chunks. I'll take them to refine potions. See you around." Back at the potion shop, Ling Xiao found the hall in ruins. He quickly lit the soul lamp and hung it on the door. Then rushed straight into the backyard again. The cellar door was wide open. Clearly, the big tongue was back. But Ling Xiao had no time to deal with that guy now. He needed to calm down fast. His mind spun rapidly. He vaguely remembered his teacher had books about controlling mutations. Without hesitation, he ran straight into the basement library. His teacher never allowed him in here before. But there was no time for that now. Ling Xiao lit a candle and began rapidly scanning through books. All sorts of strange titles caught his eye. Malignant cellular mutation caused by radiation exposure. 100 twisted deformations caused by curses. The unspeakable secrets of mutant Loli and her tentacles. 35 practical ways to discipline a hot evil spirit babe. After reading for over an hour, Ling Xiao finally closed the book with a serious expression. Through intensive study, he found 100 ways to deal with mutations, and he summarized the following points. First, the mutation in his body is likely still in its dormant stage. Second, the mutant is uncontrollable, and may have its own consciousness. Third, the mutant is the one that hollowed out the flesh puppet, meaning he definitely can't beat it. Fourth, the system has already provided him with extra support. Ling Xiao quickly opened his skill list. Terrifying aura, curse diagnosis, function, and flesh mutation. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply. That's right, it's the skill he got from completing the blood-related quest. Ling Xiao has gone mad. What made him push boundaries on the edge of death? Just now, he gained a skill that lets him control flesh. And the first thing he did was use it on an unspeakable part. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and focused on a certain part of his body. The next second, he couldn't help but gasp. Bigger, stronger, definitely, this skill is insane. But the next second, he quickly calmed down and muttered, "This is not the time for pervy distractions. I need to find a way to suppress the mutation. Especially since it devoured the entire flesh puppet last night. Where did all that meat go? There's no way my scrawny body could store that much flesh. Does the mutant have a special ability? And since it's inside my body, if I mess up my body, it should be affected too. If that's the case, Ling Xiao's eyes glinted dangerously. He quickly turned and stared at a bottle in the corner. DD Wei. Drip drip, feed. The air around him fell deathly silent, as if anticipating his next deranged act. The next second, he yanked the cork from the DD Wei bottle, then chugged the entire thing in one go. DD Wei was something he recreated in this world, based on memory from his past life. In his world, DD Wei was infamous. Drink it, and you'll be sprinting for the toilet. Vomiting, nausea, and all kinds of complications await. Truly a taste of hell. Warning. Host HP loss detected. Buff acquired. Poisoned by DD Wei. Condition. Severe toxicity, but the mutant didn't react at all. Ling Xiao's face contorted into madness. One bottle isn't enough? Then I'll add more. If there's one thing I have in excess, it's poison. Ling Xiao shouted, just you wait, and ran to the potion room. He gathered every expired potion he could find. The sound of asterisk pop 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 echoed, as every cork was removed. Clouds of toxic, colorful fumes rose into the air. Who knows what these expired potions would do? Gritting his teeth, Ling Xiao gulped them down one by one. Warning. Host has acquired debuff. Severe flatulence. Warning. Host has acquired debuff. Extreme skin rash. Warning. Host has acquired debuff. Viral outbreak. The system's alerts kept ringing in his ears. Ling Xiao's only plan was to force the mutant out with extreme poison. Now it was a battle of sheer willpower. But after waiting for so long, there was still no reaction. Ling Xiao's eyes burned with rage. Fine, you forced me to use my ultimate move. The man who made poison just to kill himself. Is he insane or just plain nuts? Just moments ago, Ling Xiao realized the expired potions were useless. Without hesitation, he brought a pile of ingredients from storage. Following his teacher's recipe, he threw them into a cauldron. Soon, multicolored bubbles started rising from the pot. The eerie glow reflected on Ling Xiao's face like a scene from a horror film. You have crafted Toxic Plague Potion Plus. You have crafted Major Weakness Potion Plus. You have crafted Malignant Virus Potion Plus. The constant system alerts rang in Ling Xiao's ears. In just 2 hours, he had concocted over a dozen terrifying, bizarre potions. To make them taste a bit better when drinking, Ling Xiao dug up his teacher's decades-old stash of fine liquor. Once everything was ready, he lay in a chair, alternating between virus potions and liquor. He looked extremely uncomfortable. You are poisoned. Current HP dropping rapidly. Estimated death in 20 minutes. The next second, Ling Xiao gulped down a recovery potion. You drank a recovery potion. HP briefly restored. Then Ling Xiao drank another virus potion. The virus is wreaking havoc on your major organs. Estimated death in 15 minutes from multiple complications. Ling Xiao chugged another recovery potion. You drank a recovery potion. Ling Xiao kept testing the edge of death like a madman. These potions would have killed a normal person long ago. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and endured. This was a test of pure willpower now. He set a stopwatch for 20 minutes. If the mutation didn't react in 20 minutes, he'd chug more potions. The first 20 minutes passed quickly. Ling Xiao felt no reaction from the mutant entity, so he downed several recovery and detox potions, then poured down several bottles of toxic ones again, and resumed the timer. Time flew by. The second 20-minute mark approached. Faintly, Ling Xiao's left hand twitched a few times, but he didn't notice, because not just his hand, his whole body was twitching, and his face kept flashing different colors like a neon light. Ling Xiao still felt the toxicity wasn't enough, so he threw more unknown poisons into the cauldron. Another round, Ling Xiao chugged several more toxic potions. By the end of the third 20 minutes, his body was already stiff, and his left hand was constantly twitching. A yellowish fluid faintly seeped from his palm. But in his frenzied state, Ling Xiao noticed none of this. He'd nearly torn himself apart, though by now he couldn't speak anymore. More. Finally, as the fourth 20-minute mark neared, Ling Xiao's left palm flipped outward, The wound on his palm bubbled with white foam. But frenzied Ling Xiao no longer felt anything. He looked like a drunken mess. It was at that moment. A trembling system notification rang in Ling Xiao's ear. Your left hand has developed independent will. The man was now at war with his left hand. Both sides wanted to drink the other under the table. More. I can still drink. I can take it. Ling Xiao shakily reached for a bottle of pesticide nearby. The system prompt grew more urgent. Left hand fear level plus 10. Left hand fear level plus 11. Left hand fear level plus 12. The next second, his left hand grabbed the chair uncontrollably, even wrapped tightly around it twice. The palm split open, vomiting outward. Clearly, it was poison to the brink. But Ling Xiao, drunk on medicine, was completely out of it. He dragged the chair, still trying to grab the pesticide. He was about to reach it. That's when the left hand finally panicked. It crawled in the opposite direction in fear. White foam kept gushing from its palm. Poisoned for real now. Is this host a maniac? It had never seen a host so intent on killing himself. The trembling left hand stretched out its wrist to grab an antidote bottle. Then tearfully poured it into its palm. But it suddenly realized something. It turned to look at Ling Xiao, and was instantly terrified. While it was drinking antidote, Ling Xiao was gulping pesticide. And he was doing it way faster too. His whole left hand was about to split open. Left hand fear level plus 10. At this point, every second mattered. You drink 1, I drink 3. The left hand desperately grabbed antidotes, furiously pouring them into its mouth to survive. At first, he wasn't that afraid of the poison. But no matter how fearless he was, the host's crazy chugging was too much to handle. After finally finishing a bottle of antidote, his entire left hand fell off, like it had broken. Just as he thought he could recover a little, he suddenly felt that wicked body move again. He instinctively turned his hand, trembling, only to see Ling Xiao, numb from his own drugs, crawling toward a heap of unopened poison bottles. That kind of willpower to kill himself was truly enough to bring tears to one's eyes. The left hand screamed in terror. Left hand fear level plus 20. It lunged for a nearby pillar, refusing to let go no matter what, because it truly couldn't take it anymore. It had already digested so many weird things that night, and was finally hoping for some rest, but then got force-fed even more bizarre pesticides. Fine, you want to chug? Fine. At worst, just die. But this guy had to ride the line of life and death, bouncing back and forth between dying and not. Who the hell can take that? The left hand clung tightly to the pillar, refusing to let go no matter how hard the body pulled. Meanwhile, the unconscious Ling Xiao kept crawling forward on instinct. He foamed at the mouth, mumbling incoherently. Let go, want. The left hand screamed back. No, don't. And so the man and his hand entered a deadlock. After stubbornly holding on for over 10 minutes, small spirals appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He foamed at the mouth profusely. He finally passed out from the overdose. The left hand also couldn't hold on anymore. It slipped off the pillar with a plop, leaving a long trail of white foam behind. But it couldn't collapse yet. Ling Xiao had pumped so much pesticide into the body. If it didn't get the antidote in time, they were all done for. The left hand dragged the smoking body behind it, smearing foam and trembling toward the alchemy room. That desperate struggle to stay alive was on full display at this moment. It finally reached the alchemy room. With shaking fingers, it uncapped a bottle of antidote, and chugged it down in gulps. Afterward, its palm twitched. And just like Ling Xiao, it foamed at the mouth, and passed out completely. A man and his left hand shared a kiss? Is this moral collapse or the end of humanity? Just now, Ling Xiao and his own hand chugged dozens of potions together, and both passed out. No one knew how much time passed before the system chimed. Your poison resistance plus 1. You gained a milestone achievement. Poison jar. Special achievement. Get poisoned over 500 times in a short period, and survive to earn this chance. Achievement effect. All stats plus 1. Poison resistance plus 10. You gained a milestone achievement. Unkillable by poison. Special achievement. Ingest over 200 types of deadly poisons in a short time, and survive to earn this chance. Achievement effect. All stats +2. Constitution +5. Poison resistance +5. Bombarded by all these system notifications, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. He clutched his aching head and muttered, "Did I force the mutant out?" He tried to get up, but collapsed again immediately. His body was far too weak now, like he had just finished dozens of intense workouts. Ling Xiao shook his head, trying to recall what happened. He vaguely remembered, just before blacking out, he saw something strange from his body, like a part of him moved on its own. As Ling Xiao focused hard on recalling, his left hand, resting on his leg, twitched suddenly. Then it flipped over, palm up. The gash on its palm took a deep breath and muttered, "Am I finally safe?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao's body froze. His pupils slowly turned to his left hand. Unknown race, abnormal mutation. Attributes: sinister and evil. Possesses extreme combat ability and devouring instinct. A special mutation born in a human boy due to a unique coincidence. That also fused with the flesh tissues of a meat puppet. A faceless heart. Fragments of an evil spirit amalgamation, etc. Coexisting with the host. Extremely powerful, but absolutely hates pesticides. At the same time, the left hand noticed Ling Xiao's gaze. Even without eyes, it somehow felt like their eyes locked. Ling Xiao flashed a three-finger scissors gesture. 10. The left hand responded. 9. The next second, the left hand opened its bloody mouth wide, and viciously lunged toward Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao reacted instantly, grabbing the left wrist with his right hand to block. I finally remember now. Turns out it was my left hand that mutated. No wonder I kept failing to drink the potions. Ling Xiao was thrown to the ground. The left hand's mouth opened wider and wider, snapping the air with its sharp teeth. In this life or death moment, Ling Xiao's inner fury was fully unleashed. He rolled and wrestled with the left hand. No good. This mutant's strength is too much. I need a strategy. The next moment, he suddenly recalled the skill he just gained. Flesh mutation. Ling Xiao instantly focused his will on his left hand and activated the skill. In an instant, his arm's flesh began to writhe, and blood surged, but soon he felt a massive rejection force from the left hand. The mutant let out a vicious, mocking voice. "You dare use such filthy powers? Trying to control me, huh? Watch me eat you alive." Its teeth clattered madly again. You freak. You can talk? Then let's go all in. We'll see who dies first today. You mother. Ling Xiao was fuming with rage. The entire room erupted into chaos. Don't talk big, you jerk. Just because you're on my body doesn't mean I won't take you out. Come on then. If you've got the guts, bring it. I'll chop off this hand if I have to. Absolutely outrageous. Even if I lose this hand today, I'll destroy the mutant. The next second, he slammed his left hand against the wall with all his might. Ling Xiao HP -1. Mutant HP -1. You dare hit me? Take this. The left hand suddenly shot out its tongue at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seized the moment and bit down hard on it. Mutant HP -10. Ling Xiao HP -10. Using the opportunity, Ling Xiao bit the tongue and pushed open the surgery room door. His target. The surgical knife on the table. Ling Xiao grabbed the scalpel and swung at the left hand. Come on, let's end this together. Without hesitation, he slashed at his own left hand. But the left hand was fierce too. It yanked the tongue still in Ling Xiao's mouth, flinging him several meters away. The scalpel clattered to the floor. At this moment, Ling Xiao's rage peaked again. It was clear, one of them had to die today. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao grabbed the scalpel again. The left hand wasn't backing down either, grabbing a second scalpel. Come on then, let's hurt each other. Let's go. Mutual destruction. As clanging sounds rang out, the two scalpels collided, sparking with each strike. They began trading vicious threats. Ling Xiao pressed forward with his blade and shouted, "You're finished. I'm chopping you up and bottling you as a specimen." The left hand pushed the blade back. "Try it if you dare. You." They fought their way from the surgery room to the alchemy lab. Then from the lab to the main hall. And finally to the backyard. Neither could gain the upper hand. The battle was deadlocked. Your combat ability +1. After fighting with his own left hand for over 10 minutes, Ling Xiao realized this wasn't getting anywhere. So he decided to negotiate. I'll give you one chance. As long as you willingly leave my body, I'll spare your life. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? If you obediently let me eat your head, I'll let you live. Come on. Looks like there's no room for discussion. Who wants to talk with you anyway? Die. I'll kill you. Their blades clashed again with intense force. The massive impact sent both knives flying. Taking the chance, the left hand opened its massive bloody maw and lunged straight at Ling Xiao's head. I'm going to eat you. Ling Xiao quickly jammed his right arm into the gaping mouth. The battle was deadlocked again. At that moment, Ling Xiao spotted an unfinished bottle of pesticide. It was like a ray of hope shining through. The next second, he rolled over and bit down on the pesticide bottle, then flipped over and pinned the left hand beneath him. At that moment, the left hand saw Ling Xiao's wicked grin, and also the pesticide bottle clenched in his teeth. Mutant fear level increased drastically. You don't even have hands left. You can't open the cap. Oh no. Ling Xiao revealed his trademark wicked grin again, right before the left hand's eyes. Ling Xiao activated flesh mutation again. A tiny hand suddenly grew from his cheek, and in full view of the left hand, slowly pulled out the bottle cap. Just as the left hand screamed in horror, Ling Xiao poured the entire bottle of pesticide into its mouth. Choke on it, choke to death, keep drinking, more, fill it all up. Soon, the left hand sat there in a daze, hiccuping non-stop. Then a system prompt sounded. You've gained an abnormal status. Pesticide poisoning. Warning, warning. The pesticide triggered residual toxins in your body. Toxic backlash has begun. Ling Xiao frowned in doubt. If poisoning himself triggered the mutant, then poisoning the mutant might also poison him? Suddenly, his stomach churned violently. A powerful wave of nausea surged from deep inside. The man had just poured 888 bottles of pesticide into his left hand, but forgot the nerves were still connected. He'd be poisoned too. The next moment, Ling Xiao spun around and flung open the cellar door. He started vomiting violently inside. Little darling's affection for you decreased significantly. Suddenly it punched Ling Xiao in the kidneys. I'm going to kill you, you evil jerk. But the next second, it couldn't hold it anymore either, and started vomiting furiously into the cellar. Little darling's anger toward you plus 10. Down in the cellar, little darling sniffed the pesticide dripping down, and even licked it out of curiosity. The next second, its face turned pale, and it started vomiting wildly. Little darling's anger toward you plus 20. Above ground, the man in the hand kept vomiting for over 10 minutes. That poor cellar must be overflowing by now. Ling Xiao said weakly to his left hand. Truce. Let me rest a bit, then we can fight again. The left hand was completely drained too, weakly replying. Agreed. I've got no appetite for brains now. And so, they shared a rare moment of peace for several minutes. Maybe, we can just try coexisting for now? I mean, I can live with a left hand that talks. The left hand gave a small okay sign in agreement. Honestly, fighting like this is meaningless. Yeah, it'll just end with both of us wrecked. And so, man in hand reached a temporary truce. But just moments later, a sudden clang rang out as the blades collided again. Sparks flew as Ling Xiao shouted furiously. I knew you were trying to ambush me. Good thing I reacted fast. The left hand pressed its blade down hard. Weren't you trying to ambush me too? You're the real evil one here. And so, the endless tug of war resumed again. Just then, a knocking sound came from the shop door. Excuse me, is anyone there? I need treatment. Quest triggered. Diagnose the illness. Hearing the system alert, Ling Xiao snapped to attention. Someone's bringing money to my door. Wait, no, a guest has arrived. Nothing is more important than money. No, wait. Nothing is more important than saving lives. Ling Xiao shouted while still hacking at his left hand. I'll chop you up right now. You rotten scumbag. If anyone's getting chopped first, it's you. Bring it. Still fighting, they made their way to the front hall. There, they saw a sheep-headed ginseng figure. Everyone walked into the room. Name: goat-headed monster. Race: aberrant creature. Alignment: chaotic neutral. Level: 69. Combat ability: strong and skillful. They are aberrant creatures roaming the dark world. They claim to be the unspeakable black goat of the woods, offspring of Shab Nicholas. But most people think that's just nonsense and rot. Because without a doubt, they're not much different from the pork demons and dog-headed monsters of this world. At this moment, the goat-headed monster also noticed the human boy rushing over. He was stunned, because he didn't understand why the boy was coming over with 2 knives. Was this a robbery? The goat-headed monster came to the pharmacy to see a doctor. But as soon as he stepped in, he saw the doctor running at him with twin blades. He hurriedly looked up at the sign that read 5 big characters. Clearly says, medicine and healing. This is a pharmacy. And the next second, the clash of blades startled the goat-headed monster like a chicken plucked alive. He stared wide-eyed at the boy slashing the 2 knives against each other. He instinctively swallowed and said, I think, welcome, dear customer. Lin Xiao instantly turned his head, seamlessly switching to a professional, friendly smile. I'm the clerk here. How can I help you today? The next second, he turned again, showing a fierce expression as he kept slashing with his left hand. Goat-headed monster. 3 finger scissors 1. He swallowed nervously. He said cautiously, I've come from afar, heard the folks here are honest and kind, so I thought maybe I could find a doctor to take a look. Lin Xiao kept fighting fiercely with sparks flying. He suddenly turned and switched to a smile again. Then you found the right place. To tell you the truth, we're the only pharmacy for miles around. No matter what illness you have, I guarantee we can fix it. The next second, Lin Xiao suddenly switched back to fending off a strike with his left hand. The goat-headed monster trembled from the gleaming blades flying around. Something's wrong. Something's off here. This is not how a normal pharmacy should operate. He stepped back and said, boss, it seems like you've got private matters to handle. So maybe, I'll come back another day? The goat-headed monster turned to leave as he spoke. Suddenly, with a asterisk thunk, a knife stabbed into the wall right in front of him. Oh damn. 2 blades had flown right past his scalp. Goat-headed monster. 3 finger scissors 5. I'm sorry. Lin Xiao, full of apology, dodged the knife in his left hand and quickly ran over to the goat-headed monster, pulling the blade from the wall. Then he went right back to sword clashing. Lin Xiao turned to the goat-headed monster and apologized mid-duel. Sorry. My hand slipped just now. Hope it didn't scare you? The goat-headed monster's legs were shaking non-stop. No. Actually, I wanted to ask. Was that really just a slip? It didn't look like it at all. The goat-headed monster couldn't shake the feeling it was because he tried to leave. That's why the blade came flying. It really was a slip of the hand. More precisely, I got a little distracted. After hearing you wanted to leave, it affected my judgment. That's why the knife accidentally flew out. Lin Xiao explained very apologetically. The goat-headed monster was dumbfounded. Why does that excuse sound completely absurd? Dear customer, don't be scared. Please come in. To be honest, you're our first customer of the day. Lin Xiao courteously stepped aside, hooked over a stool from behind the broken counter with his foot, and said gently, our shop was recently renovated, so it's just a asterisk little chaotic. I guarantee we have everything a pharmacy should have. You'll definitely have a pleasant shopping experience. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, he turned back to clash swords with his left hand. The goat-headed monster looked stunned. Will it really be pleasant? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? He swallowed nervously, and carefully said, what I meant was, can I go outside for a moment? I think stepping in with my left foot first might have been a bit rude. Lin Xiao showed a disappointed expression. Really? You're not planning to get treatment here anymore, are you? The goat-headed monster cautiously replied. If I said yes, what would happen? Lin Xiao gave a friendly smile. Of course, nothing at all. Because customers are like gods. And gods have the right to choose. He finished and immediately turned his head again, slashing even more fiercely at his left hand. Die. With just the 2 of them in the room, the goat-headed monster felt something was off. Who exactly is he trying to kill? Goat-headed monster 3 to 5. The goat-headed monster came to the pharmacy for treatment, but the doctor seemed a bit schizophrenic. He was fighting with himself, saying things like, I'll kill you. The goat-headed monster glanced around the shop. There was clearly no one else. Was he indirectly threatening me? He nervously glanced at the door. Then at Lin Xiao still fighting himself. After weighing his options, he decided to wait and observe. He carefully asked, "Boss, can I ask something? Why are you slashing two knives at each other? Are you practicing some powerful technique?" Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. "Nope, I'm simply trying to chop off my left hand." He. The goat-headed monster shivered all over. Why? While waving the surgical knife, Lin Xiao turned and replied, "I can't go into details. Just know this. This hand is no good. It eats people. It just tried to eat me earlier. If I don't stop it, it might even try to eat you too." Sweat poured from the goat-headed monster's forehead. Lin Xiao turned again, switching back to a kind smile. "But of course, don't worry. As long as I'm here, it won't hurt you." Goat-headed monster. Alertness +10. He obediently sat down on the stool. He still felt like the boy was hinting at killing him. Because not only the left hand eats people. That excuse was just too absurd. And besides, in this dark world, how could a human run a pharmacy? Anyone thinking clearly would know this wasn't normal. The goat-headed monster once again thought of leaving. "So, when will the treatment begin? Maybe you need to prepare first?" Lin Xiao turned serious, then smiled and said cheerfully, "So you've finally decided to get treated here? Wonderful, dear customer. You've made a very wise choice." He continued sparring with his left hand, while turning to grab a stethoscope. But scissors and hammers dropped out during the search, making the goat-headed monster even more nervous. Is this really a pharmacy? As Lin Xiao turned his back, the goat-headed monster tiptoed toward the door. But then a sudden shout exploded behind him. "Trying to run? Let me help you run. You think you can dodge? Think you can get away from me?" Then came the sound of blades slicing through the air. The sounds kept coming. "Wandering souls are all my good neighbors. If I can't chop you up, then I'll let my neighbor sister do it." The goat-headed monster froze in place. He froze on the spot. Goat-headed monster. Three-finger scissors food. He felt his life was seriously threatened. Damn it, we goat folk aren't pushovers either. Wait, we actually are herbivores, but our blades definitely aren't. The goat-headed monster suddenly surged with courage. He reached for the sword on his waist, then quietly approached Lin Xiao from behind with his blade raised. "You think a knife makes you my match? Let me tell you, I've chopped hands tougher than wandering souls." Goat-headed monster. Three-finger scissors food. Behave and I might let you go, for now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xiao held his blade to his chest, fiercely facing off with his left hand. The next moment, he turned his head. With a smile, he pointed the blade at the stethoscope and said, "Dear customer, we may begin now." Just a second before Lin Xiao turned around, the goat-headed monster quickly hid the knife behind his back. But a faint squelching sound could be heard. Lin Xiao looked at the goat-headed monster sweating and in pain. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong, customer?" Nothing. I'm fine." "Then let's begin." "Sure, all up to you. All yours." The goat-headed monster came for treatment. But his small bravery was now in critical condition. Following Lin Xiao's instructions, he shakily pressed the stethoscope to his chest. Lin Xiao listened while pressing down his left hand. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Seeing that, the goat-headed monster flinched. Did the doctor discover something bad? Now he wasn't worried about illness anymore. He just hoped the doctor wouldn't suddenly stab his kidneys. "Goat kidneys don't even taste good, damn it." Lin Xiao calmly said, "Your heartbeat is a little irregular. Seems like you've just been greatly frightened. That's caused your adrenaline to spike." The goat-headed monster was speechless. "You seriously don't know what scared me just now?" Lin Xiao looked up and continued, "If that's all, it's not a big deal. But from your complexion, I sense signs of poisoning. If you get frightened again while poisoned, your blood could circulate the toxin throughout your body. That could be life-threatening." The goat-headed monster looked completely hopeless. "You've got to be kidding. This doctor's joking, right? Have you recently visited a place with heavy miasma?" "I did go to a swamp." "Were you attacked by anything?" He rolled up his sleeve to show a scratch on his arm. "Not attacked, just scratched by some vines." At that moment, a system notification chimed. Initiating auxiliary diagnosis. Special toxin. Human-faced vine, added to database. Meanwhile, the left hand tried to sneak attack Lin Xiao, but he swiftly parried it with his blade, then turned back to scan the system data. He said seriously, the human-faced vine is a highly toxic plant found in damp, cold places. It usually lies dormant underground, waiting for passing creatures to ambush. Its venom has a long incubation period. Normally, it's not fatal. The goat-headed monster asked blankly. What about the second stage? Lin Xiao fiercely parried his left hand again, while scanning the data and replying. First, avoid being startled. Keep your heartbeat steady. Maintain a calm and peaceful mind. Try to prevent blood pressure from rising. But just as Lin Xiao got distracted replying, his left hand suddenly swelled several times in size, right in front of the goat-headed monster's eyes. Swallowed Lin Xiao's head whole. Oh my god, goat-headed monster. Scissors minus food. Lin Xiao quickly used flesh mutation, hardening his neck to avoid decapitation. Then he forcefully pushed his head outward, gritting his teeth and saying, secondly, if toxin spread has already begun, then your entire body will gradually emit abnormalities. And at that moment, you'll be especially vulnerable to being devoured by evil creatures. But don't worry, our pharmacy is very safe. No evil creatures here. Meanwhile, the left hand's 88-meter tongue was licking the now paralyzed and clearly abnormal goat-headed monster. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and scanned the system's provided data. Third, if abnormalities are already fully present, and they've attracted evil creatures, then immediate bloodletting is required. Even a minute late could be fatal. Terrified, the goat-headed monster immediately pulled out a small knife and stabbed it straight into the artery in his leg. Blood sprayed out in a torrent. Wait, Lin Xiao said through gritted teeth. I read it wrong. Should be drinking lots of water and taking healing potions to suppress toxin buildup. Bloodletting is just a quick release method, not recommended right away. The goat-headed monster was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Lin Xiao, then blankly at the knife in his leg. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why the hell didn't you say it earlier? I already stabbed myself, damn it. This place is enough to drive anyone insane. A perfectly healthy goat-headed monster, now both physically and mentally traumatized. Dear customer, I wasn't finished talking. Why did you stab so quickly? Were you in a rush to die? The goat-headed monster was speechless. Who wants to die? Can't you just say everything in one breath? Blood was still gushing from his butt. The goat-headed monster shouted desperately. Stop the bleeding. Hurry up and stop it. It's spraying everywhere, damn it. Goat-headed monster. 3-finger scissors food. Lin Xiao's right hand was still fighting his left, so he had to use precise footwork to help stop the bleeding. The goat-headed monster was completely broken. He begged helplessly, can I stop treatment here? Please just let me go this once. I swear, I'll avoid you forever from now on. Tears of frustration poured from his sheep eyes. Goat-headed monster. Mental collapse plus food. Lin Xiao replied with slight melancholy. Sorry, I'm still a rookie. Sorry for giving you an unpleasant experience. But we're the only pharmacy within hundreds of miles. The goat-headed monster said trembling. You're lying. How can there only be one pharmacy in such a big area? Lin Xiao replied awkwardly. There really isn't. There used to be, but now they're all preserved in jars in the backyard. He pointed to the preserved specimens behind him. At that moment, the goat-headed monster completely broke down. He finally burst into tears. He thought of his parents, of the 3 difficult years wandering the world, of his 2-year-old child, and now he was about to die in this shady clinic. He begged Lin Xiao to spare him. Lin Xiao tried to comfort him. Don't cry, just leave it to me. I'm a doctor. I promise you'll walk out of here healthy and well. As for the human-faced vine's poison, it can be easily neutralized with a potion. It's really nothing serious. Saying that, Lin Xiao extended a tentacle and pulled out a bunch of potions from the counter. Then, right in front of the goat-headed monster, he quickly mixed several potions together. Finally, he grabbed a syringe with his tentacle and said, just a few shots of this. And even if it doesn't fully cure you, You'll definitely be bursting with energy. As he said this, Lin Xiao was about to inject it. The goat-headed monster trembled at the sight of the syringe, thicker than his thigh. Isn't that going to blow up my veins? A sinister green light gleamed on Lin Xiao's face. It won't. Not through the vein. Then through where? Through your rear. The goat-headed monster just opened his mouth to object. But a squelch sound was heard. Lin Xiao had already jabbed it in. Goat-headed monster's fear level +10. Only Nightcoat Lin Xiao could be so precise and meticulous with wound dressing. While tidying up the potions with his tentacle, Lin Xiao smiled. So, dear customer, how's the effect? Pretty good, right? The potion I made was specifically designed to counter the human-faced vine's poison. You've definitely come to the right place. Our Shueijia pharmacy is the best choice. I'm telling you, nowhere else has the same efficacy as us. The goat-headed monster leaned there in a daze, feeling the weakness in his body slowly fade. Strangely enough, he was actually feeling better. Was this really not a shady clinic? Could he have misunderstood the situation? The goat-headed monster blankly asked. You're not planning to treat me just to slice me up for lamb shabu, are you? Lin Xiao fiercely suppressed his wild left hand, and gritted his teeth to reply. Of course not. At Shueijia Pharmacy, we believe in customer-first principles. As long as you have money, not only can we slice you up, you can even slice me up. +1 to your calming experience. The goat-headed monster was significantly reassured. You are progressing toward becoming a qualified doctor who brings peace of mind. The goat-headed monster let out a small sigh of relief, then muttered. What if I have no money? Instantly, the entire pharmacy went silent. Even the biting left hand paused. Lin En froze, then slowly raised his knife and asked, You have no money? The goat-headed monster instantly panicked. Goat-headed monster. 3-finger scissors 1. I do. Of course I do. Lots of money. He pulled out his money at lightning speed. So fast. It left after images. Seeing the fluttering money, Lin Xiao smiled again. Phew. I was scared for a second. Customer, please don't joke like that. I thought you were trying to dine and dash. I'd already decided which part of you to carve out. The goat-headed monster bristled again. This is a shady clinic. They're really gonna take my kidney. Goat-headed monster. Blood pressure +1. Your potion really works. It's only been a few minutes and I feel much better. Counting money, Lin Xiao chuckled. Of course. My teacher once mass-produced this type of poison, so curing it is second nature to us. In fact, our clinic is the only one in the dark world with a special antidote for human-faced vine. The goat-headed monster wiped his sweat and asked, So if someone got poisoned elsewhere, they'd be in big trouble? Lin Xiao smiled and said, You don't need to worry about that. This type of poison only exists in this area. Nowhere else has it. The goat-headed monster froze again. For some reason, he felt something fishy about this logic. Customer, your total is ready. That'll be 2,100 skeleton coins. After subtracting what you already put on the table, you still owe 400 skeleton coins. Lin Xiao kept smiling. The goat-headed monster instinctively reached for his pouch, then placed a small sack of coins on the table. Lin Xiao counted it skillfully. Still short by 100 skeleton coins. The goat-headed monster searched himself thoroughly. Next second, his eyes went blank. I'm out. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao slid over a contract, and seriously explained, Please take a look. Besides money, we also accept body parts as payment. Am I really going to lose a kidney this time? Lin Xiao tossed an organ list in front of him. Please take a look. Here, we don't just accept money as payment. You can also pay using parts of your body. Am I really going to lose a goat kidney this time? Lin Xiao threw an organ catalog right in front of the goat-headed monster. Take a look and decide what you're willing to give. The goat-headed monster slowly looked at the catalog. On the list it said, Kidneys 1,000 skeleton coins. Eyeballs 200 skeleton coins each. Arms 250 skeleton coins. Little bro 50 skeleton coins per centimeter. The price for the little bro seems kinda low. The goat-headed monster was completely falling apart. Lin Xiao picked up a sharp bone-cleaving knife and smiled warmly. I suggest you give up an eyeball. Once you've saved up enough, you can come back to redeem it. Wait a second, the goat-headed monster screamed and waved his hands. I still have something else that could cover the bill. He quickly pulled something from his bag. I found this while wandering outside a few days ago. It looks like some kind of component. I figured it might be worth something. Lin Xiao froze in surprise. Then the system notification popped up. You have obtained fragment of secret camp skull. Quality: rare material. A high-strength skull fragment forged by the secret camp. This specially processed material is extremely precious. It's often used by the Demon Society to craft biological weapons. The moment Lin Xiao saw Demon Society, his pupils sharply contracted. Where did you pick this up? The goat-headed monster answered blankly. About 100 kilometers west, in a strange hill region. Looked like a huge battle had just ended when I arrived. I didn't dare stay long. Just grabbed some parts and ran. As he spoke, he pulled out a few more similar fragments from his bag. According to the system, all of them were unmistakably related to the Demon Society. The goat-headed monster asked cautiously, "Can I use these to pay for the treatment?" Lin Xiao gave him an okay gesture, approved. Hearing this, the goat-headed monster let out a sigh of relief and bolted out the door like a flash of lightning. The next second, the system notification chimed in. Congratulations, you've completed the quest. Special reward: radiated limb. Type: consumable. A mutated limb grown by an unknown creature after radiation exposure. Using it will briefly flood your body with massive radiation. At that moment, the left hand lunged at Lin Xiao's head again. Lin Xiao grabbed it firmly and said sternly, "Truce. You can't eat me right now. And I can't chop you off either. Let's resolve this later. I've got more important things to deal with." Only an idiot would listen to that. The left hand expanded again and immediately opened its bloody mouth at Lin Xiao. The next second, it engulfed Lin Xiao's head. But Lin Xiao just stood there calmly, unmoving. The left hand froze in confusion. It let go of Lin Xiao's head and asked in confusion, "Why aren't you scared?" Lin Xiao replied calmly, "Because I know you won't dare eat me. Earlier, I drank too much pesticide and wasn't thinking clearly. Now that I've calmed down, I understand, you won't eat me." The left hand sneered, "Oh yeah? What makes you so sure?" "Because we're bound to rise and fall together. When I drank pesticide, you reacted too. If you drank it, I'd react too. So if you swallow my head, you probably wouldn't survive either." "Oh yeah? Then I'll eat you right now." The left hand suddenly opened wide and lunged again. The boy's five-finger lady was no longer obedient like before. She had become utterly rebellious. She even wanted to devour her host. But the host, with a fearless spirit of "if not me, then who," stood still, allowing the five-finger lady to consume him. This actually made her hesitate a little. The left hand asked why he wasn't dodging. Lin Xiao calmly replied, "I already told you, you won't dare eat me. If you do, you'll die too." The left hand bared its fangs and growled viciously, "That's not it. I just don't know for sure what will happen if I bite off your head. Doesn't mean I won't do it." At that moment, the system notification appeared. Your mission: body response. Current completion: 50%. The mutant suspects that killing you would also kill itself. Temporarily, it poses no threat. But it still harbors hostility toward you. You've triggered stage 2 of the mission. Mission activated. Erasure. Objective: survive coexistence with the mutant, without it realizing that killing you might not actually kill it. Wait, does that mean it could survive if it killed me? What the hell kind of joke is this? Lin Xiao remembered that bite from the left hand. If it had gone through, he'd be headless right now. Lin Xiao's fingers twitched in panic. The snarling left hand noticed immediately and stared menacingly at Lin Xiao, who had begun sweating nervously. But Lin Xiao wasn't one to fold easily. Years of thick skin training. No, correction, years of calm composure helped him return to his usual expression quickly. Lin Xiao said calmly, "If you're unsure, I'd advise you not to try it. Otherwise, it'll be a double death." Even though he looked as cool as ever, Lin Xiao was panicking inside. "Let's get back to business." Lin Xiao carefully examined the secret silver fragment. He muttered, "That flesh puppet from last night was from the Demon Society. And I remember seeing that name in my teacher's journal. My teacher used to be a member of that organization. Though I don't know what happened. Lin Xiao continued thinking out loud. That puppet was probably after my teacher. But since my teacher wasn't around, it ran into me. The left hand wasn't interested in the story. And scoffed coldly. Lin Xiao stood up, and paced back and forth, saying, "Judging by these fragments, the Demon Society has already infiltrated the area. The fact that I killed their puppet last night must have reached their ears by now." The left hand interrupted fiercely. "I'm the one who killed it, not you." Lin Xiao ignored her and continued thinking. "If I were them, I'd definitely send more people here, either to investigate, or to wipe out traces. If they find out I'm just a normal human, they'll kill me on the spot." Lin Xiao suddenly looked up, and realized something. "It'll be either tonight, or tomorrow. We'll definitely face a second wave of danger." Lin Xiao finished his analysis seriously. "Not my problem though. Don't think you can stay out of this. We're bound together, for better or worse. If I die, you get skinned too." The left hand grunted unhappily. Lin Xiao immediately smiled with satisfaction. "All right, calm down. I still don't know how you manifested. But you're a part of my body. And you're my dominant hand, my left. Logically speaking, we should be quite close. Comforting experience +1. The left hand grumbled reluctantly. "Fine, but here's the deal. Anyone who shows up, I get to eat. And no more pesticide drinking." Lin Xiao smiled slyly. "Deal." Lin Xiao, the sly fox, finally got the upper hand on Lefty. Seeing his smug face, the left hand gave him 2 solid slaps. Evening approached. Lin Xiao changed into a new battle outfit in the attic. He also found a handy surgical knife from the operating room. Meanwhile, the left hand was snoring away. No good. He still didn't have enough good gear. He'd searched the flesh puppet's shell thoroughly, but never found his revolver or cleaver. And his greatest trump card, the faceless heart, was now part of the left hand. So that means the revolver and knife were probably swallowed too. The next second, Lin Xiao had a bold idea. Why not check inside this guy? Lin Xiao quietly pried open a gap in left hand's mouth. Then he controlled a long tentacle and reached into it. Whoa, it's deep inside. Looks like this mutant isn't so simple. Even though it's attached to me on the outside, it probably has its own internal structure. Lin Xiao slowly went deeper and sensed carefully. Eventually, he smoothly reached the deepest point. He immediately sensed he was touching some indescribable, undigested chunks of flesh and tissue. Looks like everything this guy swallowed is here. Then he began pulling things out, one after another. You obtained broken core. You obtained decayed flesh tissue. You obtained demon hunting revolver. You obtained evil cutter bone kick blade. At that moment, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Sure enough, both of his equipment pieces had been swallowed by the mutant. He quickly checked them over. The revolver and bone kick blade were both intact. After all, they're legendary items. Not that easy to damage. Lin Xiao felt whole again. Then he glanced to the side. Looking at the still sleeping left hand, he thought to himself, why not try pulling more stuff out? Maybe there are more treasures inside? As he thought that, he shoved even more thick tentacles inside. You obtained focused bronze. You obtained dragon's breath hand. You obtained moon spirit hair. As he kept digging, Lin Xiao's eyes grew brighter. What a hoard. Letting him digest all this would be a huge loss. As he muttered, the tentacle sped up. Left hand, meanwhile, was dozing off. He vaguely felt something going in and out of his mouth, and each time it hit deep inside his throat. Very unpleasant sensation. The next moment, he suddenly woke up. Lin Xiao was still grinning over the loot. But to left hand, that grin looked perverted. Left hand immediately exploded with rage. Bastard, disgusting, shameless, freak, pervert, degenerate. Even Shuke couldn't tolerate this. With a chomp, left hand bit the tentacle in half, causing some severe biological trauma. Left hand then swallowed the rest. Then roared menacingly, "What the hell are you doing? You sicko, what were you doing, putting such weird things into my mouth? Are you insane? Wanna fight?" Then left hand gave Lin Xiao the international rude gesture, and saw all those pulled out flesh bits and body parts lying around him. He was stunned. Lin Xiao quickly explained. Let me explain. I was just trying to retrieve the items you swallowed yesterday. I wasn't trying to start a war with you. After a brief silence, Left Hand grabbed a blade and started wildly slashing at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had no choice but to block with his own blade. Let me explain. At least give me a chance to explain. I'll kill you. Kill you. How dare you steal my food? How dare you take back what I ate? You're so dead, I'm gonna kill you. Just as they were locked in another life or death knife fight. A system alert suddenly sounded. Mission triggered. A restless night. Mission objective. Survive the search of the 3 hunters. Mission brief. The alleys of wandering spirits are seething with danger. After the brutal battle last night, a new crisis is brewing. Mysterious hunters are closing in like hounds. Stay hidden. Tonight, Lin Xiao faces an even worse threat than last night. 3 flesh machines at once. Though he has 2 wives on call for treatment, it'll still likely be a tough fight. Night falls, dark mist rises. A cold mechanical voice echoes out. Target acquired. Flesh puppet type 3 blood detected. Collecting sample. Sample match complete. Initiating scene reconstruction. Amidst the fog, a spider-bodied, human-faced monster slowly raised its head. It projected a beam from its eyes onto the air, and the footage displayed the final moments of yesterday's flesh puppet. Scene analysis. Flesh puppet perished due to internal devour collapse. Data transmission complete. Threat level assessment. Subject can be further investigated. Meanwhile, on the roof of Blood Remedy Pharmacy, Lin Xiao was fully geared and on high alert. This time, he didn't hide by the wall, but crouched atop the roof beam, to avoid being ambushed through the wall again. While flipping the safety on his revolver, Lin Xiao said to his left hand, Lefty, you're more agile. Go perch above the doorframe. We'll split the roles. When someone comes in, I'll tangle them with my tentacles. You chomp them in one bite. Don't worry, all the prey is yours this time. Lefty protested. Don't call me Lefty. You think we're that close? Although she said that, Lefty still silently stretched out, and hovered above the doorframe with 5 fingers extended. All around were Lin Xiao's split-off tentacle shadows. 4 tentacles was already his limit, but he was confident. After all, compared to yesterday, today he had a gluttonous helper that devours everything. Lin Xiao squinted, moving stealthily like a leopard in the night. In the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded at the pharmacy door. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank. He shouted, now. At the same time, tentacles lashed out, instantly wrapping the figure at the door. Lefty, hidden on the doorframe, suddenly expanded, opened her gaping mouth, and ferociously swallowed the figure whole. Yada yada yada. The next moment, 2 terrified voices came from the giant mouth. Lin Xiao was stunned. Why did those voices sound so familiar? He quickly leapt down from the roof beam, and saw within Lefty's closed jaws a pair of legs, one large one small, flailing wildly. Blood-clothed evil spirit. Scissors sign 3. Blood spirit hawk. Scissors sign 3. Stop, stop, they're our people. Lin Xiao's younger wife had swallowed the senior wife on sight. As a doting husband, he immediately intervened to stop the rudeness. The sticky blood-clothed evil spirit and little girl sat dazed on the doorstep. Thick, gooey saliva dripped from their bodies. Blood-clothed evil spirit muttered dully. It felt like waking up from a nightmare. The little girl frowned deeply, and slurped the goo off her mom's face. Lin Xiao, pulling Lefty aside, asked in surprise. Ladies, why are you here? Blood-clothed evil spirit shook the spit off her head, and stared seriously at him. We were worried about you. You ran out in such a rush this morning, and didn't come back by nightfall. So we got worried, afraid you'd run into another monster. Lin Xiao was slightly touched. Indeed, after surviving last night's battle together, their relationship had leveled up. At that moment, blood-clothed evil spirit eyed his left hand cautiously. What is that? Lin Xiao snapped out of it. Smiling, he pointed at his left hand. Let me introduce you. This is the thing I mutated last night. It was the one that devoured the monster. Since it's my left hand, I'm temporarily calling it Lefty. Lefty instantly bit down on Lin Xiao's pointing right hand. Lefty's affection toward you. -1. Blood-clothed evil spirit was utterly stunned. A hand? You mutated a hand? Her mind immediately conjured last night's terrifying memory. That terrifying scene of the monster being hollowed out from the inside. She hadn't expected this hand to have its own consciousness, and apparently was barely under control. Blood-clothed evil spirit stared at Lin Xiao's self-cannibalizing hands, feeling a surge of surreal absurdity. Lin Xiao tried his best to restrain Lefty, and calmly said, "Tonight won't be peaceful. After that puppet died yesterday, the organization it belonged to will definitely send someone to investigate. Tonight is bound to be another sleepless night." The blood-clothed evil spirit glanced outside in confusion, and then said, "Are you sure it's tonight?" Lin Xiao nodded firmly. "Yes, I have a special information source." Just as they finished speaking, clanging sounds suddenly came from outside the door, as if blades were striking the ground. The two exchanged a glance instantly. Without a word, both entered combat mode. Lin Xiao quickly swung up to the rafters. The blood-clothed evil spirit revealed his true form as well. Twisted excitement slowly surfaced in his eyes. Outside the door, the little girl was suspended mid-air. She blinked and looked at the nearby left hand, then suddenly stuck out her tongue and licked the left hand. Blood Spirit Hawk's affection for your left hand +1. The left hand paused, looked at the girl outside, and licked her back. Your left hand's affection for Blood Spirit Hawk +1. Just like that, the two started licking each other back and forth. This is how simple happiness is between monsters. Watching this absurd scene on the doorframe, Lin Xiao was furious. He lowered his voice and shouted anxiously, "Stop licking, someone's coming." Meanwhile, in the black mist outside the door, 3 massive spider amalgams slowly emerged. Target location confirmed. Beginning scan. One of the monsters shot 2 red beams from its eyes. The red beams scanned the empty store. Lin Xiao knew they were bioflesh amalgams again. There's no hiding from them. Thinking that, he suddenly jumped down from the ceiling, then fired a shot at the lead monster. The demon-hunting bullet pierced the air with a bang, and hit the monster's eye. Holy power instantly spread throughout the monster's body. Blue electricity surged through it continuously. Lin Xiao shouted, "No need to hide. This time it's another biological puppet. Prepare to fight." 3 flesh amalgams on their side. While we only have a weakling and 2 girls, blood-clothed counts as 1. Zuo and the little girl count as half each. The 3 monsters entered combat mode. Target locked. Target identity confirmed. Target: Killer of Flesh Puppet Type 3. Highest threat level. Eliminate. Find the traitor. The 3 huge bodies turned into afterimages instantly. A mantis blade extended from each of their arms. So fast. At the same time, data on the monsters appeared in Lin N's vision. Hunter Type 120. Rank, Designation, Species, Biomechanical Amalgam. Combat ability: extremely fast and highly regenerative. They are top-tier assassination tools from the Demon Society, known for their speed and agility. Possessing powerful execution and tracking abilities. Often used by the Demon Society for assassination missions. Having no soul, they are immune to mental attacks. So they were sent by the Demon Society. In a flash, the 3 hunters locked onto Lin N, and simultaneously attacked, just as one of their mantis blades was about to slash Lin N's face. A pair of crimson claws blocked the strike. "Leave this one to me," said the blood-clothed evil spirit, flashing in front of Lin N. In his demon form, his eyes gleamed with madness and thrill. His half-meter-long nails clashed with 2 hunter blades. Next moment, a terrifying rift split open on his forehead, revealing countless blades and tendrils stretching out from within. Hey, leave them to me. I was really pissed yesterday." His eyes grew more twisted. With psychotic excitement, his whole body trembled with thrill. Lin N realized from the scene that he had fully entered battle mode. "I'll leave it to you then," Lin N called out while backing off. The left hand quickly recoiled and slapped back to Lin N's side. "Then we'll handle this one. Zuo, bite him." The left hand slithered like a serpent. With a sudden dash, it lunged toward the hunter. Almost at the exact moment the left hand launched the attack, the hunter had already reacted swiftly. Its body suddenly leapt up. Like a gecko, it began sprinting rapidly along the wall. That terrifying power in the left hand smashed the massive pit into the ground in an instant. The red light in the hunter's eyes flickered urgently. Target analysis in progress. Unknown life form. Initiate hunt. The next second, the hunter began spinning rapidly in midair. Its mantis blades sparked like circular saws. Seeing it rushing straight at him, Ling En sprouted 4 tentacles. Using them, he quickly retreated backward. At the same time, he fiercely pulled the trigger. A series of demon hunting bullets struck the terrifying blades. Under the holy damage, the hunter's speed significantly dropped. Ling En shouted to his left hand, "Now's your chance. Leave it to me." The left hand instantly opened into a gaping maw. Its long tongue split into 2, then split again into 4. In an instant, hundreds of snake-like tongues shot toward the hunter like sharp blades. As the clash of metal rang out, countless sparks burst like New Year fireworks. The seemingly soft tongue became harder than steel upon contact with the blades. This man was fighting alongside 2 wives and a group of monsters. And he, an ordinary human, was the weakest of them all. He was so weak that even the monster masters wouldn't bother to look at him. Inside an upside-down tower in the dark world, a black-robed man entered the grand hall with a cold gaze. His voice dropped to -100 degrees. Have the 3 hunters who scouted Wandering Soul Alley been contacted? Several servants swiftly turned and replied respectfully. The signal has been established. We can take control of the 3 hunters at any time. The black-robed man walked to the large screen. Coldly, he said, "Switch the visual feed over. I want first-hand intel from Wandering Soul Alley." The servants responded affirmatively and started operating swiftly. The next second, 3 different camera feeds slowly appeared on the screen. And on screen appeared Lin Wenyu and the blood-clothed evil spirit fighting the hunters. A cold gleam flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. The twisted and terrifying blood-clothed evil spirit immediately caught his attention. That frenzied figure was suppressing 2 hunters with ease. The blood-clothed evil spirit, it's him? Especially within Sin City, that lone madwoman was extremely notorious, because her killings were entirely driven by personal whims, especially once she entered combat mode. That pathological excitement and determination to kill her target made her someone even the top elites avoided provoking. The black-robed man's expression turned grave. He muttered to himself, "Impossible. Even he shouldn't be able to kill a TYPE3 flesh puppet." The black-robed man, aside from the chairman of the Demon Society, was the other primary executor of the internal purge. Over the past few days, he had either executed or recruited former elders as needed, recruited the usable, most of the flesh fragments of the Titan, which they used to keep separately, had also been recovered through these recent hunts, and through resonance among the Titan's tissues. They located a fragment in the Wandering Soul Alley guarded by Bloodstain, and that flesh puppet from yesterday had been personally extracted by the black-robed man. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the 3rd hunter's point of view. That gun-wielding boy with the bizarre left hand caught his attention. Could he have killed the Type 3 flesh puppet? But the black-robed man quickly rejected that notion, because at a glance, he could tell that aside from the odd left hand, the boy had no combat capability whatsoever. The next second, his eyes fell upon the Demon Hunter revolver in Lin En's hand. His expression shifted slightly. Demon Hunter's revolver. Only now did the black-robed man begin to take this human boy seriously, because he could clearly see that the always lone blood-clothed evil spirit was actually willing to fight alongside him, and this seemingly weakling was wielding a revolver only used by true demon hunters. That alone proved this boy was no ordinary person. Synchronize my neural feed with hunter number 3. As he spoke, the black-robed man pulled a connector from the back of his head and plugged it directly into the blood interface in the hall. The attendant responded while operating the system. "Yes, Vice President, sir. Neural information synchronization in progress. Identity verification. Connection user. Crab demon. Full access. Maximum clearance. Hunter number 3 neuron sync successful. Connection activated." In that instant, when the crab demon opened his eyes again, he had already taken control of Hunter number 3's body. And almost at the same time, A system alert suddenly sounded in Lin En's ear. Warning, warning. A major threat has emerged. Emergency special mission triggered. Buckle up. This is the most serious villain Lin En has faced so far. Through the flesh network, the crab demon transmitted his soul into the hunter's body. At the same time, Lin En also came to. The hunter across from them suddenly became cold and sharp-eyed. At that moment, he no longer looked frenzied, but human. Lin En shouted, "No. Lefty, be careful." At the same time, he quickly retreated. The hunter instantly closed in at lightning speed. Left hand opened his giant mouth wide. He shot his sharp tongue toward the hunter. Switching to high-temperature mode. A blazing aura surrounded the hunter's body instantly. His mantis blade oozed scorching fluid. With a sharp slash sound, the searing blade instantly severed left hand's tongue. With a scream of pain, left hand quickly retracted. Only half of the long tongue remained, smoking at the tip. "My tongue is gone," left hand cried out to Lin En, aggrieved. Lin En, retreating, asked, "Can it grow back?" Left hand flung the tongue from his mouth. The severed tongue began to regrow. Almost instantly, the hunter's afterimage flashed and appeared before Lin En. He slashed the burning blade straight at Lin En's face. "I got this." Left hand grabbed a cleaver with a loud clack and rushed in. His arm grew like a giant python. Wielding the cleaver with a clang-clang rhythm, he engaged the hunter in close combat. Clearly, his anger from the tongue being cut erupted fully now. Lin En could tell at a glance. The hunter was like a different person. He now had far more combat experience. Every strike was precise and calculated. Left hand's attacks were spirited, but clearly lacked form, more like wild brute force swings. Seeing Lin En standing there dumbly, left hand got annoyed. "The hell you staring at? Come help already." Lin En fired from the side while shouting back, "Lefty, show the strength you used to defeat the flesh puppet. Weren't you crazy strong yesterday?" Left hand snarled while swinging his blade wildly. "Yesterday I ate it from the inside. Now I'm on the outside. Even if I wanted to eat him, I'd have to get cut open first. I'm a doctor, aren't I? Even if he shreds you, I can stitch you back up." Left hand tried to reply, "But I haven't had a single chance to bite." Lin En quickly retreated, his eyes flashing with thought. "An opening? All right then, I'll make one for you." Lin En suddenly pulled a pitch-black eyeball from his pocket. Eye of focus, cursed object. Once used by a flesh puppet, it allows manipulation of gaze curses. Requires full fusion with the body to activate. This was a third-type flesh puppet's cursed eye. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Its gaze is full of curses and resentment. Where it looks, all things dissolve in its vision. Everything melts. Everything collapses. This eyeball had just been pulled, shamefully, from left hand's mouth. Any other being holding this eyeball wouldn't be able to use it. But Lin En was different. With the flesh mutation ability, he could merge this eye into his own body, and thus unleash its power. This young man was brutal. For strength, he could casually remove his own organs. Lin En immediately gouged out his right eye. "You're losing vitality." He carefully placed the eyeball into a vial. "Damn, that hurts like hell." Lin En's right eye was still bleeding. He immediately activated flesh mutation. The next moment, nerve tissue rapidly wrapped around the cursed eye. At the same time, two tentacles behind Lin En withered and crumbled. But he didn't flinch, because it was enough. Lin En roared loudly. He clutched his bleeding right eye fiercely. At that moment, his entire body was overwhelmed by the massive strain from the cursed eye. Hearing the scream, left hand suddenly recoiled. The moment he saw Lin En's right eye, left hand gasped in shock. "You used the puppet's eye?" Almost as soon as left hand spoke, Lin En suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze squarely on the hunter. Gaze curse, activate. A tremor of sound echoed the next second. Lin En's right eye constricted instantly. Countless black lines surged and converged at the pupil's center. The hunter trembled. A massive sense of danger washed over him. He instantly ramped up his speed to the max, moving so fast that afterimages appeared. But the curse had already triggered. Wherever the gaze landed, walls, ground, everything began dissolving instantly. It was an open space, there was nowhere to hide. No matter how fast the hunter moved, he couldn't escape the searing gaze. His body rapidly began corroding. The controlling crustacean demon's face darkened. Eye of focus? How is that possible? At that moment, he was certain. Even if the boy didn't kill the puppet himself, he was definitely connected to it. This one must be killed. He clenched his teeth in that instant, and charged toward Lin En through the corrosive force. Lin En struggled to suppress his right eye, shouting madly, "Lefty, now!" Left hand suddenly flew forward. In the next second, he opened his massive bloody maw. Terrifying suction force swept across the entire street. Everything on the street was sucked into his mouth like a vortex. Left hand was now like the eye of a storm. His pitch-black mouth a bottomless abyss. The terrifying scene forced the hunter off course. Crustacean demon's face changed dramatically. Even he had no choice but to halt. He stabbed his twin blades into the ground, to prevent himself from being sucked into that black hole-like mouth. But then he sensed something worse coming. He shouted, "No." Meanwhile, Lin En grinned devilishly. "Got you now." The boy inserted a fake eye and cast a bloodline technique. In a flash, Lin En's right eye locked on the hunter, frozen in place. The raging curse spread like a prison of spirits, crawling over the hunter's body. His frame rapidly began to melt and rot. Massive blisters burst on his spider legs. His entire face became unrecognizable. Warning. Severe body tissue dissolution detected. Activating emergency regeneration. Activating curse replication. The hunter's body instantly began regeneration protocols. But at that moment, he suddenly saw. The human boy pulled an arm from behind him. Lin En's smile turned twisted. "We're just getting started." A wave of dread flooded the crustacean demon's heart. Dragon lizard arm. Type. Heavy biofusion weapon. Ability. Breathes scorching dragonfire. An economical bio-killing weapon for puppet suppression. Fused with the power of a dragon's arm. Its flames purify darkness with overwhelming power. Catastrophe. Lin En roared and threw the severed arm into the air. The tentacles behind him caught it and wrapped it up. Countless nerves spread rapidly across the stump. Warning. Ultra-composite mass loading in progress. Ultra-composite loading. The next second, a mighty dragon roar split the night sky. A massive dragon head grew from the flesh. Its eyes burned with rage and pain. Wrath of the dragon lizard. Lin En struggled to aim the dragon head at the hunter. At that moment, a blinding fire gathered in the dragon's mouth. Then it opened wide. As if to erase all darkness in the world, the dragonfire surged toward the hunter like molten lava. Inside the control tower, the massive monitor lit up with fire. Everyone in the hall wore horrified expressions. The next second, the number 3 hunter's screen exploded. Warning, number 3 hunter terminated. Neural sync forcibly severed. With a burnt wire stench, crustacean demon's neural plug snapped. He was now fully disconnected from hunter number 3. Nearby agents immediately swarmed toward him. "Lord Crab Fiend, are you alright?" Crab Fiend panted heavily. Sparks crackled from the mechanical parts on his face. "That guy used the killing weapon I carefully designed for the flesh puppet. How dare he?" Crab Fiend smashed the machine in front of him with a punch. How could he not be furious? To him, that human boy was clearly weak. Except for that strange left hand of his. The only threat was that demon-hunting revolver. But Crab Fiend never expected that the human could actually equip the flesh puppet's weapon on himself. That's absurdly insane. That guy can't possibly be a human. The next moment, Crab Fiend had a sudden thought. Could he be a biological weapon created by Blood Matrix? He gritted his teeth and affirmed. Yes, that's the only possibility. Blood Matrix used to be a veteran figure of the Demon Society. He was also one of the main biomutants who studied the giant elephant. Over the past decade, hiding in that remote place, it's not impossible he developed new bioweapons. Crab Fiend clenched his fists. That mocking smile of the human's face surfaced in his mind. If it weren't for the remote-controlled body limitation, if his real body had been on site, that guy, even with focused copper and dragon breath arm installed, would still be crushed by him. While Crab Fiend was deep in thought, the screens of Hunter number 1 and number 2 also went dark. 2 servants rushed over to report. Lord Crab Fiend. The other 2 hunters were also destroyed by Blood Wraith. Forget them. Tomorrow, I'll go deal with them myself. Have you found Blood Matrix? Other hunters are still tracking him. The latest intel suggests he may have gone to the puppet courtyard. He has a good relationship with Madam Puppet there. Crab Fiend let out a cold chuckle, and said slowly, Madam Puppet, huh? Now things are getting interesting. That woman had just fought 2 spiders. 2 minutes ago, her face still bore sickness and wickedness. Now she had returned to her exquisite appearance. She lifted her beloved little puppy. But when she saw its hollow right eye, she was shocked. Lin suddenly pulled out the copper of demons. Then took her own right eye out of a bottle, right in front of Blood Wraith. She popped the eye back into her socket. Blood Wraith gasped at the sight. Stunned by the sight, Lin poured a recovery potion into her eye socket, while smiling and asking, Ma'am, are you hurt? Blood Wraith shyly replied, Number. Just as their eyes began to meet tenderly, that left hand suddenly reached out, and let out a crude burp. Even after eating a whole giant spider just now, when it saw the 2 spiders killed by Blood Wraith, it drooled again. The night after the mission was far from peaceful. Rewards received, plus 1,000 skull coins, plus 1,000 XP. Bonus mission completed, killed 3 hunters. Special item obtained, Night Doctor class advancement blueprint. Legendary skill blueprint obtained, random diagnosis attribute. Mission completed, survive, plus 1,000 XP, plus 1,000 skull coins. Special item obtained, Night Demon scalpel. Lin's eyes lit up. This haul was amazing. She quickly opened the system to review the rewards. Night Doctor class advancement blueprint. Type. Quest item. Night doctors are surgeons who walk in the dark. They are a group of compassionate surgical specialists. Otherwise, they get upset. Random diagnosis attribute. Quality. Special legendary skill. Effect. Diagnoses up to 20 diseases at random. Even healthy targets may be diagnosed with something. Night Demon scalpel. Type. Scalpel. Quality. Legendary. Special effect. Never dulls. It's an incredibly tough scalpel. Though it's extended half a meter, it's better for slashing enemies. But performing surgery on others isn't a problem at all, because exquisite blade skills are often reflected in delicate surgeries. And it's said that it becomes even sharper at night. 3 high-quality items plus a pile of skeletal arms and experience. Lin really hit the jackpot this time. He immediately made up for the loss from last night. More importantly, he's now reached the lost tier. As long as he finishes this incident, he can change his class. However, compared to Lin, Blood Wraith looked worried. Judging by now, these 3 spider monsters only came to scout. You've probably provoked a huge organization. If you don't quickly figure something out, you might encounter even worse disasters next. After these past 2 days, Blood Wraith has realized the seriousness of the situation. In this dark world, if there's one organization focused on researching bioweapons, it can only be the Demon Association. They specialize in combining flesh and machinery, and are considered a unique faction in the dark world. Blood Wraith frowned and asked Lin, How did you offend such an organization? I thought you rarely left Wandering Spirit Alley. How did you offend them? Did you perhaps misdiagnose someone? Is that why they hold such a grudge? Lin shook his head, and calmly replied, It might be related to my teacher's past, but I can't get in touch with him right now, so I'm not entirely sure of the details either. Anyway, tonight is finally over safely. The 2 of them tidied up the battlefield. Blood Wraith was about to take the little girl and leave. Lin's feelings for this lady grew even stronger, though she's a bit crazy. After what happened these past 2 days, it's clear that she's actually a very reliable wraith. Just as everyone was saying goodbye, a shadow appeared in a distant corner. A few diseased eyes were staring at them, swirling, as if plotting something. This boy, although living alone in a potion shop, has made many powerful friends. Among them are wraith knights and demon hunters, legends of the dark world. A mysterious human scavenger, and even a several hundred-year-old boy who shares mutual feelings with him. But the most powerful of them is a big-headed doll named Xiao Xiao. After last night's fierce battle, Lin felt he was in an extremely dangerous position. He had to find a way to contact his teacher, or even Xiao Xiao the Abyss Headhunter would do. The situation was urgent, so he entered the world system. After a great wave of dizziness and detachment, Lin's consciousness left his body and entered the familiar virtual plaza. But as soon as he entered the world, tons of notifications sounded in his ears. Area information update. After yesterday, another high-level monster invasion in Wandering Spirit Alley. The invaders are suspected to be bioweapons from the Demon Association. Residents of Wandering Spirit Alley are advised to stay indoors for safety. Intelligence is updating in real time. The battle in Wandering Spirit Alley has ended. One participant appears to be the infamous Wraith Queen. The other is believed to be the apprentice of the potion shop recently gaining local fame. To watch the video, click to play. Fee. 30 skeleton coins. Lin widened his eyes in disbelief. No way, the incident has already been leaked online? And there's even a detailed video? Could it be there were others nearby watching that night? Lin quickly clicked to view the footage. The next moment, a scene of thick black mist unfolded before his eyes. And what appeared was the 3 hunters they had just defeated. Soon, his incredibly handsome face appeared on screen. Video started midway through the battle. Right when he attached the focusing bronze and counterattacked the hunters. By now, the number of viewers had skyrocketed to 2,000. Lines of live comments rapidly scrolled across the screen. It's that doctor. I recognize him. Didn't expect him to be so powerful. He's so handsome. Swoon tilde. I always thought he was just a harmless apprentice. Who knew there was a hidden master in our alley? Swoon X2. I used to think he only survived here because of that creepy blood matrix's protection. But now it's clear he's strong on his own. Swoon X3. The video had viewers from Wandering Spirit Alley, as well as others from the same region. And the number was still climbing, now over 3,000. Lin did a quick calculation. 30 skeleton coins per view. 3,000 views equals a solid 90,000. What a lucrative business. Money-hungry Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. But then a thought hit him. That intelligence sharer managed to record the video, without either him or Blood Wraith noticing. Then he must have strong information gathering capabilities. Why not start with him? To help me contact my teacher or Xiao Xiao? Without hesitation, Lin immediately clicked on the info sharer's profile. Username. Informant24. Role. Intelligence Merchant. Profile. Full-time information provider and broker in the dark world. Focus your gaze to teleport to my studio. Without delay, Lin focused his gaze on the interface. The next second, a system prompt sounded. Teleporting system. Please wait. After a flashy transition screen, Lin found himself inside a cramped wooden hut. The next second, a shadowy figure in a black robe appeared before him. What service does the customer need? Lin first surveyed the surroundings, then focused his gaze on the black-robed figure. You're the one sharing the information? The robed figure seemed used to this question, and calmly replied, I'm informant number 24 in charge of Zone 900. I can provide all valuable intelligence in this area. Of course, the fees aren't cheap. Lin glanced at the robe and asked suspiciously, it looks pretty quiet here. Number 24 slowly responded, this is a personal space I requested in the world. Each customer is teleported to their own instance of this space. My avatars are currently serving more than 700 other guests. Lin was silently stunned. What a powerful body, able to handle that many clients at once. The next second, Lin got serious and asked, I want to buy some intel. Do you have relevant sources? Number 24 simply replied, please state your first question. I want to know the exact location of Blood Matrix. The room fell silent the next second. Number 24 paused, seemingly searching his mental database. After a moment, he slowly replied, 50 black furnace coins. Lin suddenly winced in pain. 50 black furnace coins? That's freaking 500,000 skeleton coins. How many fools do I have to scam to make that? No, wait, how many patients do I have to treat to earn that? Number 24 calmly explained. The target's intel was boosted to top tier yesterday. His information is now 50 times more expensive. You're not the only customer seeking his coordinates. Lin couldn't help but feel tense. As expected, his teacher's situation isn't good. Besides him, the Demon Association must also be pulling every string to find him. Lin calmed himself down and continued. Second question. How can I quickly contact distant beings? Without pause, number 24 immediately replied. Different methods. Come with different fees. Minimum. 100 skeleton coins. Maximum. 100,000 black furnace coins. You may choose freely. Lin said seriously. Give me the cheapest one first. Then transferred 100 skeleton coins with a thought. Number 24 nodded and said slowly. Payment received. Here's your answer. The fastest way to contact someone over a long distance is through world locating. The next second, the air suddenly went silent. Lin waited for a while, then asked. And then? Number 24 slowly replied. That was the full answer. Thank you for your patronage. Lin was utterly speechless. That was worth 100 skeleton coins? If I could find them in the world, why would I even ask you? Number 24 replied curtly. That was the lowest tier intel. In other words, you get what you pay for. Lin tried to stay calm and said firmly. Same question. But this time I want intel worth 1 black furnace coin. The next second, 1,000 skeleton coins were transferred instantly. Number 24 paused, then slowly replied. Payment received. Here's your answer. You can hire a contract courier to deliver a message over long distances. The fee varies depending on the courier's level. Depending on the courier's price. The delivery speed may also vary slightly. Just as he finished speaking, number 24 pulled out a roster from his robe. We also offer courier hiring services here. You can choose any courier from our list. Lin felt this information might actually be useful. He opened the roster and started looking. Misfortune Bat, exotic beast type courier. Delivers messages using the recipient's tissue and true name. Also brings bad luck to the target. Flare Hellhound. Has an acute sense of smell and tracking ability. Can deliver letters over long distances with just a trace of scent. But there's a high chance it won't return. Void Moon Bending Beast. An ultra-efficient courier with the fastest speed in the dark world. Fast delivery, fast transport, fast death, everything is fast. Roadland Turtle King. Possesses top-tier defense and armor in the dark world. Can guarantee 100% safe delivery of the letter. Reputed for 0 delivery failures in the industry. Lin looked through the list and felt the Turtle King was the most reliable. He said firmly to number 24. I'll go with the Roadland Turtle King. Number 24 paused, seemingly querying the system. After a moment, he slowly replied. Scheduling your request now. Currently, 5 Turtle King couriers are available. Accident rate, 0%. Speed, 1 meter per hour. Wait a minute. Lin quickly cut him off and asked in disbelief. 1 meter per hour? Number 24 nodded and replied. Yes. The species has been specially enhanced. And its speed is 10 times faster than in previous years. The one you've selected still holds the record in the racewalking contest. No other turtle has broken it yet. Lin was utterly dumbfounded. This shop is seriously more shameless than me. Lin finally experienced what it felt like to be scammed. He demanded, don't you have anything more reliable? Number 24 still replied calmly. Currently, only those 4 couriers are available. We're speeding up the taming of more species. If these don't satisfy you, you can come back another time. Lin frowned, brain spinning rapidly. After a long pause, he asked. The Turtle King is safe. But it's slow. Number 24 nodded again. Correct. Void beasts are fast but die fast too. Correct. Lin slammed the table and declared. Book me 2 of each kind. Speed is crucial. I'm in a hurry. Number 24 nodded and after a brief pause said. Your booking has been confirmed. Please provide your delivery address. We'll dispatch the couriers shortly. Saying that, he placed a form in front of Lin. Lin hesitated for a moment, then cautiously glanced at number 24, and wrote down the address of the neighboring house. Number 24 took the form and slowly said, 2 Void Moon Bending Beasts. 2 Roadland Turtle Kings. Total cost. 2,600 skeleton coins. Pay now for immediate dispatch. Lin was stunned. Didn't I already pay 1,000 earlier? Number 24 calmly replied. That was for information consultation. This is the courier hiring fee. They're billed separately. Lin wordlessly paid another 2,600 skeleton coins. Payment received. Dispatch in progress. Within 2 hours, you will receive the creature contracts. User manual included. Please follow instructions to use properly. Thank you for your business. The scene cuts to the real-world potion shop. Lin slowly opened his eyes, leaving the system world. His left hand was still sound asleep. Without delay, he quickly dressed and ran to the abandoned house next door. It was an old house that had been abandoned for a long time. Lin had deliberately listed that as the address, proving he still didn't fully trust number 24. He hid in a spot with a good view, and waited for the delivery. Although number 24 was shady, right now he had to get in touch with his teacher and Xiao quickly. Otherwise, once the Demon Association sends experts, it'll truly be too late to turn things around. While he waited, he quickly opened his system panel, and pulled out the special items he just obtained. This Night Demon Blade could be used for self-defense later. According to the system, it's a surgical knife. Lin felt this was completely absurd. How could you perform surgery with a 1.8 meter tank-sized blade? One wrong move and he'd probably knock out the patient. Then he pulled out the 2 scrolls. Lin carefully read through the descriptions. Once the task is complete, he can officially change class to medical artisan. But the random diagnosis skill was seriously impressive. With this skill, he could quickly diagnose any target, and arbitrarily assign dozens of illnesses to them. After a moment of thought, Lin shouted, "Use." The next moment, the scroll turned into a beam of light and fused into his body. He was a strange kind of doctor, always studying all sorts of strange and bizarre medical techniques. As the skill scroll merged into Lin's body, the system notification sounded, "You've learned the special skill. Random Diagnosis." Random Diagnosis has 2 effects, passive and active trigger. Passive trigger performs multiple random diagnoses on a target instantly, quickly identifies illnesses within the target, can be triggered via any part of the target's body. Active use, focus your gaze on the target, inflicts at least 1 and up to 20 illnesses on them, consumes a large amount of mental energy. P.S. The illnesses depend on the target's constitution and the user's mental strength. Hearing the prompt, Lin couldn't help but gasp. As expected of a legendary tier special skill, it could actually give people real illnesses. That's insanely powerful. Suddenly, a shady business model popped into Lin's mind. Give them a disease right-pointing arrow treated right-pointing arrow make cash. No, that's way too evil. I'm a decent, morally upright youth. I can't do something that betrays my conscience. At that moment, Lin looked like he had split personalities. An angel and a devil fighting inside his head. The next second, he happened to glance at his left hand. A system prompt rang again. Passive diagnosis triggered. Detected condition 1. Indigestion. Detected condition 2. Pesticide phobia. Detected condition 3. Sleep tester. Detected condition 4. Genetic mutation. A string of system prompts echoed in Lin's ears. Just a glance had completely analyzed his left hand inside and out. This was insanely powerful. This skill was a miracle for a doctor like him. The next moment, Lin's eyes sparkled. Maybe I should test the active skill too? No. That's too immoral. And using my own left hand as a test subject? I'd feel way too guilty. But, testing it just a little bit should be okay, right? He made up his mind. He focused his gaze on his peacefully sleeping left hand. Activate. Randomly assigned a disease to the target. Morning sickness. But morning sickness only happens when you're pregnant. Yet somehow, his left hand started showing similar symptoms. For no reason, it felt dizzy and nauseated. No appetite, bloated belly. Lin was totally dumbfounded. The next second, his peacefully sleeping left hand suddenly jolted awake. So dizzy. Feeling nauseous. What's going on? Left hand suddenly remembered being bullied by him, and secretly felt pleased. But the next second, it suddenly felt sick again. It was showing morning sickness symptoms too. Damn, he forgot. He shared sensory nerves with his left hand. This was karma. The left hand drooped, looking weak, and muttered, "Why did I suddenly vomit? Something's not right." Lin calmly took out a recovery potion. "Please don't eat so much junk in the future. You had so much rotten meat yesterday. And 3 crab chickens today. Of course you're throwing up. Drink this and rest up, okay?" The sudden concern caught the left hand by surprise. Favorability with left hand +1. Left hand's attitude toward you has slightly improved. It thinks you're annoying, but sometimes, you're not so bad. The left hand yawned and said arrogantly, "Don't think I'm going to thank you or anything. And don't think you can win me over with just one potion. Given the chance, I'll still eat you." Lin completely ignored his nonsense. He shoved the potion toward his mouth. "Drink it. No more yapping. I'm suffering from morning sickness too, you know." Lin, who had tricked and diagnosed even delivery men, could find illness even in the healthy. Just as he was resting his eyes, Lin suddenly sensed movement outside. He quickly hid himself. Gusts of cold wind howled past. The door creaked noisily in the wind. A tall, slender ghostly figure, about 2 meters, appeared in Lin's sight. "Your delivery." A hoarse voice came from the ghostly figure. Once he confirmed it was the courier sent by number 24. Lin leapt down from the rafters. The ghostly figure spoke again. "Are you Mr. Twinwood?" Lin nodded and showed the identification the informant had given him. The ghost studied the document to confirm the identity, then abruptly lifted his skullcap and pulled out a delicate wooden box. "Please inspect your delivery." Lin squinted at him, then accepted the box. Opening it, he saw 4 scrolls and a small slip of paper. The paper was clearly the instruction manual. Then the ghost handed him a feather pen for signing. As Lin took the pen, he accidentally brushed the courier's fingertip. Instantly, an indescribable chill spread over him. Lin shivered uncontrollably. At the same time, the system notification rang out. Detected condition. Chronic rheumatism. Detected condition. Ugliness. Detected condition. Cold toxin corpse. Detected condition. Abdominal cyst. Lin looked at the ghostly courier in disbelief. The courier looked back at him, confused. He didn't know why the human was staring at him like that, and with such an oddly saintly expression. To break the awkward silence, he said, "You've signed. I'll be taking my leave now." Lin reached out to stop him. The courier asked blankly, "What is it?" Lin said seriously, "Have you been feeling bloated and cold lately? Do your knees cramp up when you walk? Do you feel like crying when you look in the mirror?" The courier froze on the spot. How did this guy know all that? For months now, he had been feeling unwell all over, especially after a delivery to Deep Frost Valley. His body started acting up ever since. Seeing the courier's shocked face, Lin calmly continued, "My friend, your days are numbered." The courier was dumbfounded. "As you can see, I'm a professional doctor. The moment I touched your fingertip, I sensed the abnormalities in your body. Now tell me, have you experienced the symptoms I just described?" The courier replied in surprise. "Yeah, kind of." Lin nodded, still serious. "Did you recently visit a freezing region? And were you injured by some twisted creature? Since then, have your knees ached on cloudy days?" The courier gasped. How do you know all this?" "Don't worry about how I know. Just know your condition is very serious. If you don't get treated soon, you might end up paralyzed, or worse." The courier was too shocked to respond. "But thankfully, you met me. A doctor dedicated to saving lives. If it weren't fate, I wouldn't have said anything." As Lin talked, he gently led the courier to his pharmacy. "My shop is right next door. Let me take a proper look at you." Inside the dim blood matrix pharmacy, the courier sat dumbfounded on a stool. He had no idea how he'd ended up following this human doctor in a daze. Lin looked at him sternly and said calmly, "Your illness is complex and extensive. We'll treat them one at a time. Lift your leg first." The courier blankly looked at his own leg, then at Lin's trustworthy expression. Eventually, he obediently placed his leg on the counter. The courier was just about to speak, when suddenly, bang, Lin smacked his knee with a small mallet. The courier was completely stunned. Lin asked seriously, "Does that hurt?" The courier replied, trembling, "Of course it hurts." Lin nodded solemnly. "Good, it hurts. That's exactly where the problem is. Clearly a case of chronic rheumatism triggered by cold toxin. If this keeps up, you'll end up with bone hyperplasia." The courier was devastated, but it didn't hurt like this before. It only hurt after you hit it. Lin frowned deeply and asked, "Did I hit it hard?" The courier broke out in a cold sweat. Not hard at all. If it hurts that much without force, that means the disease is already severe." The courier asked cautiously, hoping it wasn't that bad. It's not that serious, right? Lin suddenly slammed the table. The courier jumped in fright. Lin spoke sternly and sincerely. That kind of thinking is absurd. Do you know how many patients died because they took their illness lightly? Do you know what it feels like when disease eats away at your whole body? The courier blankly asked, what does it feel like? It hurts like hell, like losing your mom. Especially on cloudy days. First it's like ants crawling on you. Then it feels like hammers pounding. Eventually it's like knives slicing. Each cut like torture. Your knee swells like a meatball. Just touching it feels like dying. The courier gripped the stool tightly, eyes wide. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Treat me. Treat me right now. Please stop talking. The courier was clutching the treatment bundle. This is our shop's special bloodbone remedy patch. This is a prescription for treating rheumatic pain. This is a supplement formula for you. Holding an increasingly ridiculous pile of medicine, the courier asked, Doctor, isn't this a bit too much? Lin calmly replied, Too much? This is just for your rheumatism. I haven't even told you about your other problems. The courier trembled and asked, What else? Lin sat down and said seriously, Have you felt constantly cold these past few days? Even when bundling up, that inner chill won't go away. The courier looked at his pale hands and nodded. And does the chill feel like it's coming from within? Starting in your stomach and spreading outward? The courier replied in shock, That's right. Based on my initial diagnosis, you've been afflicted with cold toxin. And it's malignant. You've likely developed a malignant cyst in your abdomen. The courier was stunned. That can't be possible. The next second, Lin drew the night demon blade. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out through surgery. In the dark, eerie operating room, a lanky ghost lay trembling on the table. He watched Lin sharpening his blade and whispered, Is surgery really necessary? Lin blew on the shiny blade and nodded. No choice. The tumor is right there. We have to remove it through surgery. As Lin was about to operate, the courier asked nervously, Aren't you going to give me anesthesia first? Lin froze, then gave an apologetic smile. Almost forgot again. Don't worry, I'll do it right now. Lin quickly put down the scalpel and rummaged through a cabinet. The courier looked dumbfounded. Why did he say, again? Something's off, seriously off. Isn't anesthesia before surgery, like, basic procedure? Why does it seem like he doesn't even know where it is? The courier was increasingly convinced this doctor was unreliable. The next second, Lin finally found the anesthetic. The courier breathed a sigh of relief. But then Lin suddenly shouted, It's expired? The courier's heart leapt back to his throat. Lin turned around, eyes wide, and said solemnly, Maybe you could just tough it out? The courier waved his hands wildly. No, that's absolutely not okay. That hammer earlier already hurt enough. If you cut without anesthesia, I'm as good as dead. Seeing the patient's resistance, Lin thought for a moment. Then he frowned and said, There is another method of anesthesia. I wonder if you'd be willing to try it? The courier looked hopeful. He quickly asked what the method was. Lin answered seriously, Physical anesthesia. While the courier was still wondering what physical anesthesia meant, he suddenly felt a thump on his head and passed out. You knocked out the tall ghost. You gained 10 base experience points. You successfully removed the tall ghost's cyst. Your surgical skill +10. You realigned the tall ghost's dislocated kidney. Your internal medicine skill +1. You completed an excellent suture. Your stitching skill +10. 30 minutes later, Lin helped the trembling courier out of the operating room. His head was wrapped in bandages. Physical anesthesia. His waist was wrapped in bandages. Kidney realignment. Not just cyst removal. His leg was wrapped in bandages. Old rheumatism. His face was wrapped in bandages. Ugly. Sir. Everything went very smoothly. The cyst has been completely removed. But the cold toxin still needs further recovery treatment. Here's the new medicine I've prescribed. Take it on time. Lin flashed a confident, sunny smile. The courier stared blankly at the IV drip, then looked at his heavily bandaged leg, carrying a cane and holding bags of medicine in his arms. Thanks, I guess. Wishing your whole family happiness. Lin smiled brightly. No need to thank me. This is just what I do. Then he took out a bill and said kindly, Your bill is ready. Surgery and medication total 3,000 skeleton coins. Will you be paying cash or would you like to finance it? The courier couldn't believe his ears and asked again. How much? Lin smiled as usual. 3,000, sir. That's outrageous. The courier shakily pulled out 3 black furnace coins and placed them on the table. He thought to himself, there goes half a year's savings. No wonder people say avoid going to the hospital. Either you or your wallet won't make it out alive. The courier didn't want to spend another second in this black-hearted pharmacy. He asked Lin if he could leave. Of course. Lin smiled as he packed up all the medications. The few extra bottles didn't fit in the bag, so he tied them directly to the IV stand. Just then, the courier remembered something. Please check the delivery contents. And sign the return receipt for me. Lin smiled and quickly took out the 4 scrolls from the box. He examined each one carefully, then placed them back in the box, satisfied. He didn't notice a strand of hair brushing across his finger. The next second, just as he was about to sign the receipt, a system notification chimed in his ear. You discovered a condition. Congenital high paralysis. You discovered a condition. Chronic skin pus discharge. You discovered a condition. A boy was writing a love letter to a girl with a head the size of a house. The contents alone could give someone a cold. Just moments ago, Lin had accidentally touched a strand of hair, which triggered random diagnosis. He figured the hair must belong to Intelligence Agent 24. So he asked the courier, did anyone else touch this package? Talking about work gave the courier confidence. Absolutely not. My master sends every package one-on-one. He personally packed this one. No one else could have touched it. Lin heard that and immediately knew. It was Agent 24's hair. There's no way it belonged to anyone else. Lin was now certain. It was Agent 24's strand of hair. Turns out she's suffering from a bunch of strange illnesses. No wonder she hides away in the world system doing intel work. The next second, Lin remembered the thousands of skeleton coins she scammed him for. No creature has ever successfully taken Lin's money, so he picked up a pen and began writing on the card. Dear Intelligence Agent, greetings. I have received your delivery successfully. Thank you very much. However, it seems you left a strand of hair in the package. As a professional doctor, I noticed some concerning symptoms from your strand of hair. I deeply sympathize with your suffering. If you see my reply, remember to come find me in the world. Don't forget to book an appointment and prepay. Lin handed the written reply to the courier, and reminded him to deliver it directly to his master. The courier turned pale after reading the reply. This was absurd. Absurd to the core. It had gone completely off the rails. Just from a single strand of hair, my master was diagnosed with a bunch of bizarre illnesses. But that wasn't his concern. His only job was to return the reply. Without another word, the courier turned around, leaning on his cane, IV drip swinging as he ran off. But he hadn't gotten far, when Lin's voice rang out behind him. Take care, sir. Come again soon. Hearing that, the courier shivered, and his steps quickened even more. He practically dashed into the black fog like he was escaping for his life. After the courier left, Lin quickly took the 4 scrolls out of the box. Upon opening them, he saw hexagram rune arrays engraved on them. This was a summoning language commonly used in the dark world. Through this kind of writ, one can form a temporary contract with a creature. And clearly, these 4 scrolls are of the targeted kind. Lin N quickly took out a pen and ink to write the first letter. Dear Xiao Xiao, I'm your dentist, Lin N. Do you still remember me? Not long ago, you became our store's first lifetime member. For that, I feel truly honored and delighted. You're a very kind and lovely girl. Ever since you left, I've been thinking of you day and night. Toss and turn, unable to sleep. Even Biao has been startled many times. It made me think of that wonderful night again. Because I simply couldn't suppress my yearning for you. I decided to write you a letter after much thought. Because I feel that if I don't write to you, I won't survive. You are like a beam of white moonlight in my heart that I can't shake off. So would you accept my invitation? I sincerely invite you to come to Wandering Soul Alley tomorrow. I've even prepared a hearty feast just for you. Please don't decline. Feeling ashamed after finishing the letter, Lin N quickly sealed it. Then he bit his finger and let blood drip onto the scroll's writ. He wrote his name on it. Then the blood slowly flowed along the lines of the writ. The next second, the writ lit up with a bloody glow. Soon, two creatures began to slowly appear in the glow. One looked like a treasure-hunting beast. Its whole body was covered in red runes, and constantly flickering, as if it might vanish at any moment. The other was a giant turtle. Its shell was covered in brown moss. Void Moon Bending Beast. Level 80. Faction. Neutral. Compatibility. Extremely fast. They are strange creatures roaming the void and abyss. When you look up at the void, and see a flurry of meteors shooting by, don't be so sure. They might not be meteors at all. They might be flocks of moon-bending beasts crossing the void. Tiger Emperor Turtle King. Level 81. Faction. No faction. Compatibility. Extremely tough. They are the Turtle Kings of the Tiger Emperor Swamp. Gentle and sluggish. They spend most of their lives sleeping. Thousands or tens of thousands of years mean nothing to them. Looking at these two mythical beasts, Lin Yuan asked, "Are you my couriers?" The moon-bending beast let out a whistle as a response. The Turtle King slowly turned his head and said, "I." Lin Yuan blinked, waiting. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and held his breath. "You're." Lin Yuan looked stunned, holding in his breath. "Courier." After saying that, the Turtle King slowly revealed a smile at an indescribable pace. Lin Yuan nearly suffocated from holding his breath. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and handed the letter to the Turtle King. "Then I'll leave it to you. I heard from your master that you need a trace of the recipient's tissue or aura to accurately locate them." As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out a few small tooth fragments from his pocket. "Her name is Xiao Xiao. Remember this scent. You must deliver the letter to her." The Turtle King sniffed the fragments, then slowly extended his big head at an indescribable pace, and gradually opened his mouth to bite the letter. "Okay." Then, under Lin Yuan's anxious gaze, it took the Turtle King 10 full minutes to reach behind himself. A small hatch slowly opened on his back. At this point, Lin Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the letter, and quickly stuffed it into the hidden compartment behind the shell. The Turtle King slowly opened his mouth and said dumbly, "Got it." He then slowly walked toward the door at a microscope-visible pace. Departing, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He no longer waited for the Turtle King and ran off first. Then his gaze fell on the eager void moon-bending beast. "You've got a task too. I know you're the fastest among the couriers." Lin Yuan hadn't even finished his sentence when the moon-bending beast disappeared from sight with a swoosh, then instantly reappeared in front of Lin Yuan. It placed a small stone in front of him. Lin Yuan paused in surprise. "This is a meteorite fragment. Are you saying you just went to the outer void and came back?" The moon-bending beast stuck its tongue out proudly. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and patted its head. "Fast, sure, definitely fast. But..." He pointed at the blood spurting from the beast's forehead in panic. "Your damn skull is cracked, man. Look where you're going when you're speeding. Sure, you're fast, but if you die right after leaving, I'll have to pay your funeral costs before the letter even gets delivered." Lin Yuan felt neither of these couriers could be trusted. This won't do. He had to find a way to combine them. He looked at the Turtle King who had managed to crawl 10 centimeters. As a doctor with a wild imagination, Lin Yuan came up with a perfect win-win solution. The dog was fast but fragile. The Turtle King was durable but super slow. So Lin Yuan fused them together in a horrifying fashion. The moon-bending beast was forcibly stuffed inside the Turtle King's shell. The concept was simple. The Turtle King's shell had plenty of gaps inside. The moon-bending beast was light and fragile. He squeezed it in, then pulled its limbs out through 4 holes. In a sense, they had now achieved fused evolution. Void moon-bending turtle, combining the moon-bending beast's speed with the Turtle King's defense. To prevent the beast from speeding off and ditching the turtle, Lin Yuan welded the gaps around the 4 holes shut. He patted both of their heads and said sternly, "Turtle King, your job is to deliver the letter safely. Moon-bending beast, your job is to carry the Turtle King there. I believe your fusion will become a breath of fresh air in the courier world." The next moment, Lin Yuan shouted, "Go!" In almost an instant, The void moon-bending turtle smashed a massive hole in the wall and vanished into the dark mist at an unimaginable speed. Lin Yuan didn't waste time and immediately began writing the second letter. Dear Master, I am your apprentice, Lin Yuan. I'm not gonna make it. I'm going to die. My body is bleeding. My brain is leaking out. I'm about to burst open. Even though you warned me. They're just too powerful. Those bastards smashed our pharmacy, burned down our signboard, and beat up your favorite apprentice. Master, your student doesn't have much time left. But I still remember what you told me before you left. I failed to protect the shop. I've let you down. But before I die, I want to know. Are you still alive? This courier was hired with the last of my strength. I don't know if it will reach you. But I must say it. Once a master, forever a father. This time next year, please burn 3 incense sticks for your student. Even in death, I will still think of you. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was nearly moved to tears by his own writing. He quickly sealed the letter, then took out the remaining 2 scrolls. Using the same method, he summoned 2 more couriers. As the 2 couriers looked at him with innocent, clueless eyes, awaiting his orders, Lin Yuan once again fused them together in an inhumane way. Another row of turtle shell couriers dashed off at top speed. Soon, the void moon-bending turtle vanished into the thick black fog. Lin Yuan stared out the door, filled with worry. Will I make it in time? The scene shifts to a shrine at the edge of the land. A grand ceremony is being held here. This is the territory of the one-horned Ghost King, one of the 72 monarchs of the Dark World. Led by him, the one-horned Ghost Clan is renowned across many worlds. As a monarch, he is a terrifying existence second only to prime-level beings in the Dark World. Though his power ranks low among the 72 monarchs, none of the top-ranking kings dare provoke his clan. Because every powerful being knows, the 3 prime headhunters who once roamed the Dark World were close friends with the one-horned Ghost King in life. Those 3 giant heads bigger than houses are among the most powerful beings in the Dark World, bar none. Even the one-horned Ghost King, who commands countless ghosts, acts like a humble servant in front of them. The Ghost King raised a glass of blood wine and respectfully said, Titan brother, I'm honored you accepted my invitation this time. It truly overwhelms me with gratitude. After 3,000 years, big brother, you're finally briefly awake. As your younger brother, I must raise a toast to you. After speaking, the Ghost King downed his blood wine with gusto. At that moment, among the 3 massive heads seated at the main table, the smallest one was Xiao Xiao, a guardian member of Lin En's pharmacy. With a sharp ding asterisk, Xiao Xiao opened her enormous mouth. A row of gleaming teeth made the little ghosts tremble in fear. The Ghost King gave Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. Didn't expect my niece to grow even more dazzling and charming. Xiao Xiao's mother grinned menacingly. She found a dentist who makes her very happy. As she spoke, blood streamed from the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's father looked even more deranged and terrifying. The Ghost King cautiously asked Xiao Xiao's mother, Sister-in-law, has Big Brother's condition improved? The enormous female head grinned cruelly. She's not willing to accept it. She had been decapitated back then, and only malicious will and curses kept her alive in the Dark World. She constantly dreamt of vengeance. Ha ha ha, I'll kill them all. As soon as she said that, countless terrifying tentacles erupted from Xiao Xiao's father's neck. They instantly wrapped around her face, and began violently tearing at her. I didn't fail. It was you, you venomous woman. You brought the curse upon us. Chunks of bloody flesh were torn from her face. But her twisted smile only grew wilder and more vicious. Ha ha ha, you useless god. You can't beat others, so you take it out on your woman? If not for the curse, you'd just be a skeleton, an insane fool. A violent struggle between the 2 giant heads left all the little ghosts trembling with fear. They couldn't stop shivering. It wasn't until the clarity and madness in Xiao Xiao's father's eyes balanced that he finally quieted down. Only then did the one-horned Ghost King breathe a sigh of relief. Because if his big brother had really gone berserk just now, their entire clan might have been wiped out. He also understood the pain in his brother's heart. The Ghost King shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the past. Big brother, sister-in-law, niece. Stay here in peace for the next few days. As your brother, I'll provide fresh blood daily. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao extended a tentacle and grabbed a one-horned ghost. Mirror. The ghost turned pale with fear, and quickly brought over a large mirror without hesitation. Xiao Xiao opened her mouth wide, admiring her gleaming, pristine teeth. This was something she did every day. Her parents still didn't know why. Just as the one-horned ghost king finished his meal and prepared to leave, suddenly, a flicker passed through his eyes. Who's there? Who dares trespass on my territory? The next second, he punched through the void, and instantly pulled out a giant turtle from it.